buram, 1 tumbang, 2 tumbang, dan winner chicken dinner didapatkan oleh Alter Ego Limax, sebuah WWCD yang membuat kita harus mengatakan Alter Ego layak dan pantas ada di PMGC final.
Alter Ego, go go go! Luar biasa sekali pertunjukan yang ditampilkan.
Kami tidak pernah menyangka giliran ini akan datang. Didorong dengan dukungan dan harapan yang membuat kami percaya bahwa kami tidak sendirian. Kali ini bukan hanya tentang sekedar berjuang, namun untuk siapa kami harus menang. Untuk mereka, untuk kita, untuk Indonesia. Terima kasih untuk kesempatan ini.
Sangat disayangkan ternyata Titan joint fight di sini tidak hanya Alpha 7, hanya menyisakan satu yang terakhir Liquid. Low banget Liquid, granat. Oh no, granat tersebut memulangkan semua pemain Bigetron.
Memang disayangkan karena bagian dalam dan ternyata di tahu tertek juga terus masih berdansa, ternyata terbait oleh tim Warp. Warp luar biasa sekali bisa melakukan bait karena bagian Evos dengan sangat baik karena dia tahu di bagian dikatakan maju.
Untuk Genesis Doma ngeras maju karena bagian depan ibu-ibu beli beras. Ayo kita rush maju tembak dan ternyata malah bom Devoto. Hanya tersedia Evo seorang diri saja. What happened? Sangat disayangkan.
Kita Indonesia.
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 Kita Indonesia. Indonesia.
Fast.
Yo. Hi guys, my name is Dembut and I'm playing for GigFam. So my name is Sandesh Pradal. Hey Sandesh, you look good today and you taller, just like me. So he's a really good player and he's also very handsome. They played really well in the league stage, but in Grand Finals it will be different. 42K, they play at the league very well too. They managed to come back. We'll see how they performance on Grand Final. What we want, children, let's start. Shandis, yeah, don't bully me, okay? Okay. I know you're good, but I'm better than you. Okay, we'll see.
Team match, let's go.
The blue team has scored for the first time. Set.
Nice try, bullying me. No!
Enemy down. No mercy. Enemy down. No.
Try.
Target down. Okay. Set. Nice shot. Kill.
Oh! Last point.
Nice shot.
I ruined it. I'll come back next round. Let's go, Sandes. Let's see who's gonna win this. Why your M potato? Ah. Your M was good at first, but after that, potato. Okay, damn it, your turn. Show me what you've got. Okay. Now, start. Okay. Oh my god. Good. More like that. Good. Oh, nice. I same point, but next combo I win. Me win. Okay, unless I win. Thank you, congratulations. Yeah, thank you. Let's go.
Let's go.
Wow, GG. Nice. You almost got me. Almost? Huh? Where?
Clear!
Nice. I win 1 round, but I win 2 rounds, so this is your punishment. So I will pick 2 of this for you. Take it. Yeah. Like this. Yeah. Okay, good. Okay, game. Thank you. Congrats. So untuk 1v1 challenge tadi saya rasa excited lah sebab saya bantai dia kan. Saya saja bagi chance dia menang satu tadi. Saya buat dia happy. It was very fun. He's a really good player. I enjoyed it. So untuk Team 22K, good luck untuk Grand Final. Make your country proud of you guys. So GFM fans, thank you for supporting us. Kami akan mengharumkan nama Malaysia dekat PMGC nanti. So jangan lupa untuk saksikan kami. See you in Jakarta. Will be better.
The time has come, so seal your fate. Pain and scars of past mistakes. We stay strong and refuse to break. You know the world is yours to take, and we will be the one. Time to take a stand. The world is in our hands, and you can feel the weight. The circle's closing in. Time to carry on, and we will be the
Hello and welcome to day 2 of the PMGC Grand Finals. Live from Jakarta, my name is Banks and I'm your host, and I'm joined on the main stage by my incredible co-host. It is of course Donna Vizca.
Well, Banks. Halo teman-teman semuanya, selamat datang di hari kedua dari 2022 PMGC Grand Finals. Senang sekali saya Donna Vizca bisa menjadi host kalian bersama dengan partner saya yang luar biasa hari ini, yaitu Banks.
Yesterday we kicked things off with 6 breathtaking matches, and today we are bringing you 6 more, and we cannot wait to see what our competitors bring to the main stage. And speaking of those performances, you know, I feel like if there's anything to go by from that, Donna, we are having high expectations for today.
Yes, indeed, Banks, especially with yesterday with Alpha 7, Inco Gaming, and also Influence Shaman managed to take top 3 position in leaderboard. They were really, really amazing, and particularly with Alpha 7. With that amazing performance, they are now at the top of the leaderboard with total 78 points. Amazing.
Ooh, that is right, Donna. But before we get things kicked off today, we have a very special performance for you.
Yes, so ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Adnini Haq and the Java Stunt Team for tribute to Bruce Lee martial arts stage performance.
Be the one!
Pria itu sangat lelah. dia terjaga sepanjang malam. Dan memikirkan apa yang harus dia lakukan untuk mengembalikan kepercayaannya. Tersebut terus berlatih bersama-sama. Seperti yang pernah dikatakan oleh Master Bruce Lee.
Remember, success is a journey. Have faith in your ability. You will do just fine. Always be yourself. Express yourself.
Tiba-tiba 4 musuh datang dan menyerang mereka.
Thank you so much to Agnini Hack and the Java Stunt team for that incredible performance. It really was amazing. And now, as you can tell, we are no longer on the main stage. We are, in fact, standing in front of Inco Gaming's booth, the team who are currently sitting in second place in our leaderboard, Donna.
Yes, of course. Dan terima kasih banyak kepada Agnini Hack and the Java Stunt team atas performanya yang luar biasa. Dan teman-teman sekalian, kita sedang berada di depan dari Inco Gaming, yang dimana sekarang sedang berada di posisi kedua dari leaderboard, yang akan kita ajak ngobrol-ngobrol terlebih dahulu kali. Yeah, let's go.
So we figured as Inco Gaming are currently in second position in our leaderboard, we would like to have a quick chat with one of the players. So Nenebet, if you could come over here, that would be fantastic, and stand right next to me. We'd like to ask you a few questions about yesterday and obviously how you're feeling today going into day 2. So first of all, which team do you feel gave you the most trouble yesterday, and what are you guys going to do to prevent that from happening again today?
Então, vocês ficaram na segunda posição ontem. Então ele está perguntando qual das equipas deram mais problema para vocês ontem e o que vocês vão fazer para melhorar isso.
Ontem em específico, uma equipe que trabalhou bastante a gente foi a IHC e hoje para resolver esse problema a gente vai matar eles.
So like for the special team that got them like more trouble was like a IHC, but like so for today the plan is like to eliminate them early.
Oh wow, jadi tim yang kata Inco Gaming paling ngeribetin di hari pertama kemarin adalah IHC atau IHC. Dan pastinya plan mereka untuk hari ini adalah untuk eliminasi IHC as fast or as soon as possible. Wow.
One thing that we don't talk about enough as well about competing on the main stage is mindset. You guys need to have a clear mind, and so how do you and the rest of your team keep your composure and stay so calm when competing here?
Então, ele disse que a mentalidade durante o jogo é muito importante. O que você e a vossa equipa faz para manter a calma durante os jogos?
A gente respira muito fundo. A gente respira fundo.
So you just like they breathe in a lot.
Breathing a lot. Oke, jadi untuk stay calm atau tetap tenang, mereka atur nafas sebisa mereka, semaksimal mereka sendiri untuk bisa mendapatkan atau memainkan game lebih efektif lagi setiap harinya. Well done.
Quite a hot topic at the moment as well is what is on everyone's minds as well. Right now in the leaderboard, the top 3 teams are all Brazilian. So is there anything that you would like to say to your companions from Brazil, but also your rivals while you're here competing?
Então, o que estão falando muito agora é que tipo, o top 3 são todos do Brasil. O que você queria falar para as outras 2 equipas do Brasil?
Hoje, o mundo vai conhecer o poder do Brasil.
So he said like today, the world will know like the power of the Brazilian teams.
Today what, sorry?
The world will know like the power of the Brazilian teams.
Oke. Jadi kata IHC hari ini dunia akan mengetahui power atau kekuatan dari tim Brazilian. Wow, luar biasa sekali. Let's go.
Nenebe, thank you so much for joining us in this pre-match interview. We wish you and the rest of your team all the luck that we can give you for the remainder of today and of course tomorrow. And hopefully you can raise that trophy. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Donna, we are going to be closing in on our first match today, is that right?
Yes, I'm sure they are ready now, Banks. Jadi, teman-teman semuanya, sebelum kita mulai, kita panasin lagi kali ya, sekali lagi. Kita panasin lagi kali ya. So, Jakarta!
Are you ready? Let's head over to the analyst desk where they can break everything down before we go into our first match.
Jadi langsung aja tanpa basa-basi lagi kita langsung oper menuju ke analis desk kita untuk bisa break everything down. Jadi host dan juga analis kece kita silahkan.
Thank you so much, Banks and Donna Visca from the stage, and welcome back everybody to PMGC 2022 Grand Finals. My name is Felix, and I will once again be your desk host for the day. Before we get started, let me just tell you, the energy in here is absolutely electrifying. It is completely off the charts, and I'm so hyped to be here. And obviously, I have the honor to introduce you to these 2 beautiful analysts joining me today. One of which is Maxman, one of which is 7 Worlds Game. How are we feeling?
As you said, it's electrifying. So I think that we kind of like absorbed that atmosphere right now, 7. I mean, we had a fantastic day 1 here in the Grand Finals, and if it's just even remotely close today, I'll be hyped, but we know that teams have made changes. Today is going to be even better than what we saw yesterday.
I already reached my step goals, and that was just from me jumping around before before the show started, because the Alter Ego fans were just getting absolutely insane, and I hope that we get to hear those chants. And as you were saying, a lot of teams are going to be adjusting. I can't wait to see who's going to be doing that.
It's so surprising because like they've been screaming for like 40 minutes.
Yes.
I don't know how they still have energy, by the way, but they're still going.
Speaking of energy, something that has a lot of energy as well. I love that transition, by the way. Sorry.
Good job.
Xperia 1 Mark 4. Let's take a moment to thank our sponsors, Xperia 1 Mark 4 and Xperia Stream, which were co-developed. You can see these 2 products, by the way, right here, which are co-developed in collaboration with professional esports players. Play PUBG Mobile with Xperia Stream's total cooling system and multiple ports for intensive gaming and streaming, in case you want to share your highlights. And also, don't forget to check out Prime Gaming, another sponsor for this beautiful tournament here in Jakarta, Indonesia. So check out Prime Gaming. You will find lots of free content for all your favorite games, sometimes free games itself, and especially interesting to you guys at home playing PUBG Mobile, you will find free PUBG Mobile items at Prime Gaming as well. Make sure to check them out. Last but not least, another very important part of this PMGC 2022 Grand Final journey is PBESI, which is the local esports association in Indonesia. Thank you so much, PBESI, for supporting this tournament as well. Before we get back to analyzing and talking about the games that we saw yesterday, the 6 of them that we've had so far, make sure to check out the PMGC fan favorite vote. It is going on right now. You can see at the bottom of the screen right now as well. You are able to collect tokens in the Erangel map, and you can use them to vote for your favorite team inside the Esports Center. So make sure to just open your app and get right in there. And now, last but not least, follow us. Follow us on all the socials. It's as easy as that. Make sure to check out YouTube. Make sure to check out Instagram. Make sure to check out Facebook, TikTok, Twitter. We're on all of that. And the name across all boards is PUBG Mobile Esports. So make sure to follow our social channels.
If we could, we'll be on MySpace too.
Does that still exist? Well,
can't do that anymore.
Looking at a quick overview of what we have planned for today. You saw 6 matches yesterday. We'll have 6 matches today, 6 matches tomorrow. And you can quickly check out the total prize pool as well. $1.5 million will be given to the players in the Grand Finals alone, Max.
Yep, as we know, that's half-day rate for 7. So they're going to be making that.
Calm down, Jason.
Hey, I have to do a callback eventually, right?
Yes.
Of course, 6 more matches going to be happening today. So many opportunities for these teams now that we see on our screen 7. To make these changes and climb up the rankings.
A lot of these teams definitely need to make some changes. I'm going to be looking at Star Wars. I'm going to be looking at Wolves too. Wolves actually made a bit of a change yesterday. You saw them starting to perform well. And I feel like the big one that I do want to see a change from is going to be Alter Ego. I mean, we've been seeing the crowd get hyped. It's actually a lot more packed. There's a lot more energy here on day number 2. And this team performed really well in the last match yesterday.
Well, we'll have to see if the changes are going to be happening here. But, of course, looking at the top 4 fraggers of all of day 1 here. A lot of players tied up with that 13 elim. Seems like the lucky number for a lot of these players here going into that first day of play. But, of course, Sandesh being one of the top fraggers, of course, meaning that he's up there because he also has more damage overall, more knocks, has been able to just perform so well for T2K. That their big second place game, they got how many, 16 eliminations, I believe it was one of our top fragging games of all of that first day, and he was the one to stand out the most. I would love to see them try and replicate that in this day.
100%, and then we go to, I mean, top damage. It has to be Alpha 7 with the way they were able to perform. They did kind of fall off a little bit there in the last 2 matches, but I think they're going to be able to come back in hot today at the start. 1,246 average damage. It's absolutely insane. Inku Gaming as well, but what I'm actually surprised at here is we have IHC, and we heard Inku Gaming talking about them, so I wonder how that dynamic is going to be playing out today. And last but not least, you do have SCG.
Yes, and that is especially surprising to me because SCG was one of the teams that we talked about had the least impact in terms of eliminations inside these games. Still putting out that amount of damage. Is that surprising to you, Max?
The thing is, as you said, right, they got themselves a lot of placement points, but I think that what we did see towards the end is they were trying to step up their aggressive game, right? They were very clearly like, okay, we've got a lot of placement points, we need to shift things up. Then they got eliminations, and then get placement points. So, like, you need to find that middle ground to some extent, but a lot of that damage coming out from SGG was from that second half of the day. If they find that middle ground 7, I'd have to say SGG could be looking amazing in today's 6 matches.
S2G, I mean, I have them as my top 5. I'm hoping that ends up happening. I feel like they showed the potential yesterday in certain matches that they can get that fragging power, but I mean, I'm just going to be repeating what you just said, which is pretty much they need to find that happy place between placement and also eliminations.
Let's take a look at some of the highlights that we saw from yesterday's game. Starting off with game number 1, an A7's absolute mad push. I believe it was Ravo getting not only 1 but 2, maybe even 3 kills in that quick succession.
Yeah, we didn't have even time to talk about it, but on the top fraggers, like, he had also 13 eliminations. Revo, I mean, this guy just stepped up. He also had so many individual players from just Brazil as a whole, with like Vitaly in particular. They showed up on a singular play and also as a team.
And I'm so glad you brought up Vitaly, because I actually wanted to mention we saw 13 eliminations out of him. And if I'm not mistaken, those 13 eliminations actually came in the first 2 games. After that, he wasn't really able to get any because
vacation.
Yeah, he was like, you know what, let me just lay back, relax. In the first game, he ended up with 7 elims. In the second game, he ended up with 6. So I'm hoping a bit of more of a consistent game out of them. And I mean, you saw Alpha 7. You were talking about it yesterday too, how well they played Sanhok, that they ended up winning.
And that 2-1-1 split was just something of absolute beauty. But then I think this is the moment right here where we had the entire crowd just go, whoa! Yeah, like they just lit up instantly, where they just cleared that team almost instantly. He's got himself a good clear on Nova later on down the line, but overall, Alpha 7, it was their day almost the entirety of those 6 matches. And the question is now, who can beat them in these matches today?
And I think for me, it's going to be SGG. And SGG, going back to what you were saying, if they can find a happy place between those placement points and also the eliminations, they can maybe go up above Influence Cayman. And then you have T2K. I mean, you mentioned it too. 16 eliminations for that team in 1 game with the 2nd place finish. They definitely showed that potential. you've been mentioning. You can see this. Alpha 7 at the top, 78 points. Inco Gaming, 69. Nice. Influence Champions, 54 points. I mean, these teams are doing good. And what I want to see out of S2G, Esports, and T2K, I hope they get a win today.
You know what? Normally, I like to have a little bit of a friendly competition with you, Seven, as who we're going to be predicting in the top 5. You said Brazil. You said S2G. That's a 4 out of 5 ratio right now. I got to say, you're on point this season. And we'll see if it's still the case at the end of the day.
To be fair, I only had 2 Brazilian teams. Okay, so I'm actually surprised that it's doing this well. But then if we go towards the bottom right, we saw ISC there, and now we go towards the second page for Angry Man. This was a team that showed a lot of great play yesterday, and they especially started picking up on the second half of the day. And when we talk about picking it up, I mean, we got to talk about Fireflux Esports.
Fireflux Esports, of course, with that one chicken dinner. The thing is, a lot of their points came out from that one singular chicken dinner. You're looking at their ranking points. You take out 15, they only got 3 more placement points left. We need to see consistency from this team to climb up and hopefully be in that top 5 position at the end of today.
Absolutely. Kind of the same thing could be said about Wolves. They had 2 back-to-back last places in round 2 and round 3, so the inconsistency here really needs to be fixed. Looking at Inco against INF, interesting statistics.
Yeah, interesting statistics. I mean, that average elimination when you're looking at 5 is just something of absolute beauty when you're looking at it. At this level of competition in PUBG Mobile Esports, having a 5 average elimination per game is absolutely mental. The question is, of course, as you mentioned, can they keep it up today? If they do, man, they're looking like they're not going to budge from those top positions.
And what was crazy to me, and I mean, they did have 2 games yesterday when they ended up in 15th place and in 16th place. And as we go to the top Erangel performance here, there's no surprise. I am a little bit surprised to not see Alpha 7 here. It seems like they were performing better in Miramar and obviously in Sanhok when they ended up getting the win. DRS, we know we've been wanting to talk about that team. That team showed up big time in the first game yesterday, and after that, I just felt like they disappeared.
Yeah, were they playing the next games? I don't remember. Yeah, a bit brutal. But yeah, that first game was fantastic. We need to see more of the essence of that game in the other ranking, in the other matches. If so, we could see Nepal step up big time. We want to see DRS at the top of the leaderboards eventually.
Yep. Quickly looking at what we're going to see today. You already saw it, but it's going to be the normal rotation that we saw yesterday as well. Starting off with Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, and then the same thing except Sanhok is switched out for Erangel in the end. Exciting games that we have seen yesterday. A storyline with the whole Brazil region coming on clutch in the last games as well.
I'm sorry. Wait a second. Did you just say?
Oh, that
Brazil.
is just.
Did you just say Brazil? Listen, I don't get to do this often. I don't get to brag this much because this team, the region usually lets me down a little bit. Okay, but they're doing so well that I had to bring out the flag and just showcase it. Soak it in. Vamos Brasil, muito amor.
I think I'll have to give that to Blank. He was a bit cold. I think you're right.
I'll
you're right.
Yeah.
He's screaming already forward. Coming to the teams to watch, and I'm especially interested because you keep saying you're all about Brazil. Do we have a lot of Brazil teams on you? No, not really. It's only A7 now.
Yeah, it's only A7, and that's because they are currently leading. I felt like they definitely dropped off in the last 2 games yesterday. I want to see how they're going to be coming out. And because I have Nova, they usually tend to bounce back in day number 2. In IHC, I haven't because we were talking about this too, and I know that you have them too. They got a win yesterday, and if you remember, they didn't get a win at last chance.
Really, when I saw Zol get himself that 1v1v1 clutch at the end towards those last matches, I was having like callbacks to almost 2 years ago, PMGC Grand Finals, when he was playing with Zeus. It was so hype. I want to see more of that. But actually, back on to Nova, I think he had a talk with Paraboy, right? About where he was hoping to be at the end of today.
Yeah, so I went up to him. I was like, do you think you're going to... I expect you to be at least top 3. He's like, you know what? Top 5. And then he was like, actually, top 3. So the confidence is there.
Pretty much, yeah.
But it has to be specified. He means that for today. For today, top 3.
Yeah.
Okay, I was completely surprised right there because you said top 5 to 3. Either way, we'll be getting into the first game of day number 2. John Allen and Blank are standing ready at the commentary desk, and we are heading right there.
No messing. We're going right over here. We are going to be taking it in to game number 1 here for PMGC 22 finals in Jakarta. It's been such an electric atmosphere in the auditorium so far today. It has been phenomenal to watch, Blank.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still a little bit chilly. I'm still.
You're right.
Oh. Oh, the
Well, there
heat
you
coming
go.
off this region though right now.
Oh.
It's bringing me heat. It's bringing me warmth. The top three. They're looking for a little bit more. I'm steaming. I'm steaming right now with this on. I'm happy days. Anyway, let's keep this on for a little while longer. But heading over to the venue right now, checking out the players, checking out the watchers, the audience in tow. Happy days. All in all, this has been a fantastic time. I'm really happy with the way this tournament's turned out so far. We've had a beautiful amount of turnout, just in terms of audience, just in terms of the amount of people that are here cheering. The audience is absolutely electric. And I don't think we could have asked for a better day one with a very surprising turnout with that 1-2-3 over in Brazil.
Excellent performance, not only from the teams, but from the crowd themselves. I think that's a big part of it. Sure, the national team that is here for the region, they might be at the bottom of the tables, but they are at the top of the tables when it comes to that support, which is phenomenal to see.
Yeah, I mean, I did get to actually speak to Denny earlier, the coach from Alter Ego, and what I was telling him was that, like, it kind of looks like this is a team that qualified like through a real bracket to get here.
Yeah.
I don't think they're in that point in time where it looks like they're completely lost, completely broken. I do think that when you see them, they're making the right moves. It's kind of those little things that are off, and I think that's to be expected with this kind of stage, this kind of level. And I think for Alter Ego, just getting out that 16th place would be a massive boost to their confidence today, and I think they can do that if they can continue with this good game sense. They just need to bring up that skill level in terms of the mechanical play, those team fights. And yesterday we saw them take out Nova in that 4v4, which is not easy to say the least. So I think that confidence is really something that is maybe holding them back a little bit, but we've seen it come out now and again, and it works. So maybe just need to relieve that pressure and relate to what Nenebete was saying in the case of just breathe, keep it calm, keep it cool. It's what you've got to do in the PMGC. With this being a sprint, 3 days only, you have to keep that cool a lot of times.
Plane path for match number 7 here at the Grand Finals. Goes north to south. Again, we've seen fairly fair plane paths over the course of the entirety of yesterday. We're going to continue that trend today, it seems, to kick things off here for our first Erangel match of the day, the first of 6 matches that we'll be seeing.
Absolutely, John. I think that's something that's been really interesting to watch, and in the case of, like, there's no one that can really go out after these games have concluded on the old Instagrams, on the old socials, and say, look, this team didn't deserve that win. They were gifted it, they had the best position in terms of playing path, in terms of circle. I think everyone's had to really work for their position on the map, and they certainly will have to here. This doesn't really favour anyone at all. It's a difficult circle to play. This could be heading over towards Yasnaya, in which case we have that finish over in the compounded area, which currently Influence came in very happy about. And this is the first time we're seeing this circle up towards that northeastern side, and with those statistics coming through, showing that Influence Kemen is the best team so far on Erangel, despite having one of the lowest damage numbers here out of those top teams. This could be a really, really good chance for them. Inco, though, we know how they do. Already sending their way up towards that northern side of the map, that northeast side, to get a position, to get placement, and go from there.
Just getting those vehicles first on board, and Inco will be moving a little bit further. In Alpha 7, our current leaders with a 9-point lead against Inco will be on that northwestern side and trying to get as much loot as they can. And if you guys are trying to get as much loot as you can at home, make sure you're checking out the 2022 PMGC Special Crate, available until January the 8th.
We know with the way I've been seeing these players in game, I'm very jealous of these outfits at the moment. Probably one of the coolest PMGC skins, in my opinion. So get them while you can. Only available till January 8th. So the time is running out right now. Just one more day. So make sure you can grab them whilst you can. Maybe, I think at this point in time, it is just one more day, depending even on time zones. You got to be quick, guys. You got to be snappy on that store. Pick up those crates and get going. Specifically, for a lot of these teams, they're going to have to be snappy inside this lobby too. With the circle being where it is, a lot of these teams over towards that western side will have to make some moves fairly quickly. I'm looking particularly over towards 4AM, A7, Fireflux, IHC, all clumped up towards North George and South. Got Fireflux currently making their way down that western coastal side on yellows. It's a great place to pick up some more vehicles. Unfortunately, it's only 2 players at the moment. I imagine they'll grab one, head back up towards Ketch and Lut, which is not a bad idea whatsoever because that's going to give you more time. Even if you only have 2 vehicles, having 2 players in crates gives you a phenomenal amount of loot early on, which means when they do head towards the circle, yes, they'll have to move soon, but at least they'll have some gear to do it with.
Fireflux 2-2 on the west coast. We saw Buradam rotating 2-2 on the east side, probably going towards Lipovka, which is just on the edge of this first zone. So we'll see a little bit of looting going on there. Inco breaking north with some of their players as well, moving up to that east side of Yasnaya, and Influence Kemen not wasting any time, sending a player up north. Kajowski going to mount up towards the top of Stalber Hill, maybe even break as wide as Kameshki.
It's a really interesting meta that Inco is kind of bringing out these days, because I no longer think that Inco has this set drop spot anymore. For them, they have generalized position where they'll drop on the map, but that's not their spot entirely per se. It's just a case of this is where they'll begin their journey. A lot of times this is more of a case of dropping on top of vehicles, because they instantly send it towards a position where they can start to play out the rest of the game a lot easier for themselves. It does mean that they get quite a lot of trash loot. We saw this towards the end game of the final game yesterday, where, you know, IHC did have that absolute blinder of a match. But when you saw Nanabet, he was having that 1 shotgun available, practically nothing else on board.
T2K rolling up on the rotate, and it's 1-for-1 on the trades right now, but IHC are giving them a little bit of hell here. Legend taken down as well. And was this IHC trying to turn it around? A drop shot, not good, and there's a sliver of HP on the inside. Oh, it's all coming apart. Godless bites back after losing a teammate to a knock. Alex is going to be happy to have had him at his side.
T2K certainly feeling Godless right there. No miracle from above to save them from that devilish presence. Seriously good stuff. Very snappy too on the flicks there from Godless. T2K looking for a little bit of revenge from match 6 yesterday, and are unable to find it even though they did have the drop. 4 AM. Ching Chen maybe looking for a couple of shots, and right now IHC are just a little bit tight at the moment. They're all hunkered up. This could be a recipe for disaster. There is a vehicle on the outside. Ching Chen right now starting to move out. 4 AM maybe hoping to get ahead of the pack here. They realize they do need to get further in. They made their sprint nice and early over from north to George. They were ahead of A7. We're still over towards Zaki side.
Influence Kemen at the top of Stalber now. T2K, they lost the majority of their players there, but they still have 1. And they'll be in the hills, on the ridge sides on the west of Stalber. Playing on as far as they can do. 5th place right now, 51 points, so T2K having a pretty solid day 1 overall. Not a great way to start their day 2. Geek Fam, 7th place on the tables, very, very close by as well. From 4th all the way down to, I would say, 9th, there is that sort of clear bracket. Probably 8th, you could probably cut it out at, but it is looking like you have that central pack. If they can catch up to Inco and Alpha 7, fantastic, but there is that little bit of argy-bargy going on. 5 points from 3rd down to 8th.
I think it's a case of a lot of these teams having a great opportunity to actually move their way up on the leaderboard. Inco, again, set themselves up nice and early down towards that eastern side of Yaz on some really nice compounds, highly elevated too, so it's going to give them so much information. Kind of banking on this central spot over towards the eastern side. I think the circle, it could outplay them, right? It could head up towards that northern side, but they're playing the numbers game at this point in time. And for Inco, they can play the numbers game all day long. I think for them, it's really these blast out games that are super beneficial for them. They do taper off sometimes, though we have seen them start off very slow and then ramp up towards the end of the day. It's the only thing that really worries me about Inco. I think A7 has that kind of consistent streak where they get that momentum on board and it's good to go. And I think if we see Alpha 7 have a good game at the start of the day right now, could be very scary for a lot of the rest of the lobby. You're talking about some of these teams down towards the bottom side. I think it's still very malleable, like you said. You know, even down to, goodness me, 11th place, right? because you're looking at this bracket, which is very, very slim. And just a big game like that could set you upwards towards that top side. So at this point in time, very, very likely that we'll see some big changes today in terms of the leaderboard. We could see some very surprise numbers on the leaderboard as well. Nova being down towards the bottom is a little bit worrisome. However, for Nova, we were just talking to some of their fans, some of the people who have known them for a long time. They do have the chops on them to bring out an insane couple of days, which would send them right towards the top. We've seen them do it before, and it's always terrifying to see Nova get on that streak.
Circle popped on the east side, does keep a little bit of water out on that east coast as well, but does allow teams to make that call, that decision to leave from Stauber, to move past Yasnaya, away from those fields. So a lot of teams can make a lot of decisions, and when a lot of teams are making a lot of decisions, that means a lot of rotates are coming into conflict, and that's exactly what's happening with IHC and Influence Kemin, as well as Buradam and the home ground team. Alter Ego, at the moment, it's going 1-for-1, 2 go down for Alter Ego, and Ponbit now left last standing for the squad. A little bit too far to do too much here, but Buradam are still taking heavy punishment.
Yeah, again, this is what I was talking about at the beginning of the day. It's that team fight that really is the problematic for AE. You can see that they're making all the right moves, all the right decisions. They don't seem lost, they don't seem hopeless, but it's that extra little bit of PMGC power that they are missing at the moment. Hopefully they can bring that back on board. The home ground fans, I get to cheer them on a little bit more. Right now, Ponbit, last member. Not always the worst thing in the world, can hide out for quite some time, maybe get towards those top positions. Inco, though, seem to know something that everyone doesn't right now about these circles. They have a very, very good handle on where these are going to end up, where the center's going to be. They're a little bit down towards that south side. I wouldn't say that mattered. I think heading up towards the north isn't really ideal in terms of positioning. Right now, they have a very, very strong spot and a strong base of operations to play from. Just in terms of scouting, just in terms of getting that information on board, this is really good for them.
Buradam on 3 after their engagement. Fairly centrally on this circle. S2G further north. They did spot out a player, I believe, from Influence Kemin, but that did get rezzed from down the hill. Vampire have not had the most successful of days from the glory that they found in PMWI. It has been a little bit of a fall from grace in their regional stage and the group stages earlier this in December back in 2022. It wasn't the Vampire that we were expecting to be able to come into this one, but they still have a little bit more time. You talked about Nova being able to put up massive performances towards the end, to in those small day frames. Hopefully Vampire can have that resurgence as well.
That would be ideal. It would be good stuff for Vampire. I think if you look at their December performance as well, it wasn't exactly what we wanted to see from them, but there were certainly those moments where it felt like they really had that go time on their shoulders, and it was a case of, we just need to qualify, so we're going to pump those points up, play how we usually see them play. I think for Vampire, it's just finding that rhythm, finding that movement that works so well for them. At the moment, it feels a little bit awkward. Not quite there as of yet. GeekFam gets some gear delivered from on high. Yuhai does not want it though. Sends right past, tries to get a little bit further in towards a compound to play from. 4AM, however, snuck their way in from that north side. Really good stuff from them. Considering they're over in North George, they've made a very apt rotate. The difficulty now for them is that they're surrounded by a lot of teams, but getting into this position without taking any knocks is very impressive.
Fireflux on the south side, coming into conflict with Vampire. With Vampire on the lead in terms of their position, could prove to be a little bit sticky. Inco still very central. North side, Alpha 7 behind the queue for Influence Kemin, and outside of the circle, quite a few teams going to be looking to push in from that northern side. S2G, though, they've made it up to this cliff face. Stalwart want to back them off, but that's easier said than done.
Stalwart. A nice spot for them. Up on high, Silas moves up. Tries to gather a little bit of this information. Very good angle, though, coming through from Scry in the back there with the DP. It's going to be hugely difficult now for S2G to crest this one. not only with Stalwart in the way, but you're also looking at 4am. This does make this quite the difficult exit. Luckily with the circle, they've got a lot of time to work with. A lot more time for Stalwart and 4am to even cross paths, cross blades. I think that's the time that S2G's waiting for.
Silas peeking up, getting a little bit bold with it. Can't really afford to go down, but they do have enough cover to drop him back towards the rest of the team in the position that they're in and should be resable, even if he does get knocked here. Losing Ray Z, though, for S2G leaves them only at 3, so they can't really afford too many slip-ups here if they want to carry on forwards. Nova spread out wide right now on this southwest side. Vampire looking to try and push between Paraboy and Order's position and Frozen's outpost on the south side. But it looks like they might have been spotted. Shots certainly being popped off. And there we go, Pika on the east coast, spotting out Hamzy down the hill.
Yeah, it was really only a matter of time. I think the Stalwart getting rid of this opponent at the moment would be very, very useful. A very good grenade. Pops maybe just a bit too early there. That could have been the 1-2 punch. Silas drops up, tries to send this player a little bit further back. Pika getting a little bit too big for his boots here, and Silas wants to let him know that it's not going to be all rainbows, just moving over this top side to quickly take position. In the meantime, S2G will restabilize. Stalwart's moved a bit further up, though. This is an excellent compound for them to play from. DRS, I haven't talked about them too much, but right now have a fairly good compound over towards that eastern side. Unfortunately, it is just a little bit out of the way. With a massive ridge over towards their west, they are kind of cut off from a lot of the action. It's going to keep them safe for a long while in the game, so we can expect high ranking from them.
You could see there that S2G were very, very worried about their northern flank, and for good reason. There's still a lot of teams yet to push in from that direction, and they'll have to wait and see what they can find. Order spots out a central position for an Anabete, and they're looking to put the pressure onto Squash as well. Order lighten them up. Becker not really in a position to get an answer shot back. Inko still at 4 alive with Vitali half HP down the hill. Vitali was a massive factor for them in yesterday's games, hopefully able to put up the performance again. Oh dear. Up goes the vehicle, and Geek Fam cut Influence Kevin in half.
The Malaysian team, specifically Yuhai, currently on loan from BTR, has been absolutely fantastic for Geek Fam so far. And up in smoke goes Influence Kemin. Not the ideal start for them, considering they were on the warpath to try and ladder up just a little bit to face their Brazilian brethren towards the top of the table, second and first, respectively. Nova, though, great spot over towards Inko. It's difficult not to take shots from that position that Inko's currently holding in. It's a bit of a Hail Mary. Nova, on the other hand, a lot of position taken early. You did mention this, and I think for them, they were able to find the ideal spot for themselves just purely off the back of that scouting, off of that rotating, and just being comfortable playing as a solo.
T2K cut down mostly by IHC, but S2G let them go right into the water there. Don't even take the shots that are going to get the knock. Allow the player to play that close position. Geek Fam rolling up towards IHC. There's already been a knock this way. S2G should have a little bit of oversight onto this fight. The smoke is there giving them some cover, but IHC are crumbling here under the pressure from Geek Fam. And Geek Fam take them down. The Malaysian squad up to 5 eliminations now, with Yuhai needing to hit the deck and get some healing done. Across the way is the remnants of Influence. Kevin, Alpha 7 trying to rock up, and it's not going well. 1, 2, 3 players falling, and Alpha 7 coming apart at the seams as well. One player now remains for them, as Lil Boy looks for the res over onto Federal.
4am assisting on that fight, but an incredible hold there from the final 2 players from Influence Kemin. Lil Boy showing what he's worth, and he certainly is worth a lot for the team. Done some really good work, and for Alpha 7, this is a case of that moving a little bit too late. They took their time over towards North George, maybe expected 4am to stick around a little bit longer, was hesitant to send eastwards. 4am had already left, and you can see how much this has benefited them on the circle here towards that northern side. We'll have to move down. Our DRS position becomes far more valuable. But Wolves, we haven't talked about them too much at the moment, but this is a strong spot. Have high ground. This would be a great chance for them today to really bring things back up to speed.
The Chinese team's not performing to the caliber that we maybe expected coming in from the PEL. Well, they do still have that opportunity, and Svan shows us just how much they're willing to take that. Top takes a knee, should be resable, but still. A nice little opening there for four Angry Men on that northern side. Still, a lot of players to push in from this northern edge.
I am not immune to caster cursing, but yesterday I was talking about 4AM quite a bit. I still think that this team has one of the best chances out of the Chinese teams to really make a breakout for that top 5 today. Purely off the back of just watching back the VODs yesterday and looking at certain positions that they took around the circle. Highly tactical, very cerebral. It looked good. They were in the right places at the right time. Not necessarily always winning those engagements, though. But they still have that firepower to boot. So I think for 4AM, this could be a very good day. Still reasonably consistent yesterday. They do need to get a few more points on board. Ching Chen looks down towards GeekFam. Lights him up, big style.
Oh, they are just not going to stand the test there. Unfortunately, GeekFam eliminated. 5 eliminations into the mix, though. It's not an awful result for them. And in the meantime, Influence Kemen also full, so just Inco stands of the Brazilian top 3. 4 players alive for them. You said it was precarious, the position that they had. A little bit of a Hail Mary, potentially, but they have now managed to outlast everybody else that's surrounding them on those tables. So can they just keep themselves together at 4 and get deep into the game?
Still, 0 eliminations. Still 12 teams in the lobby. There's a very high chance right now that Inco is one of the teams at risk. AE also with just Pombit remaining. Very at risk. But I think for Inco, one of these top teams, it's going to be a difficult push for them. A lot of open space around them. You can see they're already being harassed. Nova's got a great bead onto this position too, and they'll be continuing to watch down over towards it. Jimmy scouts out just a little bit, gets some shot over his way. Unfortunately, Pombit will fall to Inco. First elimination of the game found.
Puts them up to that 70-point mark. They're now 8 points behind Alpha 7 on their run here. 11 teams remain, 34 players. So we've seen quite a few casualties so far. DRS, 4 Angry Men, Inco, Stalwart currently with 4 players alive. If Nova can get the res, then they'll join them. And it looks like they will be able to do so. Fireflux on the south side. Took some punishment earlier on their rotations. But Nova are looking to make sure that they feel it a little bit more. Wolves, they have lost a player, sure, but they're still on that high ground position.
The issue with this high ground spot is that it's very open. I think getting here early on, sort of forced to play this spot, but you have to play it very aggressively. Looking at Wolves yesterday, I don't think they have that strength, that power to really push out from this position to start blasting. Next circle moves back over towards Inco, in fact. This is a great chance for them to continue, to stay strong. Nova, in fact, pushed out just a little bit, and this might be time for Inco to pull out those DMRs they currently have in the pocket. Sends some shots back across. You can see there the Mini 14. I think I saw an SKS as well.
Seems that they are maybe potentially a little bit low on meds. You talked about how they trash loot quite a lot. They have taken quite a beating so far to stay alive in their position, so maybe they're trying to save those meds for a little bit later on. A lovely nade over the top, a lot of damage, but doesn't get the knock from Calci. S2G trying to put hurt in towards the health bars of 4 Angry Men. But the repositions are good. The smokes are there. They're looking to try and flow around this side.
Yeah, this is smart, to be honest with you, because 4AM's compound currently is locked away from SDE. They won't be able to engage on this fight. So for S2G, they've identified this is probably the only play they have. For 4AM, they need to react to this soon. It's a great nade on the top from Ching Chen. Perfectly placed. They're out in the open. They could have taken the shots, but a nade like that will do the trick massively.
It's unlikely that 4 Angry Men are going to get that flush there, but there is a lineup coming through. There's nades. Hang on a minute. Svan just launched one over the top at S2G. Pulled down there into the depths. No more will we see the team from Turkey in this game. And now Inco on the western coast have Buradam to deal with as well. South side being pushed in by DRS. And the Wolves up the top have Nova to deal with as well.
You're going to love this play from DRS. I mean, they knew that this position would afford them time and capability. They've remained patient. Now it's going to start paying dividends towards the end of the game.
Long nade there. Nearly tags Svan, but Escapes with nary a tickle. Tiger behind the buggy for Buradam. 2 players remaining, one of whom is down already, so Tiger the last standing. The last player from T2K, speaking of last standing, was right behind S2G. You've got to think the Foreign men do not know that there's a player nearby. Maybe they think this has come from Stalwart. Are they going to check this angle? Ching Chen seems to have jumped out on the ridgeline, but he's spotted, and that's Action taking him down. So still, T2K have not had to stand up and go for this peak, but now is the time to strike. Good Xiao on the inside, looks for the challenge. Oh, a spray around from WWX. There's only one player now to deal with. In through the smoke. You chuck your right flank, but it's not going to happen. Good Xiao keeps 4 angry men in this, but Stalwart are not going to let the pace up. Oh, look at this. There. The Molotovs are good, and they can start to rain hell down from above.
This is disgusting. Stalwart took their chance, but T2K might have just ruined the chances of 4AM here. If they can get all players back up on their feet, perhaps they can restabilize this one, but that was looking very nasty. And Good Xiao even puts the shot in towards the UAZ, just in case there's any more bullets coming their way. Scry, though, look at this. Has the nade. It's a pretty easy shot for them. Has to assume that they haven't got out yet. It's a little bit long, but another one still on the pin.
Mercifully, the blue zone stops there and allows them some sanctuary, but Scry...
That could be the 4K.
Wants to turn this cover into their coffin. It could absolutely, but didn't want to pull the pin on it. They're going to give that one back, and 4 angry men allowed another opportunity. 7 eliminations, and all 4 of them somehow are still alive, but they have to move further south.
It is a really tough position to kind of counteract that one, because you get the instant flush on that second grenade from Span. You assume that that's that team done. But no, it's not the way it is. Wolves, though, find 1 over towards Fireflux, leaving them down to just the 2 players. 1 now.
Catch on the hillside. After Fireflux lost a couple earlier, they've just been picked down, pushed around on the south edge. DRS continue their pressure, continue their chokehold as they continue their approach as well, but they are not in this next circle. They will have to take the 4v3 with Ketch as a wildcard entrant. Nova ahead of the curve on that western side will stop any retreat from Wolves.
They're locking them in. Good smokes here from 4AM. I know right now for them it's just getting into this circle. Stalwart in a similar position, but they haven't covered to play around with. 4AM were forced to take all their vehicles out of the mix, out of the picture, to prevent being exploded. And Stalwart's just had insane oversight over 4AM since the beginning. But again, they're looking for a longer game here. That's brilliant from Good Xiao. That's going to give them time, and time is what they need.
And there was a second knock as well going over towards Stalwart from Svan. Really nicely found now. DRS are going to try and mount this assault onto the Wolves' position, but it is not going their way. Remember, will be the last player standing. It's 1 for 1. Oh, a nade takes his teammate right out from underneath him. Sweeps the leg. A crawl forwards from Delta to get the information as Rules gets healed on up. They spot the player down in the ditch, but he goes for the player to flush. And it's the Wolves to stay alive with 1.
Great stuff there from the Wolves. Unfortunately, just 1 player remaining, and Nova currently at 3 eliminations, looking to take this all the way. Span hits the deck. 6 teams remaining, would like to go a little bit longer here. Ching Chen, as well as Good Xiao, looking to finish off the remaining players from Stalwart, all on his lonesome as 2. He brought 4AM back into the mix versus T2K. Can he do it again here versus Stalwart?
Around the side of the rock, spots a tail there.
Oh,
but
no!
will be shut down. Excellent moves from Pika to be able to keep them alive. But there is the Wolves yet again, lighting it up here in Jakarta.
Remember, still going strong here. Nova, though, looking to have that resurgence today. Always terrifying. Yeah, one day, they get the VODs in, they make the changes. That's when things start to pop off. 10 eliminations now for 4AM. Ching Chen still going. And in the top 5, this is going to be a big game for them regardless.
And Inco is still alive as well. What a way to survive it. I mean, they've just been chilling so hard right now on this western side. Everybody else has been fighting over the coastal areas.
You know, with the amount of players they have and the position they're holding, it's very likely that they could pick up a chicken dinner here. In Inco fashion, a big win at the start of the day to see them nice and healthy throughout the rest. 5th place for 4AM, 10 eliminations, great game for them. That'll see them on a much better average coming into the next games. But Inco looking to retake that first place spot.
Not only that, Nova looking to have this resurgence. We've talked about their capability to do so. We are starting to see that now, Blank.
Nova currently clumped, but have had good eyes, good information down towards Inco. They are down the hill. Nova would love to get rid of this last member from Wolves, but Vitali steps up first. Nova, health bars looking very good at the moment. Inco, on the other hand, is the problem. They weathered the storm. They're all out of brollies at this point in time.
Starting to spread out now. Remember, the last player from the Wolves team that was holding on the south edge, an entrant into the final circle. Every team will know that there is going to be 3 parties to this fight. Looks like Nova are more worried about Remember's position, and the smokes start to line up. The spread out from Inco. Kind of crunched in right now, and these smokes are going to play well for both of them. Paraboy sees the Wolves to bed. Finally playing for Team Edward.
Oh,
gonna get knocked.
That's
Really
terrible.
good opener from Squash on the back line. A nade over the top. Paraboy looking to play on the left flank of this smoke. Can he light them up when he needs to? Squash found and spotted. Evens the numbers back in the favor of Nova as they can put pressure on with this line that they have. They have the more central area. Vitali, 4 bullets in the magazine, needs to go for the reload, and Paraboy spotted, taken down. Jimmy and Order now, 2 players to go, but it is Order to even the odds yet again, and Becca spotted as well. A beautiful peek around the trunk of the tree, and Jimmy will still be in action for Nenebete. A star
Oh my
from
God!
Brazil, and he lines them up and shuts it down. Converts a seemingly impossible position. What a transfer.
You almost cannot see that one coming, but there is absolute skill and finesse in that final moment. Nova took the unreal spot towards that western side of the circle, able to get behind that rock and play from it, but they're sat in disarray towards the end of the game. Nenebete swings all the way around, plays off the back of that rock, and what a headshot coming through over towards Order side. It looked like he had it under control, ready to lay down the gavel in court, but Nenebete was that criminal that could not be caught.
He is just too slick with it. Wow, wow, wow. I did not even expect them to be able to take that one. I thought, oh, well, it's a 1v2. Nenebete, they know exactly where you are. It's going to be all curtains for you. You've got Order to deal with, but you know what? There's a reason that Inco are towards the top of the table.
It was a great swing around. I mean, Nenebete played that one out perfectly. Vitali, look, man, he did the work yesterday, and Nenebete kind of felt out in the cold, right? And this time around, Nenebete's like, look, this is the reason we got into PMGC in the first place, and that's me. So today, he really puts on a stunning performance towards the end there, and it's good news because honestly, seeing yesterday, the 3 other players all stepping up on form to get them to where they were, and arguably not having their strongest player on peak performance, and now seeing that, this is now truly a terrifying team.
Absolutely. This is what you love to see as well at the PMGC, right? I'm really, really happy that we've seen what we did in those final moments of the game, right?
Yep.
Because it's so good to see teams playing into the storylines that we've been talking about, really.
For sure, for sure. And I think that Inco, again, it's this weird meta that they're now setting is, which is a case of like, we're going to drop here, but it's not necessarily where we're going to loot from now. We're going to pick a better spot within the circle, being able to just weather things out. They're a very resilient team at the end of the day. Yeah. Yes, they don't have a lot of health towards the end there. They don't have a lot of meds, but they make do with what they can, and it's that first initial knock that is so important because they really do light things off massively towards the end. It's big fireworks they start to bring out in those final moments, and I don't think the Nova was ready for that, and by the time that they kind of repositioned, and I think Order was in full panic mode towards the end there, damage control, he was doing a great job at it, by the way. Unfortunately for him, it just wasn't enough versus that team.
And Jimmy's health bar being as low as it was towards the end there as well made it very, very tricky. I mean, let's not forget, in those final moments, Order also took a 1v2 and won it out against those Inco backline.
I mean, it's gorgeous stuff.
Oh,
it's not the team that I really thought 2 months ago would be here right at the top, man. But they are. Seven's laughing. He's happy about it. This is a team I can get behind.
But this is the question, right? You've talked about how Inco can start off a day very well and kind of taper off. We saw that they stayed consistent yesterday. Do you think they're going to be able to do it again today?
I don't think it was consistency yesterday, honestly. I think that it was a case of a couple of good games and then some decent games in the middle. And I think that's what we're going to see today. I expect there to be another big Inco game coming up, and then it might die down a little bit. That can't happen anymore. In the meantime, let's head back over to the desk, see what they have to say.
What an absolute massive turnaround coming in from Inco against Nova in these last seconds of the game. Guys, just give me your first impressions, because that was one hell of a game from start to finish.
Well, I think we have one thing to say about Inco.
They're
a gorgeous team.
Yeah,
it's pretty gorgeous, not gonna lie.
They really are. Starting off, maybe let's keep that Inco discussion for a second. GeekFam, that was something that impressed you a lot throughout that game, wasn't it?
Yeah, I enjoy how aggressive they were, and I enjoy that they took the fight to IHC. It ended up working out. It didn't end up working out for them in regards to a rotation, but just the aggressiveness that they were able to showcase, that's good to see, and now they just need to be able to find that switch. We always talk about it, Max. They need to be able to switch that on and switch that off and make sure they put themselves in great positions, because that was the downside there.
Yeah, because exactly. I was about to say, that was not a good position. Yeah. You're just pinched, you have a team in front of you, you're not in circle, you have 4am behind you, especially Svan. Not really the most comfortable position in any game to be in, right? But I do think that they looked a lot more aggressive. It looked a lot more in line with what we saw from GeekFam in the league stage. And once again, they had, what was it, a 61-point lead in the league stage in their group. Really, they just completely obliterated the competition at that stage. Didn't quite show up yesterday. It showed up in that first game. Sure didn't get himself as many placement points as they wanted, but it's a good way to kick off day 2.
Yeah, I enjoy it.
Going over. Not yet to Inco Gaming against Nova. Maybe about Nova itself, because I thought that was a really interesting start. They were playing it really passive, keeping Fort alive, almost until phase 7. Was that something you expected coming into today, that they maybe want to take the safer approach in the early game?
I would say if you're one of the few teams that were in the South, you had an easy game.
Okay.
I put a list. All the teams that were North, you had Stalwart, 4am, T2K, IHC, S2G, INF, Buriram. But these are all the teams North that had no space to work with. You had, what was it, 3-4 teams South? Chill game for them, not going to lie. And I think they had, what, 4 elims towards the end of that game before taking that final fight versus Inco. It's still a good Nova game, but I think they didn't really put them to the test as much as the teams North.
What I enjoyed about that game, though, from Nova is that, yeah, it might have been a chill game, but they put themselves in a position where they could actually push there towards the end. I mean, they were able to, if it wasn't for Nenebete clutching that at the end, that was absolutely wow. We'll get a chance to talk about that later. But overall, I mean, we were kind of expecting it, right? We were hoping it would happen. We both had Nova in our teams to watch, and this is the Nova on day 2. They had a chance to go back and see what they did wrong yesterday. I hope a lot of teams are ready, because Nova is about to show up in a big way.
Talking about showing up, one player that stood out specifically was Order. He had 3 frags before anyone else pretty much got a shot off. Talk to me about it. Order throughout the whole game, and then the last clutch situation as well. What's a player?
I mean, with games like that, like Order could very clearly be the back-to-back MVP of the Grand Finals of last year, could be making it happen here once again. Like, he had such a good angle. Really hard to take down. But the fact that Inco were able to actually turn that fight in their favor, it came down initially to that first nade. They created a little bit of a man advantage in their favor. The moment you put Order out of commission, that is your game to take. And once again, Nenebete, we didn't see him too much yesterday. It was Vitali. Now you have 2 top fraggers for the team. Inco, they're not going to slow down.
We didn't see him much, but hey, as long as it shows up today, that's all that matters. Inco Gaming there with 21 points. What I'm surprised, though, we're talking about yesterday being Brazil's day. Today might be China's day. You can see 2nd, 3rd, and 4th are all from the PEL. 4 Angry Men with 18 points, Nova with 16 points, and Wolf Esports. I mean, this is teams that we were talking about. They definitely have the potential. They're here for a reason. 4 Angry Men with 10 eliminations. They're continuing to show that they can definitely frag out, Max.
I'm super happy to see it happen, right? I was not going to lie. I mean, even though Brazil still got the chicken dinner, I was like, I hope we we'll see other regions and teams do well. I'm happy that that is in fact the case with this first game. Teams are heating up, teams are willing to make adaptations, but still at the bottom, you've got a few teams like, hopefully Alpha 7. No, I mean, I don't want you. It's just one game.
This is what I was talking about. This is why that was my team to watch, because I was wondering how they were going to be coming out, if they were going to be coming out hot, or if they were going to maintain that lead. And as you can see right there, they are not maintaining that lead. Now it's Inco Gaming, and they're actually creating a nice little cushion for themselves. And then you have 4 angry men.
They finished off yesterday so well, just stepping things up slowly and surely. And the fact that they're now in 3rd position without a single chicken dinner, all the teams above and below them have wins, and they're there without a single one, goes to show how their games from yesterday actually were towards the end of the day, how strong this performance was also from them. And I still have no idea how they survived that fight versus Stalwart. That's just...
Yes,
it should not be allowed.
Not only that, but afterwards, they almost got 1v4'd again at the Wizard Tower by T2K, I believe it was Sundash, actually, which was completely mind-boggling how he actually turned their situation around, almost, at least. So them sitting really comfortably. Looking at the second page of the overall rankings, GeekFam is leading that one.
Yeah, GeekFam getting himself, as you said already, 7 right, who did, to reiterate the point, looking hyper-aggressive in this first game. And right now, once again, these Grand Finals are very short tournaments. If you're in the middle of the rankings at this point, you still have a very big shot to rank up super high at the end of the event.
You're about to hate me. You know which team I'm going to be looking at specifically?
Don't do it. Don't say it. Don't say 7.
Godlike Star Wars, because,
you.
man, they had a chance to take on 4 angry men, as you were saying there, Felix, but they just didn't go for it. They were too passive. They were going to end up fighting them anyways. It wasn't because the circle was on them, Max. I just didn't like that play out of them.
Unfortunately, as much as I want to support Godlike Star Wars, it was a bad play. They had a strong compound. They had all the information in their world because they had the highest position in that entire circle. They have action on the rooftops, literally almost impossible to move him away from that position in nade range. And they're just like, let's just allow the entirety of 4AM to survive. The thing is, in a position like that, 2 teams cannot survive. Only 1 team can take full control of the North. That's why so many teams kept falling one after another. The moment you allow a team like 4AM in particular to survive and get back up as a 4-man team, you just can't aim for the chicken dinner because you're just going to keep fighting one another. At that point, you move in, you clear the team, and you take full control of what's up north.
I think they were relying too much on their throwables. We saw that molly, we saw the nades too, and they just weren't hitting, and I think they took too long to actually make that push.
Yeah, I felt like I was very, like, I got a little bit tilted.
Get into it.
I got it out there.
Talking about tilted, maybe a team that we haven't really talked about today at all, which is Vampire. And I saw them lose Shrebex really early on. And I feel like that's become kind of a pattern. When Shrebex is not there, I really feel that has a lot of impact.
I'm actually really happy you bring that up because I talked to Sir Tanny right before the broadcast started.
Did you?
And I asked, is there any changes that's going to be happening? What's going to be your approach? No changes in mind. They are doing nothing. He did say that they had a few issues with Circle that kept moving away from them. I understand that Circles can be a little bit of a frustrating part of the game, but unfortunately, you have to work with it, okay? You cannot always have that as like a quote-unquote excuse almost I want to go with. Like, Circles don't go in your favor, just rotate a little bit quicker. You need to change something. Unfortunately, as you said, because of that, they lose players pretty quickly because the circle just keeps moving away from them.
Quick, let me put you on the spot. How many games would you give them until they actually start making changes? Today.
I don't think they're going to make any. They said that they haven't made any.
No. But if it was you, if you were in their shoes, when would you start making changes?
Oh, I would have made changes already after day 1.
My boy.
Yeah, I would have already done them.
Well, looking at changes, maybe we're going to see some changes in the teams to watch from these two beautiful analysts. Maxman, you're going with, Wolves, a team that has just performed beautifully.
It was a nice fight versus DRS.
It really was.
Yeah, thank you very much for your approval. No, I think that Wolves know every once in a while we see some good fights, and I do want to support the team. We saw one really good game from them yesterday in particular. They're still like getting used. Like once again, yesterday that was their first day playing in like this kind of tournament outside of their home region. So I think that now they've adapted. They can get a little bit more used to this lobby. I think we can expect, hopefully, some good things in today and also, hopefully, tomorrow's matches.
Yeah, for them to be able to bounce back the way they have, I can see why you're picking them. And I'm actually picking Inco Gaming. And it's not just because they're gorgeous, okay? It's not just because they are a gorgeous team. It's because now they are in first place, right? Are they going to be able to do what Alpha 7 wasn't able to do in that first game? Are they going to be able to actually maintain that lead? We'll have to wait and see. And I'm picking for Angry Men and Noah because, I mean, it's looking like it might be a China day instead of a Brazil day.
Gorgeous gorgeous region.
Yes, it is. Talking about Nova maybe a little bit more specifically, I said that they kind of, it kind of felt like that to me. They were a little bit more passive at the start. Do you think we're going to see that throughout all the games today? That maybe want to stick as 4 and make sure they get into late game?
I have the impression that what we were seeing from Nova a lot yesterday, and I think we were in agreement on that 7, is that they struggled to get in circle a lot of the times, at least efficiently. This game, I mean, as we said, not really a lot of action happening south, and that's a good thing because they read the circle and the teams how they were going to rotate extremely well. Like, we're just going to find the easiest entry point and actually get ourselves in circle, because that's where Nova shine the most, is when they are in control of their position. When they're pushing, 50-50 chance they'll come out on top, but when they're controlling that position, it is so much harder to move them out of that spot. So if they have rotations like this throughout all of today, I could see that comeback happening right now.
And something with Nova, I mean, it comes down to, are they going to be losing some of their players early on in the match? We saw that happen yesterday, and it was definitely hindering them. And, I mean, going back to group stages, it was actually an issue that was happening with that team. They were able to readjust that. They were able to make sure, like you guys were saying, try to keep their whole 4 towards the end of the game, and that's when they started doing amazing things.
But inhibited. That's a bit tough, man.
You both picked 4 AM as well. I know that you were quite... yeah, you were liking them in the last game, especially because they were under so much pressure. Is there something that sticks out to you about 4M just in general? Because that is what it looks like to me. They perform really well under pressure in terms of fighting scenarios. They rarely ever really choke. You know that? You know it's a bad word, but they rarely choke in fights. Is what I feel like.
Yeah, we picked them because they're gorgeous. Too many times on that one, but I think the 4AM played that position north really well. They were third-partying fights in particular really efficiently. GeekFam, I mean, you brought them up as a team that was looking super aggressive. They were taking fight after fight after fight. When you're taking fights, that opens up opportunities for other teams around you, and that's what 4AM are so good at. They're super opportunistic as a team. They see an opportunity to go for a fight, create more space in their location. They're going to take that fight, and that's why I enjoyed this start of the game. Still, as we said, I do think Starwatch should have taken them down, but at least they took a good fight in the north while they still could.
I feel like if that T2K player wasn't there, it would have been a completely different story. That 4AM definitely got set back. I feel like they definitely would have rotated early on. They would have been scouting a lot more, and that T2K player was just throwing them off because they were getting naded by a guy like Star Wars. They were just so confused, but I'm pretty sure this match is going to be different.
Yeah, 100%. And one more team that you just touched on, which is called like Star Wars, and I feel like they're in a really weird spot now where it's just make or break.
I would say they're in a bad spot all that right now if you're looking at the rankings, but yeah, I don't really know where to put it. This does not feel like the stalwart that I used to see. I don't know if you're in agreement on that one, Seven, but really, like, the team just looking confident, willing to take these fights, like, no hesitation in their eyes when an opportunity arises in front of them, and right now it's just not happening too much right now, but look at that. I'm seeing some Paraboy signs in over there. So I can't say I can't quite. I was about to say I can't read, but I can read, but not the sign.
let me put on my glasses. Oh wait, it's gone. But what I was gonna say there with a guy like Star Wars, yeah.
There's an order sign as well. There's an order sign.
Order.
I love it. I gotta go down
that one with the glasses.
Give out some hugs.
What I was gonna say there for a guy like Star Wars is I'm kind of getting flashbacks of last PMGC. There was a team that was just kind of hyped up a lot. And it's just nothing happened, Max. I'm starting to get flashbacks. I don't want to say it, but it might happen again.
Seven, you continue like that, I'm going to demote you to 6, okay? Just you just keep on going that way, man.
At least 6.9.
Okay, nice. Okay, very cool.
Wow. Maybe coming back to a team that we have on camera right now, which is Alter Ego, the home ground team. They have so much support today. It is absolutely unreal. What are your expectations? Can they come out of that slump they have?
They're less.
Wait, bro, the thing is, with the amount of games you still have, 100%, they can still make it happen. They can still climb back up. The thing is, it's going to start looking scary at the end of today if they're still in that position. Hopefully that's not the case. There's still a lot of hope available. But seeing how dominant the teams at the top currently are, you can't just be consistent now. You need to get those big, explosive matches if you want to initiate that big comeback for Alter Ego.
I'm so glad you said that. I was about to call you out. I was about to say you were lying.
Sway, bro.
That they had a chance. But I agree with you. If they want to make a change, it has to happen now. Yeah, you are in your home country. Yeah, you are in the hometown. You have the fans behind you. But all of that is not going to matter if you are just not able to perform, if you're just not able to put up plays. I mean, we have seen, I think, maybe 2 plays that stand out to me in my head out of that team. After all the matches that after the 7 matches that we have played, that's just not going to be able to cut it. Not even going to be able to cut it for a top 10, and definitely not going to be able to cut it for a top 5. And I'm not even going to say top 1 because that's out of reach right now.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the thing is, it's very similar to other teams. Like, we lose some players pretty early. We want to try and avoid that. Like, when they take fights, they look really confident, but I feel like it's all they're just too passive or they're over-aggressive. Like, if we find that middle spot where they take fights that make sense, that would be the alter ego I want to see.
Talking about too aggressive, there was a situation yesterday that you were kind of disappointed in.
Don't even.
It's your choice to talk about it, but they were at somewhere near Volcano, and there was a team just above them, and they pushed out of the circle almost.
Yeah, the circle finished was near Yasnai Polyana Fields, like down to the southern western side, and they took a fight versus Nova, and that was like a perfect fight that makes sense. They were aggressive on a position that just was going to give them so much to them. Exactly, and they won it. The crowd went wild, as you would expect. Fantastic. That's a fight this strong. Then the team third parties their position, and the Blue Zone is pushing that team towards them, and yet they actively push out of their comfort zone for a fight that is going to come their way eventually. They don't have to chase it down, and they push it one by one. That is when they're taking a fight that's over-aggressive and doesn't really make too much sense. So just put a little bit more thought behind those fights, and I think that if they just waited, they could have got himself 3-4 more limbs, maybe also take themselves the game off that match.
Going from last to first. Now, we haven't really talked about Inco that much, Seven, but give me your expectation for this day in general. Is there a possibility they will be in first place after 12 matches being played? Still remaining there.
With Inco Gaming, I'm honestly not sure. If it was Alpha 7, I would say, yeah, I can see Alpha 7 definitely being there at the top. I feel like I'm just not convinced with the inconsistency that I saw out of Inco Gaming. I think Blank was able to point it out perfect for us, that it was, I mean, they had 2 great games at the start, and then in the middle, they kind of just disappear, and then at the end, they kind of showed up again. Inco Gaming cannot do that. That's not even a consistency that they want to have here if they want to be able to maintain that first place. And going from Inco Gaming and other teams that I personally want to talk about is going to be Fireflux Esports and S2G. This was a team that we're kind of wondering what are they going to be able to do here, right? With the announcement of PMGC 2023 Grand Finals going to be in Turkey. I want to see more out of these teams right now. I mean, they started off the day with, what, a 15th place finish for S2G with only 1 ranking point? That's not going to be able to cut it. And then you got Fireflux only being able to get 2 points.
Hey, okay, it's China Day today, Turkey Day tomorrow. No, it's a region step up time at a time, okay?
Okay.
I'm still scared of the castles over there.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me put that into context. The reason why Max is saying that is because the Turkey casters are right next to us.
I'm scared of a death stare right now, okay? It's going to be coming my way eventually, but they could pop up, but we mentioned it. We had some clear critics about the criticism for these 2 teams. Fireflux, they get 1 big pop-off, and that's a lot of their points. Then they kind of like fizzle out for the following matches. And then you have S2G, or you get eliminations, or you get placement points. We need to find that middle ground. Those are the 2 things we need to see from these 2 teams, and as of right now, we haven't really seen it.
Something that a lot of this team, especially the ones that are currently, I'm going to say, between 3rd and 5th, right? We saw Inco Gaming getting away yesterday with being in 2nd place because the teams that were actually trying to catch up to them just weren't performing. I feel like today, those teams that are actually trying to catch up to 2nd place and 1st place will be performing, especially with what we just saw, and especially the jump up that we just saw out of 4 Angry Men. They need to find a consistency. They cannot have this off and on games. They cannot be having those pop-up performances like you're saying. I'm talking about S2G, and then just completely disappearing.
Yeah, I have the impression every time we go back to these Grand Finals, there's one word that keeps coming back, and it's consistency.
Yep.
It's the name of the game.
It will always be.
It will always be. And even if you get those big pop-off games and then bad games, you need to be consistent in how you get those pop-off games too. So there's no, like, secret sauce, okay? You need to just get yourself those big games or just consistency, and that is how you're going to reach the way to the top.
100%. A team maybe that's still in the middle of the pack, IHC. We saw them last game being very aggressive early on, capitalizing on a mistake from T2K, but then they fell off again. What's your thought process behind IHC and maybe their performance today? Do you think they're going to be coming back strong?
I mean, hopefully. Once again, that fight with Ziol yesterday when he took himself that 1v1 was looking really good. They were looking confident with their approach. I think it was Wolves in that 6th match when they were approaching Inco Gaming also. Like, they were a team that was seeming to be aggressive because they knew how valuable that position actually was. Yeah, I do think, though, that fight they did mention on this previous game that just happened, I think they were just seemingly not prepared that well for that fight at the time, so I'm not really going to put too much thought into it. But yeah, IHG, I think that they have clear potential to get themselves some good games, and I would like to see if Mongolia as a region also can have some big step-ups.
Yeah, I'm with you, and I mean, with what we were talking about earlier at the beginning of the day was that IHG at least got a win already, right? They're going to have a little bit of that confidence boost that they were able to kind of do that. Get that out of the way, in a way. Check market. Okay, we got to win. Now we can focus on other stuff and try to be a lot more consistent with IHC. I think right now with what they're doing, I don't see them being in the top 10.
We will see about that one. Let's do a quick recap of what's been happening so far. or not? Maybe we're staying right here.
With a recap.
It's coming right now. Ooh, oh, that is just a lovely graphic.
Oh, this is nice.
Oh, so we can see.
By the way, something I did want to point out yesterday, nobody keeps challenging Wolves in Pochinki, and I feel like at some point that we're going to be able to take advantage of that, and I think it's finally starting to show that they are going to be able to take advantage of just being able to move wherever they want, whether it's north, whether it's south, whether it's east or west, and I think that's definitely helped them out in a big, big way.
Yeah, I do also really like the rotation we saw from Nova, Gatka. Of course, you're not going to have a lot of teams up in the northern side of the map, so they tend to be on these eastern circles to always go for the instant rotation northern side of the river, because you have like maybe 2-3 teams, so the chances of you clashing in another team at that stage is very, very slim. It's been working out good for them so far, and then instantly as we see a lot of these teams trying to just center up, because we know this terrain here, Seven. You don't have an insane amount of good position, and then you have this shift, and you're just like, oh my god, this is horrible.
Yeah.
North is going to be hell.
By the way, look at the 2-2 splits there from Nova.
Yes, they always do it.
They do, and we saw that yesterday, especially in Miramar too, and it worked out. It kind of worked out perfect for them for that circle. And right here, I mean, it ended up working out perfect for them, as well as they were able to kind of just figure out where they were going to be going. And I feel like this is what Nova bread and butter is, being able to utilize those 2-2 splits that they end up doing, putting themselves in a great situation, and then at the right moment actually getting together and putting themselves in an even better situation.
Exactly, because that's what these 2-2 splits enables Nova to do. It keeps your options open, and boom, the circle pops off, and they saw this like, okay, we're going to regroup on the 2 players further south, go for the wide rotate, and as we said, avoid all of the madness up north. That is what enabled them to make it so far in the game, until once again, nitty bit it, but it's still far enough and a really strong game.
See, and this is what I'm saying for Angry Man. It would have been a completely different story if that T2K player didn't show up. All right, yeah, they have to rotate, but I mean, if they would have been able to just kind of push back on Godlike Star Wars, which if they didn't have T2K player just laying down, being a little snaky snake, that would have ended up happening. And I think they would have ended up in a much, much better performance.
How often are you going to bring back the Star Wars fight?
I'm just going to keep doing it.
Until keep it on my head, aren't you?
Yeah, until they start performing.
Yeah, not too cool. But at the end of the day, 2-2 split from Nova worked pretty good. Didn't really capitalize on it too much yesterday, but they keep doing it, and I feel like the execution on that split in particular this game enabled them to make it in the late game. Just like, it was a breeze for them to make it.
100%. And with that being said, you can hear the crowd getting hyped up because we are going into match number 2. John, Alan, and Blank, take it away.
That's right, we're ready for Miramar. So are the crowd, so is everybody involved. The players have loaded into the lobby, and they're getting ready for the desert.
Absolutely, I think the desert is a very scary place. Big map, Alpha 7 usually was quite good at this one, influenced Kemin. Kind of took up that mantle over in Americas, though, for quite some time. This is going to be a little bit more of a difficult match. I think that with some of these other teams starting to build up momentum now, build up some actual good games, some good consistency, we might see a very different Miramar to start off our day here. Excited to get into it, though. Some of our players already down there in the booths, repping Brazil, which is good to see. Honestly, some of these teams, I think they've done very, very well, considering the circumstances, considering where they've come during this year. There's some great storylines. I think Inco, almost out of nowhere, a team that a lot of people didn't expect to do this well, have really proven a lot of people wrong, which is great to see. Love to see all the fans here as well in the crowd, trying their best. Come on now, you got to practice that type of stuff.
Oh my God, some of the talent, some of the Indonesian talent had those backstage, those ball toys. I'm really bad at it.
I'm great at it.
No,
I was doing it in secret.
Don't lie to me.
Yeah, I did a full like 20 run.
I can't believe you.
Yeah, I was like spinning in a circle. I was so good at it that it wasn't allowed to go on
You don't
video.
even know what a circle is.
Well, begs to differ. I've seen a lot of circles in my time, specifically in PUBG Mobile. Also here on Miramar as we head into match 2. Getting started right now, right here. Circle, not here yet, but I can identify one when I see one. However, the playing path is on our screens. Over from Minas del Sur all the way up towards just the right side of La Cobreria. So a lot of this area over towards the eastern side, a little bit more inaccessible. Over towards the western side, it is quite rocky, a little bit more difficult to navigate over. So it's going to be a bit of a weird start for a lot of these teams. It's going to be a case of dropping down, getting some vehicles. But I expect that we might see some scuffles when it comes to teams dropping on one another.
Certainly some scuffle potential on the cards here. Match number 8 of the 18 set. We are, of course, coming up to that halfway mark. We'll be reaching that after the next game that we play. But for now, in the desert, IHC dropping down right on top of Monte Nuevo. And no one really looking to challenge them out here just yet. South side, fairly solidly occupied, but no real hot drops. Actually, maybe Buradam, with their easternmost player, might crash into DRS if DRS don't go too much further on those parachutes. But it looks like they are just going to disengage from one another. Don't want to get locked into it too early. Foreign on the Valle de Mar split. And Blank, you think you know circles? Name 3.
This one, right here.
Yeah, that's right.
I have a ring on. That is also a circle.
Oh.
That
Labendita crater, very
sight
good.
right there, that is a circle.
You are getting very good at this.
Thank you.
Pick feet. Not quite able to land the winning shots over to T2K Legend.
However,
fortunately,
you pull out the weapon that isn't necessarily meant for this type of range and you hit a few shots. Legend currently just zigzagging this one out of there. Circle though, up towards our eastern side. Inco, of course, gravitating towards the center of it as per usual. Quite good at this one. We have Nova doing excellently well after that last game, down towards the south of Minas Generalis. 4 AM also very much far out the way. Very similar to our last game, so we can kind of expect them to move a little bit early. Look at that, taking down that player from T2K. It gets done and dusted. The Wolves finally starting to howl here a little bit in the PMGC.
Getting a little bit of strength from that last game, a late survival for the solo that remained. 3rd place for Angry Men as well. Doing quite a lot. Getting a lot of eliminations in that previous game. We saw only Inco get ahead of the 3 Chinese teams. And they were the ones to take the chicken dinner home. So, strong performance really from these squads. 4 Angry Men looking to try and capitalize on that, to try and convert on that, gain a little bit of momentum. Northern side, Alpha 7 will have to push in through GeekFam if they want to get central. Inco, typically, as they always are, already very close to that central area.
Influence came in. Team that I mentioned, we're doing a lot of work here on Miramar during America's PMPLs. See what they have to offer here today. Obviously, down in 4th place now, 57 points. Very good capability, though, to jump up a little bit, maybe even take 2nd place this game if Alpha 7 aren't able to find their footing, because right now they are slipping just a little bit. They've got the slippery soles on when they really should have come equipped with crampons. Get those spikes dug into the side of these rocky hills. Fortunately, on the northern side at the moment, would like to move further down, past Tierra Bronca, maybe El Zahar. Only Federals in this location, providing scouting for Influence Kevin. Perhaps in a position to get some loot on board, which would be fantastic for them.
As it will for everyone. No other big early occurrences going on right now. It's interesting that DRS went all the way out to Puerto Paraíso. They dropped near Los Higos on the northern shore, split north and south on those islands. And I guess they just picked up those vehicles. Once the circle had popped, they decided that they're going to be moving up past Impala, which is currently empty, for DRS's progression northwards. And they can swing in from the east side near Minas Generalis.
When we look at this tournament as a whole so far, we've had some very interesting ups and downs from teams, and also just looking at the leaderboards in general. You know, 11th place IHC 49 points. You're looking all the way up towards 4 AM at 61. It's a 12-point difference right now between 3rd and 11th, which is really not a lot whatsoever. That's one semi-decent game, to be honest. That's all you need. That's all you want. That'll see you happy going up towards the top of the tables. I think 4 AM right now, they have extended that lead a little bit, but this game has to be another decent one. What they really want is that buffer that currently Inco and perhaps A7 currently still hold on to. If A7 goes down once again early with no points, it's going to be a case of A7 no longer being up towards that top side, because I do think there's going to be a fair few teams rivaling that point scoring of 78 after this game. So for A7, a lot of that saving grace is now gone.
More than that, Inco now 12 points ahead. At the top of the tables, a clean 90. Will they be the first team to break 100, or is someone else just going to blast out from those 2nd to 5th positions, or 2nd to 7th positions, essentially, with the three-way tiebreaker going on there? The Wolves managing to meet the match with the Nepalese teams. Able to keep that one even, but it is still very, very tightly packed on pretty much the entirety of the tables, barring Vampire and Alter Ego.
A lot of teams really stamped their mark during this PMGC, and right now it seems the best time to do it, with Nova currently in 10th place, 52 points. This has never been so clear a path to success for a lot of these teams right now. Nova has dominated the scene for such a long time. The three-peat would have been absolutely glorious, but it does get further and further away every single game we pass. I think for Nova, though, that last game versus Inco, really not ideal for them. Will dampen the confidence just a little bit.
Potentially. It certainly does have that possibility, but either way, they did manage to get into 2nd place, and it was a phenomenal spray transfer from Nenebete of Inco to be able to take them down. So in a lot of senses, sure, the actual result itself in terms of the numbers wasn't super bolstering, but I think that they can take a lot from that game in terms of confidence moving forwards. They weren't always in the best spot. They did have to move around and avoid fights where they didn't want to take them, and take them in the right fashion when they did, and I feel like they constantly made correct decisions during that last game.
Absolutely. I think that where they came from, there was a real chance to actually take down the boys from Inco as well, but they're very good at hunkering down, getting themselves into a position where it was safe. A lot of engagements. This time around, it does feel like this lobby is starting to realize Inco's strategy, Inco's technique. We have a massive clump towards the center now, because this is what tends to happen, is that with these circles, with these teams, you get just a slow constrict of teams towards that center side. Then edge becomes a lot more valuable. You'll see the teams start to spread out a bit more. And Inco has been really capitalizing off a lot of these teams playing edge for quite some time, in which case the center of the circle becomes very valuable because it's so free to get into. I think Inco might struggle because of this. Again, they have so much experience playing center, they might just be able to outplay a lot of these teams. But with this, it's no longer free whatsoever. Inco's got to be a little bit worried with the pathing that they take in towards this circle, but it's certainly not going to be an easy central position for them this time around.
I was just keeping an eye on DRS and Buradam on the southeast coast. DRS fairly slow to rotate up from Puerto Paraíso up to Impala, and it's allowed Buradam to actually catch up with them. Now a little bit of conflict potentially on the southeast coast as My Name P looking to peek on over towards Rules, both of whom are in the blue zone now. Spotted. Rules takes a little lick of damage there, and that's going to slow things down, make it all the harder. My Name P can't really afford to take too much himself, but Killer dispatched early into the buggy, trying to flee the scene, but Rules under pressure still by My Name P on the ridgeline, can't quite connect the shots. The bullets are not there in the magazine, and Rules can careen down the hillside, get some healing done, and get the res on.
That could have been an easy one too there for My Name P. It's funny because that shot over towards Killer was the really difficult one. The player just sending away in the buggy should have been pretty simple. Even Stevens, fortunately, pressure gets the player, and My Name P is not able to finish this one out. Sends up towards that top side. Fortunately, in the meantime, he is taking massive amounts of damage.
And remember, this is in the blue zone, so you will need to stop and heal. Killer re-knocked there, and actually they're not even going to go for the... Oh, no, he is. Rules is going to stick by his teammate on this front. Try and get Killer back to feet. Couple of frags going the way of DRS. Wolves have picked up one. S2G have picked up two. That'll be against Stalwart. Inco have lost a player as well.
This is always the issue for A7. Is that Influence Kevin take very similar rotational pass. I think they do it a bit sooner, a bit more slick. For A7 now they have to figure out a different approach inwards. They could just go for the blasting charge play, try and set that one up outside the doors of Influence Kevin and just breach inwards. Not be a bad idea. Fortunately, it's one of those fights that is not easy. Influence Kevin and A7 both widely known for their team fight capability. very strong fraggers on board for both these teams. Inco, like I said, losing a player. Again, this is what I thought would be a big issue. A lot of these teams are realizing that Inco is getting away with playing center far too often. So now everyone sends center early on, keeps it chill, keeps it easy. Nova's figured this out too. Now Inco's been shunted out on that northern edge. They're going to have to move a little bit further. This is where come into conflict. Again, though, I feel like Miramar never was their strongest map in the first place. Usually Erangel is where they shine. Most of their best rotations are there too. If you can get those blast out performances on those maps, yes, they might not be consistent, but it might just be enough to see them through. It does leave them open, though, to the chase. Specifically at the end of that day 3 tomorrow, we will conclude everything. If you were sat at a point for Inco where you go down, you've had your blast out games, you're sat ahead, you don't want to be in that position where you're getting no points anymore, because that really does open the gates up for the chase.
Oh, 4 Angry Men taking a knock from Cal C, and that's a very swift flush coming through as well. S2G managed to pick up a 3rd elimination so far in the game with 58 players remaining. They haven't really had too much of a challenge to deal with, and this is great news for S2G's position in this next circle, with 4 Angry Men ahead of them and most likely in a location that they'll want to stretch out to.
Yeah, getting that initial knock and flush can make it so much easier. I love the positions they're playing as well. 2 forward in the buildings, providing that high ground control, as well as even more high ground control in the back, watching for these rotations over on the western side. It's really well done. S2G's got this one on lock on the western side. A7, currently in coal mine. Pick up some shots over towards Buddadam, while careening on past.
Buddadam having been locked in with DRS for a little bit of time, trying to escape the cage, but Wolves should spot them. My name P gets some airtime, both on our screens and in the into the vehicle in the Murado. Has to run on the rims here now near the church and through the graveyard. We'll have to pray that they don't take too many shots here, but Beautiful is on the roof. Mine AP able to hop out and go on the inside there. Pick Feet burns the vehicle but allows the player into the compound.
Mine AP suddenly solo player in the midst of the Wolves here. Looking to bite back versus these guys. Only 2 players for Buddadam. 1 nade. Be all it takes, and he's completely going for the bank on the outside. Molotov, though, that's curtains.
Oh, I thought he might have been able to get a knock in response there, but the Wolves will hold it down. Fireflux in the meantime, however, could have been lighting up Pick Feet on the hold. Maybe even stealing this point away. Manages to back off behind the ridgeline. Goes for a second peek there on a sliver of HP. Ketch lines it up as well. And Fireflux, they want to snap up a couple of those points, but the Wolves managed to get that point into their wallet. 6th place now held by them. IHC moving around on the northern side, near Hacienda del Patron, on those hills to the south side of it. They've got Stalwart to deal with further south of them.
Yeah, some real cheeky stuff there coming through from Fireflux, trying to pick up those eliminations, even in what I was heard a pretty terrible spot to be in on that amount of HP. Inco just meandering around on that northwest edge, 4 AM. Do we have Kengzo to maybe worry about just a little bit? And S2G currently grouping up right on the edge of the circle now. And this is where what you were talking about earlier, John, might come into play, is thinking about moving over towards 4AM's position. You can imagine they're ready and waiting with the nades, though. Any kind of push coming through from S2G is going to have to be quickly dealt with. A lot of times when you're sending those grenades out as well, it has to be perfectly timed, because if you pull the pin and not for long enough, and S2G's already at your doorstep, those nades are going to be all for naught and probably going to cause more chaos than benefit in those types of situations.
IHC 2 players forwards, Godless and Alex at the back. We saw them playing off each other very well. An engagement we saw from them last game, but this time around they will be the backstop, not the forward vanguard. Alter Ego on the northeast side yet to make their turn southward into the next circle. Nova really with a massive position here, controlling a lot of the east side.
Really good spot for them. Apologies.
You were just so astonished.
I was, yeah. Another sound came out from the depths of my lungs, apparently. My alter ego. T2K, though, on that south side, trying to make their way in. I think so far Nova has dealt with them quite easily. You can see Jane's very low on HP. Vampire Esports move up. 4 players still remaining. No changes, as Max said. Again, 30 points. Still a big game. Would set them up with a lot of the rest of the teams. This is a very even lobby at the moment. I don't think anyone's really playing that badly whatsoever. Darius chilling on that eastern side. The east is what they own. They keep it. Locked down. Nova, though, at the moment have a really strong spot. Towards that center side, Paraboy can play over the top of these ridges. Over towards the west. The compounds are very, very prominent here. One of the only compounds. I think the difficulty with this one, though, is it's very accessible to many different teams. So when it gets to a point where this is really the only place left to go, you're going to see a lot of teams trying to occupy this space. And Nova will have to regroup, recoalesce into one spot, and try and focus on one point of attention. Paraboy is just moving backwards and forwards now, trying to gather as much information as possible, prepared for any kind of push from a team.
No one really going to be pushing them from that northern side, though. There's a little bit too much open ground for them to try and cover, unless Alter Ego just try a full send straight through the middle of the circle. It's the southwest I think they should be most worried about, with the Wolves and Fireflux both taking occupation up there. The southeast side probably going to be able to hold itself out for one more circle, so until that gets pushed in, should be quite safe.
IHC looking for them to do a little bit more, honestly. Probably one of the teams we've seen with the most clutch plays. I talked about the nades have to be timed perfectly for 4 AM, but it looks like S2G have their number now.
Silas wants to put another one, another cat amongst the pigeons. Kelsey has taken a knock in the meantime, but they will be able to res this as Silas continues the bombardment. A re-knock, and 2 players now down. There's a Molotov to follow it up, and Silas is going to roll on forwards. There is a player to deal with. It's Good Xiao. He's already taken a lick of damage, and a nade over the top of the rock is not going to find the damage, and Silas has the challenge. An excellent shutdown, and Silas ruins the day for 4 angry men.
Beautiful nade over the top there. The arc is strong. Aims it perfectly. S2G realized they had to punch a hole through into this circle, and that was the excellent time to do it. Fantastic stuff there. S2G, that gives them a good chance. Unfortunately, with Kelsey going down in the back, took them a little bit longer to respond than they would have liked. Luckily, Silas is just very, very strong with it there.
Paraboy on the northwest point of the Nova hold did manage to find a player from Inco, but GeekFam all the way on the north took a long shot with an SLR over towards Paraboy. That's going to force Jimmy to reposition to get that res, and Inco might not be able to capitalize. They probably think he's still going. Wouldn't have heard those gunshots from all that way away.
Yeah, for Inco, they moved up towards that position that Paraboy was holding, and rightly so. I think that's one of the easiest points of ingress towards this side of the compound. Try and take that ridge side. Paraboy locks it down. Fortunately, that delay there has caused some issues. Wolves lose, remember, to Fireflux. Pick feet, though, still looking over the top. Nays going backwards and forwards. Doesn't do very much. Sorkai sends ones back of his own. Equally as inefficient.
Ketch launching ordnance, providing cover. The Wolves will have to move parallel to them. IHC crashing into GeekFam. Alex down first. Snipes able to get the flush almost instantly, leaving the numbers at 2 on the inside. IHC with 3 pushing through the building now. Godless trying to hold on these corners. Yol onto the upstairs, and GeekFam don't want to take this disadvantage fight. They're going to regroup, reposition, and fight 4 versus 3, but Micah falls down to Demo as he sneaks away back into the building. The high ground occupied as well, as Yol has a nade to cook. They are launching that ordnance out as Yuhai flanks around the side for GeekFam. Godless falls, and IHC are down to 2 active. Yuhai around the door frame, looks for more damage and he'll find it, but Demo's still active. Ziol for the 1-2 punch, but he's cutting both of them down. Yuhai finally curtailed, and there is only 1 player now left standing as IHC were able to deal with the backlines. In the meantime, there is a rock-up coming through as well from Godlike Stalwart. The desk said they wanted to see more from them, and this could be a whole host of points if they can move in at the right time. Damn rude for GeekFam. 1 or 2 players alive. Ziol isolated to the upstairs, and now Godlike Stalwart put a break on the fight.
Crazy moments here coming from IHC to hold this one off, but GeekFam able to re-stabilize here. Yuhai gets back up to speed. A huge amount of damage done by him, but Stalwart starting to send grenades through. 3 players for them.
Would be an excellent pickup if they're able to take down all 4 of GeekFam, but they are not willing to go for the full engagement here. If they'd have known the true numbers of the fight, they might have actually just gone for that push, but it's so difficult to know which way it's going. Nobody quite knows, unfortunately. Fireflux were down in the meantime on that south side. GeekFam and Stalwart still standoff now as we hop on over to S2G. This is southwest side of the circle. Wolves further out than S2G. T2K as well at their eastern side. S2G have that way up on the cliff face. See Razy looking to try and just launch on over those rocks. Scrambling up the scramble.
Indeed. A lot of these teams it is eggs and bakey, wakey, because this is where things are going to start to get a little bit harder. Halfway point on that next match. Vampire Esports move up. 43 players left, 13 teams still going. Vampire Esports might have just found themselves a position. This is what I was talking about earlier with Nova having to recoalesce. They take the strong building for themselves, hoping to hold out from there. And this could be another big game for Nova going forward. Influence came in also, but it's DRS taking it down for 7.
Carrillo, Mafioso.
Oh, just like that.
Both pulled down, reduced to mortals. This time around, Godlike Stalwart getting rolled down by GeekFam, who have been able to hold out against 2 crashes in the same location. They've lost Yuhai for their troubles, but they have managed to pick up a lot of points now, Blank, on that elimination count. 6 eliminations for GeekFam. They are on the warpath. 3 players active for Inco. They lost a player earlier on. Now they're fighting around the sides with S2G. 4 players active for them. But Inco are on the inside track on the circle. Alter Ego crash across to the shack.
I think S2G, with the performance they've had so far, Inco's going to be a little bit worried, but GeekFam's not done yet. Still taking shots towards Inco's side. Snipes has to hit the deck, continue to move it around. Doesn't even know where he's being shot from, and now Damrude, last remaining member for the team. And it's Alter Ego, in fact, in a pretty decent position, all huddled up in the shack.
Squash could be really, really brutal here, but Razy spotted around the side, and the Wolves are the other side of this hydraulic press that is crushing S2G. Squash spotted on the ridgeline, takes Memory down. 2 players for S2G caught in the hard place there. As Inco fall back, they want to keep 3 alive. That's all they've got to play with.
Really smart play there from Squash as well, because he wants to absorb those points coming through from S2G. Unfortunately, it may have just given them time to get these players back on their feet. They will unfortunately lose Calci in the process. Silas, a really good game so far. Silas will use his last grenade to hopefully confirm its elimination over towards Memory. Doesn't do quite enough damage, but should bleed out fairly shortly regardless. Inco playing around this edge, just give them a massive amount of cover. I said earlier, it's probably one of the best places to crash onto this position. Fortunately, still taking damage. I think that might be either from Damrude or Alter Ego.
Of course, the knock coming through from Squash means that Memory's point goes over to Inco. 9 eliminations for S2G right now, as Damrude looks to line up more shots with the SLR over on towards Alter Ego. That is a lot of damage that can pour through those open doors. Unfortunately, he's a little bit broadside to Inco's position, to S2G. Nova, if they move a little bit further in, not that they have to with the circle as it is. As it sits, they won't have to move too far at all.
GeekFam off the huge chance here in the PMGC. With Yuhai still on loan as well. You wonder if this might be one of the last chances for GeekFam, PMGC, to put up a big performance or even look for the grand final title. With Micah back on board as well, they've created a fantastic squad with the help of Yuhai. Just wondering who will fill those boots for him. But right now they've got to take what they can get.
Wolves, they'd survived late into the game for the first match, but the second one, they will take a tumble a little bit earlier than they would have liked. 4 eliminations, though. Not a disaster, but not what they needed to try and pick the pieces up. S2G have an answer to Inco. And that is really, really fast there. 12 eliminations on the game now already as the Geek fam going to add that one up to 13. Unlucky for some, but S2G will absolutely be glad of those points. Hamzy, sure, has been knocked, but that's rezzed very, very swiftly by Ray Z. In the meantime, Influence Kemen going to take the mad dash across the road, get past that crate and up to the hillside. Vampire on the broad of it. This killer still from DRS as the last player standing. Could prove to be troublesome.
S2G, Silas currently looking like a trash compactor at the moment because he is crushing it right now during this match. Hamzy G assisting with some great shots coming through for the Mini 14 and the Scar as well. A great supportive kit for him. Get the current damage as well. Look at that. Really nice evens on the damage score. Vampire Esports just barely living in the moment. Holding on for dear life. Basically on life support at this point in time. Sucking down the oxygen.
It's not going super well. There's nades from Lil Boy. Stoned has one of his own. Did manage to get the heal off, and the stims are going to start to tick up now. So the longer they're in this, the better chance they have. 15 eliminations now for S2G. And there's nades. Hang on a minute. Is this Alter Egos coming through? Pombit burns them down. 3 players from Influence Kemen. They've taken a knee, and nades over are brutal. Alter Egos versus Influence Kemen, and it's going their way. Nova are also chiming into this as nades tipple over the top, picking up a couple of those points. 1 player remains, and it's Pombit for Alter Ego into the vehicle. 2 points for them. Nova picking up the share of it, though, with 3.
And up to 6 teams remaining. Pombit, that last golden survivor for the team many, many times now. But again, the massive eyes are on over towards S2G with that 15 eliminations. Everyone's staring at that. You're going to be worried about as well, 53 points at the start of this game with 15 on the top of it. You're looking at a big points total, 68 after that, not including points rankings either. So this could be a really, really good game for S2G to see them towards that top side. And we were waiting for that standout performance coming through from Turkey, that region that has just given and given and given this year.
Order from the top of the roof. Nova have been so brutal for so long here in this position, but they are now with their backs to the circle and will most likely have to move towards S2G. Lil Boy from Influence Kemen had his team taken away, but will still truck on. T2K getting picked apart now as S2G rack up 16. They started this game blank, 37 points behind the leader of Inco, with 1 elimination coming through from Inco as well. They are going to have one hell of a game, but this is how you do it. S2G with this match have got the potential to take over the top of the table.
Last zone now. Everyone's thinking about this one. Nova, 2nd game in a row, they find themselves in a fantastic position. Just taking up that approach that Inco showed us before, but doing it in a way that looks so aggressive. Frozen just stands over the top. There goes T2K. Alter Ego ladder up to 4th place. And potential to go further. And S2G now start their assault over towards Nova, down the hill. First nade goes through, does not get anything done. Ray Z takes a bit of damage. Frozen, Order, both going up at the same time, trying to play off the back of one another. But Pombit, look at this, could play spoiler.
Buoyed by the crowd, the power of the fans, keeping him alive right now. Nova looking to try and crunch that one out of him. But they are being so cautious here, Blank. 5 eliminations on the game right now. And S2G just suppressing that ridgeline. Little Boy from Influence Kemen is still here and he still wants to play. Order falls first. Jimmy pushes up to the rock and will handle business. But this is an opportunity for S2G. Unfortunately, that door is shut. 1 player falls, the 2nd soon to follow. Silas is the last to be put under pressure, put to the test. And with that, Nova take it down. From the central position, they held strong. And that is the way that they come back into it. They come back swinging.
An insane game there from Nova. I mean that they played all the cards correctly. They're in the right order with the right suit. I don't think that could have gone better for them. They picked a great position. Paraboy played a very, very busy game. Up towards that top side, back down again. He was scouting, never idle throughout this entire thing. It was a very, very well done match. But S2G, we have to congratulate them. I think everything went topsy-turvy towards the end, though, with shots coming from behind from Alter Ego, with Lil Boy getting in on the mix. I think S2G was completely confused towards those last moments. Regardless, they had gone through the ringer to get to that point. Unfortunately, Nova was just a little bit too hard of a challenge to tackle.
Just that little bit, unfortunately for them. With a couple more nades, they might have been able to do a little bit more. If Ponbit had gone down earlier, they might have been able to move around the side a little bit more effectively. But they played it with 3 for so long, and they got so much done for S2G.
Absolutely they did. I think for S2G, they have to completely congratulate your boy, Silas. On the other hand of things, Alter Ego, what a way for it. I mean, I mentioned it earlier on, saying that Ponbit, this guy is the golden survivor of the team, and he's certainly got a lot done there for himself. Got very, very far into the game and lived that one out. It was not an easy lobby to live that one out in either, particularly being right at the bottom of the hill. Pretty much where you get caught out almost 100% of the time. So the fact that he made it that far, fantastic stuff.
I didn't quite catch, actually, if S2G went down 2nd or 3rd. I think it was 2nd.
Yeah.
But Ponbit surviving till at least 3rd is a really, really great result.
Absolutely. I think anyone here who's an Alter Ego fan is going to be really happy with that one.
So you mean everyone here?
Everyone here. I mean, 10 points overall. You know what I will say about the audience and the fans here? It is very refreshing to get an audience that is cheering practically everyone on. I mean, even when S2G is doing really well, making some big plays, there's real appreciation from the crowd for those big plays. It makes me happy. It gets me hyped, and I'm hoping that if you guys can hear it in the back, you're getting hype at home too.
I'm sure they can. I don't think you could miss it, to be honest, Blank.
Absolutely.
And it's also refreshing to have a crowd that has rhythm.
Oh, yeah. They really do.
They've been keeping those drums going, and I'm sure we'll hear them for many more matches to come, Blank. Nova, to be fair, in that circle, it was their game to lose, right? The one test that they had was to push out of that compound, and it was against diminished forces from S2G, from everybody else that surrounded them. Nova were able to take care of business and handle it for a chicken dinner.
Thank you so much, John Allen and Black, and welcome back to the desk. My goodness, is that one hell of a storyline we have back in our hands. S2G taking home a win in at least points-wise, a win in a incredibly convincing fashion. But in the end, it was actually Nova that got the chicken dinner. Tell me about it, Max.
I think it's fair to say, Seven, this is the Nova we wanted to see. This is them. They're turning up the heat right now on this 2nd day of play for the Grand Finals. And I don't think they're going to slow down. They're going to keep the heat going even higher and higher and about to melt the entire arena here.
We've been teasing it. We were talking about it yesterday at the end of the day. We talked about it at the beginning of the day too. Nova on day 2 is an absolutely different animal. I mean, for them to be able to get 24 points, but as you guys mentioned, I mean, S2G, we gotta give them some credit. We've been talking about how, they are able to get elimination. Sometimes they're able to get placement points. This was the perfect marriage for both of them.
Silas, he just put on an absolute clinic this game. That nade onto 4 AM, he eliminated almost the entirety after that with his team of Wolves. If he cleared out Nova, they just cleared all of PEL pretty much. But
today before he goes to sleep, he's definitely going to be looking at that 1v3 versus 4 Angry Men. He's going to be like, oh,
a core memory has been created.
Something incredibly interesting about that game was as well, Kelsey, your star player, kind of star player in that team, he got taken out very early on, and they still managed to pull through almost the entirety of that game.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Silas just pretty much like clutched things out of
it was a
big portion of that game. It was a Silas show at the end of the day. But yeah, that's the cool thing, right? If you're still a team that, despite losing a player as valuable as Kelsey, as I say, like I do really like Kelsey, he's one of the top players in the European region. it goes to show how good all of the players currently are on that roster. Even when they're missing one great player, they can still perform and just pop the hell off. Currently with the most fragging, the most eliminations in a single match. That's what I was trying to say. Yes.
Before we head into a small break and afterwards, don't run anywhere. We will have time to discuss that match in detail. But before we go into the break, quick shout out to our sponsors, starting off with Sony and the Xperia 1 Mark IV, that way. And obviously the Xperia Stream that you can see right here, which were co-developed in collaboration with professional esports players. You can play PUBG Mobile with Xperia Stream's total cooling system and multiple ports for intense gaming and streaming. And also, we want to thank Prime Gaming. If you haven't checked out Prime Gaming yet, it is time to do so. You will get free games, not only games, but free in-game content also for PUBG Mobile. So make sure to sign up and check that one out. Also, we want to thank the PBESI, which is the local association in Indonesia in terms of esports, they're handling esports, and we want to thank them so much also for their support in terms of, you know, this tournament, this beautiful tournament that we have right here going on in Jakarta, Indonesia. And last but not least, you want to get your eyes peeled on the survey. You may have seen it already if you have been active in the chat. If you haven't, make sure to do so. You can check out the PMGC survey link on either in the chat, as I've said, or on all the social media platforms. So make sure to check that out. And the best thing about it is, if you do give us feedback and if you do answer that survey, you will get a chance to win some amazing prizes from our sponsors. So thank you all in advance for sharing your feedback via the PMGC viewer survey. And with that being said, we're heading into a small break, and we're going to do that as fast as we can because we want to get talking about that game. See you in a bit. What an absolute crazy performance coming in from S2G and obviously Nova as well. We will be taking a look at the overall rankings in just a second. But guys, that was one hell of a performance, not only from Silas, but also from Nova, and I want to talk about them in specifics. Their rotations and their playstyle, we talked about it in the first map as well. It did seem to change now in terms of, in comparison to yesterday.
I mean, the 2-2 split, no, they tended to do it quite a bit, and they actually had, and we talked about it at the start of that game, actually, Alex, they had a 2-1-1 split towards the side of Graveyard, and the moment they had that amount of position, that amount of terrain in their control, in that, I think it was phase 2 at the time, just like, okay, this game has the potential to be absolute gold for them, and in that case, 7, it truly was.
Yeah, and when it comes to Nova, I mean, if they put themselves in a great place, this is a team that definitely can take huge advantage of that with the fragging power that they have, not only from Aura, not only from Paraboy, but from everybody else too. But now of the overall ranking, S2G currently in second place now, taking over Alpha 7. I actually did not see that happening. And to one of the questions that you guys were asking me, do I think Inco Gaming was going to be first place? They're still being first place.
Yeah, and I want to say, there's one thing cannot take away from Paraboy. He is a man of his word. He is a man of his word. He said, oh, top 5. Oh, you know what? Maybe top 3. He is making it right back up the rankings. What a step up.
He told me top 5. I kind of gave him a look. I was like, are you sure? And he's like, you know what? Yeah, top 3.
Screw you, 7. We're going to make it 2 games. Yeah.
They might make it 3 games, to be honest, as we go to the second page here. DRS game, and this team we really haven't seen much. I mean, currently 60 points, and I kind of want to go down a little bit more. Wolf Esports, I feel like this team, they could definitely have a great performance like how Nova has been doing. They can definitely push themselves out to that first page.
Exactly, and of course, at the no, I take it back. Not of course. Alter Ego at the bottom. Having so far their best game so far, right? That was by far their best game. We did say during the match, dodgy rotations. Yeah, it was a little bit weird the way they rotated things. I think they could be improved upon heavily. I hope they can use this game as a good launching point in the future matches and get themselves in good positions. I got the scar for a reason. It means I believe right now, Felix. So I'm going to believe in the homeboys right now.
You believe in them, I believe in you. Match number 9 is going to be Sanhok. And that is especially interesting because the biggest game yet, points-wise, did come from a Sanhok game, and that was 8-7, and they do not seem to be performing at all today, 7.
Yeah, this was the big question mark for me for Alpha 7. Were they going to be able to maintain that first place? This is a team that tends to pop off, but if they start slow, it definitely hinders their performance. It definitely hinders their confidence that they're able to have for players. Now, for this match, though, I'm going to be looking at Influence Champion because they didn't perform that well yesterday when it came to Sanhok. They ended up, I think it was with a 14th place finish and only 2 eliminations. And that's why I currently have their amazing jacket on. Shout out to their CEO for actually giving me this one. I feel like this team, if they're trying to maintain themselves there within this top 5, if they're trying to maintain themselves within that race, they need to have a good performance here in this Sanhok.
I'm a bit annoyed at how tripped out you are every time, 7. Everything just fits him so well.
This is nice.
I was a little bit chilly. I was like, I'm going to support my homeboys while I'm at it. But I like it. It's cool.
I am jealous as well. You guys, do you have just a whole cupboard of merch is what I wanted to say.
I brought my cupboard here with me.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. I don't know how you guys made that happen with the flight channel, but either way, let's look at the teams to watch from both of these analysts, from Maxman and 7 Worlds Gaming. S2G, Nova, and Influence Cameron coming in from Maxman.
I picked Silas more specifically, though.
Not an SCG pick Silas.
No, I mean, because we had that question we brought on the pre-show for today, right, Alex? And me and 7 were in agreement on that one. We sometimes for SCG see just eliminations, no placement, or just placements, not eliminations. They got such a good even split of both eliminations and elimination and frag, same thing. Eliminations and placement points. I want to see that continue. I want to see that flow keep going for these next 4 matches of today. This is the SGG we want to see at their peak.
And I mean, SGG actually ended up in a 4th place finish yesterday in this Sanhok. Yeah. If they're able to maintain that momentum with the amount of eliminations that they just got, if Silas continues to pop off, which I mean, I know you're hoping he does, I can see them making even a bigger push there towards the top. Now, you're going to see a pattern here. You saw Fireflux, Godlike Stalwart. What? And then Influence Champion. These are teams that I feel like they need to react, especially with the teams that are towards the bottom. But with Influence Champion, what I was just talking about, they need to make sure they make something happen here. They usually tend to take Brazilian teams, especially, they tend to take advantage of the Sanhoks. Yesterday it didn't happen. Hopefully today is going to happen. And for Fireflux, I mean, this is a team that got a chicken dinner yesterday and had an impressive chicken dinner. Not just any chicken dinner with like 5 elims. It was over 10 eliminations. We haven't seen them at all today.
I do wonder, something comes up to my mind right now. We know that in the past, Alpha 7 Stalwart used to not share bootcamp. He used to fight a little bit over bootcamp, right? Stalwart's not been looking in their best shape right now. Alpha 7, a little bit slow today.
Yep.
Seeing how the Sanhok went yesterday, I'm thinking maybe Alpha 7 are going to have a change of heart and try and go back to bootcamp because that is their home ground. That is from the position for which they play really well typically. I don't know.
But Alpha 7 ended up winning yesterday in Sanhok.
I know, but that's the thing, because they're feeling confident, maybe like they want to change things up a bit. No, you don't think so? It was a shot in the dark, mate.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay, yeah.
I just threw it out there.
100% disagree with that.
And that's fine.
I would hope they wouldn't do that, especially with how well it went for them yesterday. Hopefully this will be the confidence boosters that they need for today to get them out of that bad stretch. I mean, we've seen it before. When I talked to the players, you were able to tell they were super confident coming in today, and I'm pretty sure right now they are not feeling that way as they are currently not even in top 2.
Talking about confidence, a team that I just slightly want to touch on is 4AM, because that's the second time in a row they lost a player early on and they got absolutely destroyed by Silas. I can imagine that's going to hurt their confidence as well. 4AM, none of you guys picked them just now, but I still feel like they're still very much in the running for the title. Is that so?
Yeah, 100%. Like, every single team still has a chance to make it up there, right? Even Alter Ego in 16th position still has a chance to climb their way back up there, but look at Nova. Get all smiles on their faces now. They're like, it's the day 2 buff, as everyone would say. They're looking so strong right now, but as I said, any team can still make it up there. Back-to-back champion.
Yes.
Might want to make room for back-to-back-to-back champion.
Oh.
You're going to need a big one later on.
Okay, all right. I wasn't going to say it, but it does sound so...
That step up, mate.
It sounds so good, though.
Yeah, it really does.
Now,
are there many esports where you have, like, 3-peat world champions?
Uh-huh.
Very little. I can't even think of one.
Tribe Gaming. That's just off the top of my head. We don't have to talk about that,
Fair
though.
enough, okay.
For me, though, another team that I kind of want to be looking at, we just saw them on the screen, Godlike Stalwart. That team, I mean, you were mentioning, too, if there was ever a time where they can take advantage of the situation, they know that now nobody's hot dropping them in boot camp. They know they're going to have a little bit of freedom to work with, right? I think yesterday they were actually able to work within that freedom, and during the rotation, they got caught. And it didn't end up, nothing ended up happening out of that. I'm hoping this might be a change for them. We always talk about it, especially I always talk about it, teams can use Sanhok to just kind of spring themselves up out of the bad stretch.
Especially because normally, as you said, they drop normally in boot camp. You would say that is a position with Trifecta that opens up so many opportunities for you in pretty much any circle, you might be able to almost say. And it just felt, as I said, they were not able to really do much with it. And I do want to see them make use of such a central position on Sanhok to its full potential. They didn't do it yesterday. We don't have many Sanhoks. You can have 2 more opportunities to make it happen now. So I do want to see Stalwart use that position a little bit more to its full extent.
100%. And talking about aggressiveness and, using that position, we just had a fight from Geek, and you were saying Geek's aggressiveness is something that really stands out to you as well. And that aggressiveness almost got punished in the last game when they breached, when IHC breached them in that comp up. They still made it work, but just barely.
Yeah, that was actually a really interesting fight we were looking at. That IHC Geek Fan fight. I think that Damn Rude was maybe a little bit slow to join up in that fight, but
a lot.
Yeah, no, very, very late. He just almost didn't get it back into there. But I don't want to do it.
Do it.
Back to Stalwart.
Yes.
They third-party the fight. Me and Seven are like, oh yeah, this is great. They went for an amazing third party, and then they don't fight it. Like, the idea was good, but the execution, there's no execution. That's the issue.
I wouldn't even call that a third party, to be honest, because they just decided to drive by. They were driving by. They were like, oh, you guys are fighting? Let me think.
Tourism.
Nope. Yeah.
They did throw in some nades, though, and they did get the flushes as well, and I believe 2 or 1 of the players. So they were able to eliminate that team as a whole. Looking at Alpha 7, I want to come quickly back on towards them because Sanhok is essentially their home ground in terms of, best performance so far from them. And they've had 2 games where they went out really early. What are your chances for them in this game? Because none of you guys picked them.
Go first, Max.
No, you go first.
I'm hoping they win it. I know I didn't have them on my teams to watch, and that's because I wanted to make it a theme of just teams that I feel like definitely need to react. I feel like Alpha 7 would have fit there, but, this Influence Chemin just looks so good on me right now, this jacket. But with Alpha 7, I feel like if there was ever... If they can win a match, it would be this one. Their aggressiveness that they usually tend to showcase, it plays out wonderful for them. We saw how they were able to control the compound yesterday, too, how they were able to do a 4-4 split. You were talking about how at one point you wanted them to adjust, and it's like they were listening to you because they did just that. And they weren't just waiting there in the compound. They actually were defending it. They were making people back off. I mean, I think it was Revo where he threw a nade into Inco Gaming when Inco Gaming was thinking about pushing onto them. That backfire as Rebel was just being able to just clutch it up.
And what I loved in that game in particular for them is that they knew the weaknesses of that compound. They
Yep.
knew that, okay, there's a lot of teams that are going to just be going downhill to their location. North is literally the weakest point of that compound on the trifecta of the road.
Yep.
And what they do, they actively push out, send 2 players, clear all of S2G. The moment that happens, the South is your only problem. The moment that happens, you can easily push up that location. You know where the opposing teams are going to be standing, and you just close it off super easily.
So what you're saying is they're going to win this Sanhok?
I just want a boot camp fight, okay? I don't...
No.
I just want a boot camp fight. Okay?
You really want Godlike Stalwart to get eliminated first? Whoa, come on.
That's the thing.
Come on, Max.
Ooh.
I do not have a comeback to that.
Shots fired.
So you win this one, Seven.
Thank you. Thank you.
Coming back maybe to something that we've discussed earlier, to Nova and their play style today, which is, you know, taking things slow, staying as 4, making sure you get all of these players alive, and maybe having very, I want to say, very confident splits as well. Now that on Sanhok isn't always possible, but you still pick them, Max. Any reason behind it?
Just because they've been looking so good today.
Yeah?
I think it's not like it's not a map-specific thing. It's just that today they got themselves a 2nd place, got themselves a chicken dinner, and they're playing in circle. That is something we didn't see much of them yesterday. They just kept getting caught out of circle, taking fights out in the blue. They're not doing that today. And that is where Nova really excels, is when they're fighting in circle, when they have full control of their terrain. And I don't think they're going to change it. Even on Sanhok, I think it's going to keep going that exact same pace.
If Nova does end up getting a win, right? Inco Gaming goes off early, SCG doesn't really pop off. We could see Nova end up in 1st place after this match.
Wait, what? Wait, they started in what position? I'm getting my other cue card.
I can tell you, they started in 12th.
With 36 points.
Yep, and they currently have 76 points. So in 2 games, they got 40 points.
I swear, man, I always make this joke during the league stage where normally they have, like, in the previous system, they would have, like, 1 week where they just do not perform. And it's like their vacation. I didn't think they'd take a 1-day vacation in the finals. Like, they're just, like, pushing it to the extreme.
I think it was maybe Paraboy just getting used to that 4-finger layout that he was telling me. Oh, look at him talking about it. Yeah.
The crowd is going wild.
Mostly the ladies went wild, too. I heard him. I went wild, too. I need to calm down.
Whoa.
I need that jacket.
It's insane, man. The legacy of a player like Paraboy. He just looks at the camera, little heart, crowd goes wild. Like, there are not many players like that.
Sorry, I had to go wild there for order 2.
Hey, we muted you because you're screaming.
Okay.
Well, I can understand why. The 4th place right now for Nova, it's kind of make or break time for them as well in terms of getting towards that top 3. Surely gets there, at least with it today. We've talked about all of these teams now, but we've left out one in specific, and that is Inco, the 3rd in line in terms of the Brazilian teams. They also lost a player early on, again in the last match. So both of these matches that we've seen today, they lost a player early on. Is that a recurring theme now? Is that something we have to expect? Because they do seem to be rotating quite aggressively, quite risky today.
I'm not sure. I mean, I think that we've seen a lot of teams have the issue where, you know, they're losing a player or 2 early game. If you can improve on that, work on that, fix it, it's going to be better for you for a lot of the teams. I mean, it's pretty much a given, right? But I think the changes can still happen. For the teams at the bottom, we did bring this up earlier, right? Even if you're at the bottom of the rankings, you can make it up there. Unfortunately, you cannot make it up there without making changes. And like another player, I just want to go one. I look at every single player, I'm like, this is so cool they're here, man. It feels the LAN, like, atmosphere.
Yes.
Fantastic.
I absolutely love it. And, talking about going wild for players, one team that I actually want to go wild for, Vampire Esports. We haven't seen them, Max. I know I didn't want to do it, but I mean, currently 15 plays, 34 points. They're being able to, out of those 34 points, 19 eliminations. I know you got a chance to talk about with Zertani, talking about the changes. I even asked you earlier, when would you, by the way, he said, just to, in case for some reason you're just tuning in, Zertani, the coach of Vampire Esports, said that they're not making any changes.
Yeah.
After 2 matches, you're currently 15th place. You have to make changes.
Yeah.
I love your mom too.
We all love your mom.
Your mom.
That's an interesting sign.
I think there's one letter too much right there. I think we'll have to fix that sign. But it came from a good place, you know?
Oh, there they are.
Really good place.
There we have them, the #1 team at the moment. Inco, 4.6 average eliminations, especially the damage is something to behold. 1,071.
Wait, Max, hold on. You skipped my question. We got too distracted by that awesome sign.
What was the question?
That gorgeous sign. Do you make changes with Vampire Esports?
Yes, because all of the teams at the bottom have made changes. They've been slowly rising up. Which team has not moved too much? Unfortunately, is Vampire. Right? You need to make, because and when I was talking about those changes with him that they're not going to make, they're non-existent changes. He said, but we're just going to hope that the circles come our way. At some point, circles, sure, there's a little bit of luck in play, but to some extent, you also, Seven, create your own luck. And I think the Vampire staying idle, not making those iterations, is just going to keep them in that 15th position. We need to see the Vampire making adaptations like in the event we saw at PMWI.
Yep. I was expecting something else to go up there, but I mean, that's his signature move, so looks good. Yeah, in terms of changes, is there any other team that you have spoken to maybe that we're talking about changes as well? I mean, Vampire said already they're not going to want to change much. Maybe Alter Ego in terms of changes. Is there something you would specifically change? If we could give them one piece of advice. I know you were wearing the scarf already. There's one piece of advice you could give them. What would it be?
Oh, a piece of advice I would say, scouting. The way they scout.
Scouting.
Yeah, because we had, in the previous game on Miramar, weirdest scout possible. You had two players in really good position for scouting, and you would have two players far behind them, serving no purpose, unfortunately. I would want to see the scouting having purpose, having positions where they can actually get strong information and then actually get in those positions relatively quickly. That speed things up a little bit quicker.
You're saying far behind them. You also forgot to say they were so far behind them they weren't even in the circle. They weren't getting any information. So just I appreciate, right, that they're trying to do a split, but that split wasn't going to be doing anything at that point.
Look at Nova.
Yeah.
Do those splits in the circle. You're good to go.
Oh, man.
I want to read all these signs now. There's
pure,
there's pure gold.
I'm busy reading them as well, yes.
Adanova.
A lot of Paraboy signs. I did, sure, I mean, Paraboy stuff, but I wouldn't have expected that many. It's just crazy, almost every second one of them.
I saw an I Love Luxie earlier from Bigatron. Sadly.
Yeah. They were here. They did a signing session. So
yeah, they were here earlier.
They appreciate it, I'm sure.
Yeah, yeah. Hopefully. Hey, there's
back.
Love Your Mom.
He's back.
You think he did that on purpose? Or you think he was trying to say "Love You, Mom"?
I think that was the intent, and I think the Google Translate did him dirty. You know.
I think you're being nice. I think he really meant to say "Love Your Mom."
My mom's a nice person. No, I like her. So thank you. I appreciate it. Hi, Mom. How's it going?
Shout out to my mom.
Shout out to my mom.
Some 4M fans as well in the crowd. We saw some Australian ones in the pre-show. I'm not sure if you guys have seen that one, but we're going through the crowd earlier before the broadcast even started as well. I believe Bangs was talking to an Australian fan as well, supporting Nova. So we have literally people from all over the world in this audience, and we saw some Chinese fans getting here to Indonesia, Jakarta, just for this tournament as well. It's just completely crazy to me. I love it. The energy is, it's unmatched.
And I believe we have heard that tomorrow is like, we're not fully packed. Tomorrow,
we might be sold out.
This is, with some seats still available, tomorrow is going to be absolute pure madness as we're slowly getting ready for this next match.
My body's ready.
100%. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are not wasting any more of your time. We are getting into the next match. John Allen and Blank, take it away and have some fun with this one.
Thank you very much. We are going into Sanhok for the one and only for today. Blank, after this game, we will be halfway through the PMGC Grand Finals here in Jakarta. We've seen a lot of fan support for the rosters so far today, and Nova have been on a massive upswing.
Absolutely. I think that now they stamped their place towards that top side of the lobby is really good news for Nova. I think they had to have a big bounce back today. No one expected that to happen in the first two games, though. That is what was very surprising. For a second place to a first place, this is the Nova we're expecting. Again, China is all about adaptation, and Nova is the best at it. They're so quick, and again, with that organization behind them, very easy for them to identify any mistakes, and they're very good at taking on that advice on board and adapting with it and implementing it into their own gameplay. I think that's what is so astonishingly good about Nova in the first place, is just how easily this team is able to quickly get things done and make themselves into an even better team come the next day. Obviously, Sanhok now a little bit more, I'd say, random. I still think there's a lot of skill involved here, but it can be one of those cases. If you lose a member early, not necessarily because of you, maybe a little bit of unluck, But we'll see what happens here in Sanhok as we're going to get into it very shortly.
Yeah, a little bit higher variance potentially on this map, so we'll have to wait and see who's going to be able to hold their own. The players seem to have sorted it all out. We're just waiting for that plane path to come on through. And then we'll be heading straight on into the jungle. Green stage means Sanhok's on the cards. Let's head into match number 9.
Halfway through now, John, as you said, Grand Finals. Almost there to the end now. IHC in the plane, Vampire's already out. Max was saying they might need to be making some change at this point in time, despite not wanting to. I think that when you do look at Vampire Esports, they are quite hard-headed in that sense, that they will just keep trying to make it work, taking the sledgehammer to the wall until it starts to break. Inco, though, left out in the cold in that last game. Weren't able to get towards that center as quickly as they would like. I think a lot of these teams are starting to realize what is the best way to play these circles, and it's just go straight for that center, find yourself some priority compounds and play around it. Some of these teams are in a better position to do it just with the way the circle lies at the beginning, and it's no longer free real estate for Inco, making a very long journey to get into those center positions.
Bit of a close drop there between Order and 2 players from Godlike Stalwart. Fortunately, did manage to get a little bit further away. Hainan majorly occupied by Nova in this scenario, but Order has been spotted, very separate from the rest of the roster. So going down here would pretty much be a death sentence at this stage. Fortunately, back behind the rocks now. Doesn't have a weapon to play with, but can just flee through these hills. They should have seen there's a team over towards Ruins, and that blank is a northwestern circle. You can't quite see it on your screens, but we've had it just flash up for us. On that northwestern island is where it's likely to finish after this shift.
Alter Ego already have Fnatic on top of their mountain itself. Ready and waiting. Order gets the pickup in the grab car, in the grab bike. Makes his way on out. Delivery on towards the rest of his team. Vampire Esports hat in currently. This could be a good game for them to get some points on board. Influence came in down towards boot camp. Alpha 7 not challenging that one out towards Lakawi. Long way to go for them, but again, Sanhok quite small. Can make these rotates quite easily. Inco deciding to head down towards Sami now. Try and pick up that position, but DRS are very close in the vicinity.
Still on the wings for DRS. Just getting across towards Sami. They are really chilling right now. They will hit the floor soon enough, and they will have to make their way north, I'm sure. Inco also on that south side of the map towards Bantai, with a little bit of an outpost in Nanabete to the west side. But no real conflict there. Influence Kemin. They cross early from boot camp and are looking to take control of the compounds to the east side of that northwest island. Already contesting with Godlike Stalwart, who have moved a little bit north of that Confluence compound, as well as Vampire, who are on that north side near Hatin. They've sent Ravenclaw down to control one of the compounds, give themselves a foothold on this area of the map. You've got Wolves crossing on the northern side bridge as well. Everybody looking to move a little bit earlier than maybe we've seen before on Sanhok on this.
Again, it's that meta that we're talking about. Get towards that center early, pick yourselves up some of those priority compounds, and specifically with this type of shift, there's not a lot of those priority compounds, and that actual position on the map will be taken up quite quickly. So getting people over there nice and early is a relatively smart decision. Influence Kevin realized it, decided not to try and get all that loot from boot camp. Instead, just a quick loot and boot over towards that western side of the map, passing across the shallow edges of the river. Stalwart also moving up towards his position. Already have 2 players towards the roadside on that bridge. 2 behind in Top and Pika. But IHC taking a fight with S2G, coming off the back of a very good game on Miramar.
S2G, phenomenal. They topped the points tables from that Miramar, even though they didn't get the chicken dinner. A massive point scoring game for them, leaves them 10 points behind Inco. IHC loses Yol to a knock. Not going to get flushed just yet, but Influence Kemin taking a scrap. Not going to take a knock themselves either. Take that back, actually, as Fireflux do manage to light up Kayovsky, but that should be Resable. Ketch and Lutz both going down now. Solke repositions to look for these reses. Ketch still behind the rock. Solke's smoke does bloom there. And Solus not really going to put too much in the push. Hitting the deck with the back shuffle there. Law will not be able to get those bullets over the top, and Reses should be available here now for Fireflags.
Rough position to be in, but again, they need to make their way over towards this western side, so getting here nice and early. They need to solidify themselves just a little bit before they start to make this move. S2G as well, moving across the bridge on that north side after a little engagement with IHC. They get themselves in over on that northern side of Vampire Esports. You might just have spotted this.
Ooh. Certainly will now. Schweppes takes shots. S2G now know there's a fight to be had. Influence Kemen, not too far to the south, but they are still playing split on that river, trying to control that crossing and find value there. Kelsey gets the man on the cross, and Schweppes taken down. They spot the drop as well. Vampire trying to just fully disengage from this. Losing a little bit of power there. Stoned up the top, maybe. Shots onto Kelsey. Spots the player, but the door is shut before he can get the flush. Does get the knock, however, and that's going to slow S2G down somewhat.
Vampire Esports might be able to get back together with this as well. The down players is moving out, but AE, they've spotted this. They're onto this case at the moment. Sniff out the clues down towards this eastern side. They are finding shots.
Ooh.
That's one down. That's from Little Boy, in fact, on the southern edge of this engagement.
On that 2-2 split from Influence Kemen right now. Still playing both sides of the river. I really like this position from them. Gives a lot of control and slows a lot of teams down, forces them to fight off against one another. So you know your south flank and your north flank teams are going to be a little bit more diminished in power. Ravenclaw given the runaround by Fnatic. The shot's not quite going to get the knock there, and Ravenclaw will have to invest in some more healing. Will have to spend those chits.
QBZ, a little bit difficult at that kind of range. Oh, dear me, IHC just about getting away with it. I take it back. Doesn't even make it into the building. T2K can maybe pick up some eliminations here and get free reign over the bridge on the north side. So many teams already making their way in. 4am yet to move. Alpha 7 right on the barest edge there on Quarry. But Adam also need to make in Inco for the first time in a long time. Right on the edge of the circle. Nowhere near the center at the moment.
For now, anyway. That's potential to change, I'm sure. Next circle popping, and that should confirm it. Yes, we are going to the northwestern island now. So the top of the mountain value skyrockets blank, and that is going to be held by Alter Ego themselves. Ziol, backed off the ridge line. A lovely shot coming through from Beautiful. From the Wolves. Game 1 went a little bit better for them than Game 2, on the day that is. So hopefully in match number 9 they can get a little bit more done and try and join Nova towards the top of those tables. Try and catch up with 4 Angry Men as well.
You look at Alter Ego. A lot of times when you get this northwestern shift, it is very free if you're on the mountainside. A lot of teams made their way over here preemptively, though. So a lot more teams to deal with. Stalwart sends a player into scout versus the guys from Geek Fam. Might be a little bit of an issue for them, but quickly wraps back round and went towards Camp Alpha. S2G also in this area. Stalwart get themselves in a very tricky situation now with one player down and one player completely on the opposite side of the coast.
Order rolls up right into the sightlines at top, but there's 2 players to hop out. Not really that much damage done by top. A 1-2 punch coming around the side. Order gonna get flushed out. No, it's saved. Does lose the player in the process, but Top and Pika both now have fallen for godlike Stalwart, and Paraboy's up to the bridge. Maybe overcommittal on going for the flush there for Top. Likely to lose the life, but cuts Nova down to 3.
Scry really has to put in some mega work now. Action nowhere to be seen. Shots coming through, the tiniest little angle there. Fantastic stuff. Nova's got all these positions on lock at the moment.
And what a crossing to hold as well. You've still got Inco behind you, which means that you can guard them out. And at the top of the tables, if you take them out of the mix early, certainly a runway opens up. Hopefully looking to try and land that plane if they can. They still have to push through the remnants of Godlike stalwart, Inco. They're clashing with Alpha 7, who are trying to swing in behind them as well. Becca as the backstop for one of the Brazilian teams, fighting off against the other. Shots from Nenebete up the top of the hill. Challenges out Mythic as well with Becca. Not going to find that knock, but does suppress the angle. Nenebete moving out, playing 2 and 2 now. They want to sweep the back before they make the aggressive move, the aggressive push forwards. They know they can't really do too much if they've got Alpha 7 hounding at their heels.
Yeah, a little bit caught between two very difficult teams at the moment. Alpha 7, though, pushed in by the blue that is ticking quite hard even at this stage in the game. So, have to make a move. With Inco taking up high ground, Alpha 7's exit from this position will be very difficult. Basically doing calculus to try and figure out the best way to get into the circle now for themselves.
Look at that, using the ridgeline near the coast for Alpha 7 to actually skirt around it and actually finding themselves in that compound. Jimmy will be first to face from Nova. They have managed to get away from Inco, and I don't think they have any idea that Jimmy's here as of yet. There are no vehicles, but he's got to have a challenge. 1 through the door, 2 to hit the floor. Will find the second knock, but Jimmy gets felled by Revo. Mafioso through to try and help his teammate out, but not going to be enough to save out the player on the inside. Luckily, they can go for these reses. Frozen, however, with a chance for Nova to change things around a little bit. The nade was cooking, and Mafioso falls. A second knock on the back as well as Revo gets 3 knocks. Now it's just Mythic, and Frozen wants to put 1 through. Cooking that perfectly would spell the end of Alpha 7, but he sends it through and picks up the 2 eliminations instead. Paraboy, Frozen trading off against one another, and Alpha 7 fall. But hang on a minute, where did that come from? Was that a self-nade? Did they put that in earlier? Oh, they've taken themselves out! Paraboy, no!
I can't believe what I've just seen. Nova tried to seal the deal. Paraboy nade. And they totally forgot about this one coming in. A nade by all stretches. Very, very well placed to explode late. Should Alpha 7 wanted to leave, but it was not communicated clearly. And forgotten about by Paraboy. What a horrible way to end it. After an incredible play from Frozen. They must be so furious with that.
You would expect so. We're on board now with Inco, though. 2 players remaining in their scrap with Fireflux. The crossing from the south side proving to be very troublesome for them. Fireflux nearby, ready and waiting to take any opportunity to slow Inco down at the top of the tables. Buram, they tried to cross ahead. Nenebete takes the knee and now leaves just Vitali alive for the #1 Brazilian team. S2G, they've been on that northwestern island for a long, long time, and they're on the west side of the next circle as it comes through.
Still great positioning here for Alter Ego to take it all the way here in this match. Influence came in, find themselves the very strong compound down towards that eastern side. You just feel so bad for Nova there. And even worse, that the only thing that can defeat Nova is Nova, apparently. IHC found themselves a little bit of a handhold over on the east. T2K towards the north. A lot of teams just trying to get themselves any kind of advantage. 4AM still moving into the circle at the moment. Been out in that blue for a long, long time, so very much scratched and bruised. Sending across the bridge now, though. This could be the engagement with T2K that they were not looking for.
.4am across the bridge at the north. Fairly low on the health bars, but should be able to pick that one back up. Allowed ingress. Actually, no one in this compound, but they'll have to move further south on the shift. Alter Ego, I feel like they've been fairly quiet so far in this game.
Haven't had to do too much. You don't really want to draw too much attention to yourself. Honestly, if you're on top of the mountain, people will just try and sweep the leg and get you to fall down off the cliffside there. They can move over towards the south now, though. Does move down towards Geek Fam. Fireflux, who took up position behind Nova, as that position was quite quickly cleared, honestly.
Southwest side heating up now. Geek Fam slowing down DRS, S2G as well. Close by. Buradam and Fireflux will be entrants into this engagement too. Wolves, a shot from the top of the mountain, and finally Alter Ego are chiming into the fight. Picking up 2 eliminations now. Maybe looking to take over Vampire as Vampire do fall. T2K moving through the valley as Influence Kemen sits on the compound on the other side, in the foothills, in the shadow of the cliff, the mountain of this northwestern island. Will be holding off against Jane on the push. Lil Boy looks to find the backlines. Jane swings in for a challenge, but won't be able to find it, not just yet. Close up and personal now. Rig not in for the close range backup. Kayovsky has got that DBS to play around with, so it's going to be hard for Jane to launch through this window and successfully breach this building. Lil Boy moves into position by the door, but Jane allows Rig to move back up. Federal on the back will be able to spot these players moving forwards. Jane lobs a nade in through the window, but Rig has fallen, and a nade to burst right under their feet. Only the one now remains from the top rope, but will have to move south, and fairly soon as well. Spots 4 angry men and might just go for the points here. Ching Chen finds out all about it. A lovely little spray, a couple of taps more, and you get a point. You take that.
4AM had moved quicker and further downwards. They might have found that position. The IHC currently trying to hold. That's all the way on that eastern side, but they're going to go deep towards the circle. WWX has already fallen, so only 2 players left now for 4AM. Alter Ego, though, with a real chance in this game to put up some big points.
Next circle does move away from them, though. It shifts to the east side here. Influence Kemen with a compound on the north can take shots at anyone who moves forwards. Alter Ego, if they can maintain that high ground, however. As you said, so much control.
Shifts in an awkward spot for them. 4AM smokes out a position that Alter Ego might have liked to have picked up, so there's going to be difficulty in the way. Here's that replay. Obviously frozen with some incredible shots. And yeah, there was the nade. Through the window, bang, through the door. And it's all over. Must hurt to watch it all over again.
And again. And again.
They're happy about it, though.
They're in good spirits. They still managed to get 6 eliminations on the game, so it's not the end of the world, but S2G is still in the fight. In the second place there, they have, however, just lost Hamzy. Far from ideal. 3 players alive for them. Soulcake low for Fireflux. Spray from My Name P gets the knock, and Fireflux are diminished somewhat, but I'm sure their spirits are far from dampened here. Soulcake resible, unless the Geek Fam has something to say about it.
Geek Fam been a bit of a tear today, doing much better than yesterday, I would say. Yuhai really leading the charge for them. DRS, only 1 player remaining. Bit of a fall off in performance from yesterday. Fireflux also for some more points here. 13th place, not ideal, but 5 eliminations on the game. Could be good for them. 3 teams, sorry, at 4. Geek Fam, Influence Kemen, and Alter Ego. Looking for a big game this time around. Make the home country proud.
Silas nails the shots through the door, and Geek Fam eliminated, unfortunately, though. Alter Ego still have the high ground and leave S2G with 1 player remaining. 6 eliminations, just Kelsey to move forwards. 4 eliminations from the high ground position, and they've moved 2 down as well. The west side of this circle, it feels fairly controlled now. Influence Kemen and 4 Angry Men are going to have to fight it out for the east.
2 players from 4 Angry Men, a tall task in front of them to get further into this game. You don't like this from Potato, though. He's sticking close towards his engagement, providing information back across. Looks like he's going to move up towards that loot crate. Influence Kemen coming in now. Law try and take down these players, remove the vehicles, take out the wheels, but it's 4v2 here.
4 Angry Men eliminated with that. 6 teams remain. Influence Kemen looking to move past Potato here. But Look at the off angle from Fnatic. It needs to be pivotal to control this influence Kemin push. Ponbit as well, in an ideal location to slow things down.
Still a lot that can go wrong here, honestly. There's a lot of teams still in the mix. IHC, Fireflux, S2G with Kelsey. But right now, Ponbit putting in the work. Survival is in his name, but sometimes that requires you to lash out and do exactly what you need to keep going. So far, he's putting the damage over towards Influence Kemin, and they're suffering right on the edge, and soon enough, the blue is to become their real enemy.
Potato will have to shimmy just a little bit further forwards. I was checking out the utility available for him. No nade, so can't just underarm bobble a nade downhill towards Influence Kemin. Lutz from Fireflux spotted by Kelsey. Influence Kemin making a breakout wide and trying to move down the hill instead of going on the cliff side. But Potato is there, ready and waiting. The Guardian from up on high, and Potato finds a second knock as well. Law made the cross, I say unharmed, but now they can start to res up in that location.
Potato, first aid kit. Invested here, but Influence Kemin, it's time that's not on their side. The blue starting to push them in. Potato still doing work. That's another one down. Brazilian team taking huge casualties from Indonesia.
5 eliminations on the card for Influence Kemin. Same story for Fireflux and Alter Ego, but they're trying to rack up a couple more. Potato has to drop.
Oh, okay.
Wins a crucial duel there, but Koyoski has the opportunity now. Cuts his legs out. Does get taken down in the process. Kelsey eliminated by Fnatic and the off angle in the meantime. And now Alter Ego can take care of business. They move down the hill, and Ponbit puts the final nail in the coffin against Influence Kemin. It's only solos left. IHC looking to challenge, maybe with 2. Catch behind the rock, and there's a knock coming on in. It's Demo to fall to boot, and now it's anyone's game.
Ponbit, an absolute master right now, has put in so much work even on Miramar, now looks to take them all the way. 6 grenades still remaining, looks to toss one over the top. In the meantime, his buddies are getting picked up. Fnatic just relaying that information across. This is an all but done deal.
Potato back into the mix, 3 players active, and Ketch will fall. Last it is Ponbit with the final elimination. And in Jakarta, they find the chicken dinner. The home team, Alter Ego.
Take off the headsets. It's done now, a huge game as well. So many eliminations with the chicken dinner as well. That's going to sit them high and proud there and lift them out from the bottom of the lobby. A really, really well done game. It didn't end on the mountain either. That required finesse to finish that one out. They did need to make some pretty quick adjustments, and the fact that Potato stayed all by himself for a long, long time on that northeast side and still was able to deal with the majority of Influence Kemin by himself. Happy days, look at that, the peace signs are up. This was a fantastic match coming through from Alter Ego.
Potato with the MVP for the team. He sat on top of the mountain, on top of Influence Kemin. They controlled S2G from their western flank as well. These are not easy teams to handle.
Not at all. I think that you often see that top side of the mountain when you get a northwest finish, it's like it's a done deal. It's really not. It's really never a done deal in that case. And look, man, you've got to rep the Alter Ego fam, because look, that last game, absolutely phenomenal from them. It's not an easy finish. A lot of times you get wrapped up from behind. You can get players take you out from the top side. If you don't move quick enough as well, you can catch yourself caught on that top side of the mountain. Alter Ego, they set a masterclass of how to play that mountain themselves and really spread their attention and spread it in such a way that they're still able to deal with all these teams influencing from that high ground.
They didn't really need to have that full hands-on approach until that mid-game struck. And that is where they did really start to leverage their position.
Absolutely.
And I think it was, as you said before, incredibly well executed.
The crowd absolutely wild towards the end of that game, and you can tell why. It was such a clean finish coming through from Alter Ego. Very, very well done, and that's the type of thing you want to see. I think for Alter Ego, you could be happy with just that, even if the tournament ended now. An excellent way to set yourself on the stage of PMGC, the biggest tournament in the world here for PUBG Mobile. And a dominant win like that, 4 players still up, and a 10+ elimination game. Goodness me.
A couple of other teams as well having some pretty solid entries there. Influence came in. They did stay up fairly late. They got a pretty decent elimination count as well. Fireflux deep into that game. So the top of those tables still very much in the lurch there, with a couple of the top teams going down early on. But it is, as you said, such a treat for Alter Ego to win in their home ground.
Absolutely. I think that when you look at some of this, though, it has kind of switched up the top of the leaderboards just a little bit, with some teams doing quite well, some teams at the top really not doing well at all. I was surprised that Nova was still so pleased with that result. I think that's what makes a good team. You got to have fun with it, right? You have to have fun at the end of the day. If there's no pressure to begin with, you can just play your hearts out the entire time. I mean, it's crazy. I love to see it.
They still managed to get 6 eliminations, right, on that game. So, sure, they shouldn't have gone down there. Quite frankly, they should have been able to go a little bit further. But you also have to think,
much further, actually.
From the position they were in, they still had to cross the river. They still had to get across. There's going to be so many teams looking out your way. So you're probably losing out maybe 1 or 2 points.
Absolutely. I think that you look at this for Nova. Again, I still see it as a win. If you can have absolutely no pressure on yourself during the PMGC, it becomes so easy to bounce back from something like that, which is beautiful. We're going to bounce back very, very shortly, but in the meantime, we're going to throw this one over back to the desk.
Welcome back to the next absolutely absurd scenes from no one being able to take out Nova but themselves, to AE finally getting that well-deserved chicken dinner that we were searching for so long. 26 points.
I think I've never heard this much hype for match ranking 7. I don't think it's for the graphic. I think it's for one team. Alter Ego IMAX getting himself the heavily awaited chicken dinner right there. And we said it.
Yes.
Played to almost perfection on this Sanhok battleground.
The way it was done, we were talking about it earlier during the Miramar. We were saying how they needed to readjust a little bit in regards to the pretty much the awareness that they had, and also how they were playing in the macros. They did that so well here. I mean, at one point I was like, oh man, I don't like what Potato was doing. I was absolutely wrong. I'll be the first person to tell you I was absolutely wrong, because that man set that squad up to actually get the win. Some of the other stuff though, Fireflux, this was a team that I wanted to see how they were going to be doing. 19 points for them. Influence Gemin as well, 11 points. A good bounce back for this team that definitely needed the points. And if we actually go towards the bottom, this is going to make it even more interesting, because Inco Gaming and Alpha 7 Esports are towards the bottom.
We're having a little bit of a complete reverse of what we had in the first day. They're towards the bottom right now. It's not fun, but hey.
Wow.
Some nice changes up here.
Look how far down Alpha 7 has now dropped. Currently in 5th place with 80 points. Inco Gaming still maintaining, currently tied with S2G. Tied for first place in Influence Gemin. I mean, this is what I was saying. They needed to have a good performance to be able to kind of slow down that push from Nova that they've been doing the whole day. Great stuff.
Exactly, great stuff coming out from them. Geek fans do know just on the cusp, but that can be dropping out potentially off this top page very, very soon. They have to be a little bit careful, but saw some, I think that was what, 13 points from DRS, so hey, Nepal slowly but surely showing up, currently in 6th and 7th place respectively for the whole region of Nepal. And I'm hyped to see you on the second page. What was the step up? They're up in 13th position from 16th, and this is the redemption arc that might be beginning right here, 7. They looked so far down below. This game puts them back in the race.
It really is. I mean, for teams that we're talking about that we wanted to see changes, Alter Ego's currently doing perfectly that. Fireflux, for them to be able to jump up to 9th place and be tied as well with 4 Angry Men, this is great stuff.
Let's head over to look at the next matches. What is coming up? Match number 10. in just a couple of minutes, which is going to be Erangel. And we've had all sorts of theories about who's going to take Erangel matches for today. The first one obviously has already been decided, which is Inko. But going back to the overall rankings really quickly, I wanted to touch on, because you were saying something really interesting. Is that just the beginning for AE? Or is that maybe beginning of the end in terms of staying in that second page of the overall rankings?
I don't think so. Like this is hopefully going to be serving as a wake-up call, right? I mean, we said it. That was a gameplay to almost perfection. We had a lot of criticisms for them yesterday's matches, for the first 2 games before this previous one of this second day of play. If this is the new normal, I'm telling you, the redemption arc might be happening for Alter Ego here, over here in Jakarta, Indonesia.
Not only just their positioning that I loved in that Sanhok, I love the aggressiveness.
Yes.
I love that they were willing to just try to look for those extra points in regards to eliminations, and I'm hoping that that actually continues. Saying that it's going to slow down, I don't think they're going to slow down. I'm hoping, as you were saying, carry this momentum, continue doing what you're doing, because right now everything's looking great for them, and with the crowd so hyped up, they better continue to do that, because I'm going to be getting myself a scarf if they continue to do this.
It is absolutely crazy. Honestly, the ground was shaking. Let me tell you that one. The ground was absolutely shaking. We could feel it up here. The energy is just out of the charts. Let's take a look at the teams to watch from both of you really quickly. Start with you, Max, but S2G, Alter Ego, and IHC. Let me touch on IHC really quick, because I thought they were really interesting in the last game. They were really quiet on that eastern side, but they still racked up quite some points. Is that something you expect in the
that's the thing that you said, right, the word quiet, and I do not want to see them be too quiet. And this is like kind of my, I want to see them present. And right now, they've not been really there too heavily throughout today's matches. Only that big pop-off in yesterday's last match, thanks to Zyol in particular. So I just want to see them a little bit more present. They've not been there so far, but we know that the region of Mongolia can be so strong, but so far not looking super surprising in these 2 days of play.
What about you, Seven? I see some Alter Ego as well, an Alter Ego pick, but also an A7 pick.
Yes.
They have been really quiet, and it kind of hurts my heart to, have seen these last matches in terms of, A7 at least, because they've just not shown up at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's now 5 games straight for them that they just have not been able to show up. We just haven't really been able to see anything out of them. And the overall leaderboard is reflected, and I'm pretty sure at some point they're going to have to wake up. I was hoping it was going to be Sanhok. That's kind of why when I was talking about it, when we talked about Influence Chairman, who I thought it was going to win, I picked Alpha 7. It didn't end up happening. I mean, Nova did end up destroying them, but that's neither here nor there. And then Alter Ego with what we were just saying, how this team is currently being able to get that win. Hopefully they're going to be able to continue that momentum, continue on the great changes that they've been doing, continue in the macro, and continue to just take advantage of the aggressiveness. If they do put themselves in a great situation like they did there in Sanhok in this next Erangel, I'm hoping they continue to do that too. And then I have Vampire Esports because I remember you told me something earlier, Maxman.
Yeah, I had a little chat with Corpai over there. We got some food, and we're like, oh, wait a minute, let's have a little quick chat. And he said, for the first time, Vampire, after this previous match, starting right now in this next game coming up very soon, they're going to be making changes. Vampire, he didn't tell me what. So no spoiler, okay? I'm not going to spoil you the second season of PMGC. Don't worry about that one. But there are going to be some iterations brought to the table for this team that we needed. It's a little bit late, but we just hit the 50% mark of these finals. They can still make massive adaptations in the rankings.
We did. 9th match has been played, and changes coming to Vampire. That does sound good, because we really do need them to perform. And I mean, every fan out there, we have a lot of them here as well, is rooting for them to finally change something. Let's hope it changes for the better. Interesting topic as well in terms of our ranking. 3 out of the top 4 teams went out first in their last match. And sure, it is Sanhok. Sometimes that can be a little bit unpredictable, but we've seen A7, for example, the losing streak kind of continues. Is that something you guys are worried about in terms of being on top?
With Alpha 7, I mean, it's always been a worry. I mean, going back to, what was it, Americas, and then going back even more to PMWI, Alpha 7 tends to perform really, really well one day, and then the other just fall off. I was expecting the fall off, and yes, I'll put this on the record. I was expecting the fall off to happen on day 3. I was not expecting it to happen here on day 2. So in a way, I'm hoping it's kind of like reverse psychology. They're trying to hype themselves up. You know what? We're actually going to throw on day 2, and then on day 3, we're going to bring it. Overall, though, these teams are going to have to be able to readjust. This is what makes champions champions. This is what we were talking about with Nova earlier, how they were able to readjust on day number 2, and they've been able to continue to play so well that Paraboy ended up nading 2 of his teammates.
Yeah, just got to bring that out. You got to do the guy. At least I'm really happy, despite him nading himself with Frozen. They were laughing. Like, they were having a good old time.
They were like, your merit's gonna go down.
At least don't get your account banned, okay? This is not the right time to do it. But he's definitely having some fun time over there. But I do really like the fact that even the top teams of yesterday, it's not a good thing that they're struggling, but the fact is that even if you're at the top, this lobby is so tough that even teams that were at the bottom, like we saw as Alter Ego in this previous game, even teams that are in the middle of the pack, they can get those big pop-off performances. Even if you're at the top, you are never going to be safe until that very last game.
And with that said, I mean, let me just say something in regards to that. If Alpha 7, if they can pull off a win and back it up with a nice amount of eliminations, they're going to be back in the mix. Their confidence is going to be up, and then we're going to be seeing that Alpha 7 that we saw yesterday at the beginning of the 3 matches.
Talking about teams coming back and maybe, you know, grabbing onto that connection towards this first page of the overall rankings, Fireflags has just performed really well. They were partly also a little bit quiet on the southern side, but when they actually got out of that warehouse and, you know, were able to push out, then they actually started coming back into this game, and that was the Fireflags that we knew, popping off shots. Fireflags, I think one of you had that in their prediction as well, if I'm not mistaken. You did. What's your hopes for them?
My hopes for them is for them to continuing to just move up that leaderboard. We saw them yesterday. They ended up getting a win. And then after that, there was nothing. It was a bunch of crickets. I don't want that. I don't want it to be like this right now after that, Sanhok, after that performance.
Crickets?
Yeah.
Fair enough. Okay, I'm not going to go.
It's a saying. It's a saying.
I've heard it. Okay.
Let's hope it's not going to be like that. Either way, we are getting into the next match, and that means the commentary desk is ready already. Waiting for you is John Allen and Blank. Take it away, boys, and have some fun.
We'll have a little bit of fun.
We will.
Why not? Let's go for a little bit of fun. I can always go for a little bit of fun.
Any time of the week, any day, really. I love it. That's all I want. Just
fun.
more fun.
More
all the time.
Fun. Well, this week is going to be a lot of fun.
Too much fun.
It right now is a lot of fun.
Maybe. I don't think so. Maybe just enough fun. This is the right amount of fun.
But that can also be, okay, whatever. We won't get into the semantics of how to have fun. I'm
I
sure
will.
you guys know plenty about how to have the fun. Of course, Alter Ego fans will have had plenty of the fun in that previous game.
Actually.
Most of the fun was had by Alter Ego fans in that last game, obviously taking that chicken dinner. A magical moment, I'm sure, for the home ground supporters.
A wonderful win as well, really well executed from Alter Ego. I want to see a similar kind of performance out in this next game. You're playing it tactically, really having each other's backs, and some pop-off performance overall from each player, which was really nice to see, honestly. And something we weren't able to see a fair few times over the past day and a half, let's say. I think just looking at Pombit in general, though, this guy has really stood up for the team massively, really doing a lot of good work. Bit of an odd playing path to start off Erangel as we head into it right now for match number 4 of day 2. From shooting range down towards Primorsk. Vampire Esports were getting out the plane very late here.
A west side plane isolates places like Milta, like Lipovka. To be a little bit harder to get to. Novo potentially pretty tricky to achieve there, but you can drop towards Sosnovka military base. We haven't seen too many teams really target that as a main drop, so there might be a little bit of an opening there, but there's certainly going to be a couple who are going for it as a backup drop location. Severny close to the starting point there, which means T2K will be out and over it very, very quickly. Inko breaking out wide, a little bit further west for them. They'll head towards Kameshki and Stauber, probably swing down towards Yasnaya in the next couple of minutes.
Really big game here now for Alpha 7. Get things back on track. I think for them, this will be a good time to bring things back into the fold on match 4. It's the only 2 more matches after this one before we head into that final run towards that Grand Finals itself. See exactly who will take the prize home, and now it's no longer a case of Nova not being in the picture. Could have been anyone towards the top, but now Nova is really chasing after this one.
That's a hard northern circle there, Blank, though. It's going to go all the way up north. Slap bang on top of T2K in Severny. This engagement in North Georgia, well, I say engagement, this drop in North George, 4 angry men. All 4 of them are in North George. Alpha 7 have sent 2 towards North George, with Mythic all the way to the northeast side and a compound closer towards shooting range. And actually Carrillo sending out almost towards Zaki.
Bit of a change of pace here for Alpha 7. I like this as well. It's a good adjustment. considering we saw 4 AM get ahead of them, and they were a bit worried to move off to that eastern side. Instead, now they have Carrillo towards Zaki, Alpha 7 Mythic over towards shooting range, looting that area. This is going to give them a lot of great anchor points now going forward that they can move over towards, and 4 AM might not be able to get the drop on them, getting heads much quicker. Still, for 4 AM and Alpha 7, this is probably the best opportunity for them to get a very nice and central spot. Rozhok still open, so teams like Alter Ego, Influence Kevin and Yasnaya can quickly get across the bridge as well, and Inco opt to head up towards Stalber. In fact, as soon as they saw that circle pop, they stopped moving down towards Yasnaya, picked up some of the more likely vehicles in that area towards Stalber and started looting. So smart move from them. This will give them a chance here. It's been a fair few times over the last couple of games that they have been outside of the circle with no real hope to actually push through the masses of teams that were ahead of them.
Geek Fam playing on the mouth of the Western Bridge. 50 seconds before phase 1 circle closes. Godlike Stalwart, they dropped long and late towards Novo and military base. They won't have had the most time in the world to get this loot on board. See level 1 helmet and vest there, full top. Wolves making their rotation as well. That's right up the center, north from Pachinki. Moving up to the church now, a launching point towards the ruins, potentially up towards Rozhok.
Pachinki always a great springboard for a lot of these teams, just in terms of being able to rotate fairly easily from that spot. Buddhadam really not had breakout performance as of yet. Alter Ego, in fact, passing them now with 57 points in 13th place. In a really good position to actually start catching up a lot of these other teams towards 7th. Really good standout here for Indonesia. For a team that looked almost out of the picture on day 1.
They were in the teens of points at the start of today. So they have done well to kick it up a gear with that previous game, but it is a question of maintaining that, as we have questioned time and time again from Inco. At the top of the tables, obviously now being tied on 93 with Inco and S2G. The tiebreaker, of course, meaning Inco wins out with the chicken dinner count that they've had. S2G falling behind on that metric, but it is still very, very close. And then 3rd and 4th is also tied between the Influence Kemen squad and Nova, 82 apiece with Alpha 7. Right at the door with 80.
Again, though, starting the day at 78 points, John. Only 2 points found so far for Alpha 7 over 3 matches. That buffer definitely slipped away. No longer that safety net beneath them. It's time to start getting the boots dug into the ground. Get something done here, because it's really starting to slip away from them a little bit. Nova ahead of them at 82, tied with Influence Kemen, 82 points apiece. Influence Kemen drawing ahead now of Alpha 7. It's kind of what I expected as well. This team was a favorite of mine, honestly. Coming from Americas, they just looked leagues ahead of most Western teams, in fact. That includes HVP as well as Mad Bulls. Before they had their drop-offs in performance over in the group stage. But yeah, I think Influence Kemen definitely that favorite Brazil team for me. Inco, a strange strategy that seems to work out, and you respect them for it. I just think that Influence Kemen are kind of that team that just keeps on trucking.
Just always there, always in the conversation. Coming into PMGC, we were worried about S2G, Blank. We were worried that this was a team that had dropped off a little bit, qualified through PMGC points, remember, to the group stages, and didn't manage to get one of those top spots in the European regional, which would have seen them in had they not been up the top for the PMGC points from Turkey, from the PMPL points, sorry, from Turkey. So people were worried about their group stage, but they came in swinging. They absolutely blasted out, and now here they are in Jakarta in the finals, tied for the top spot. This is a team that I don't think too many are going to be worried about from here on out.
Yeah, some seriously clutch players on the side of S2G. You saw that throughout the group stage as well, with some seriously potent moments from them. I think there's a player on that team that I kind of discount, honestly. I think every single player has their own role to play. Every single one of those players can become the fragger if necessary, which is really good in any team. Now to have that to fall back on in those dangerous moments that anyone can perform at any given time. T2K would get some more points on the board, currently in 7th place, not doing too badly for themselves. A lot of ties at the moment though. 63 and 63 between Fireflux and 4AM, 67 and 67 between T2K and Geek. Again, this is just one of those lobbies where we have a real even spacing of points. Starting to break away a little bit now towards that top side. So we meld into that middle pack.
Vampire now 16th place on the table. 13 points clear at the bottom there. They were saying over on the desk that Satani had indicated that they weren't going to change anything. It seems that that is true. And unfortunately for them, not changing anything means that they are going to continue to perform under expectation in a way that is not what you'd expect of a PMWI champion. Back to back, I think they earn, pretty vast sums of money over there as well.
Yeah, I think Max was actually talking to Corp. I was talking about this on the desk, that they said that now they are going to make some changes coming into this match 4. So there are going to be some differences for Vampire Esports. We'll see exactly what those are. Looks like they are moving a lot earlier than usual. I think that was necessary at this point in time. I don't think you can really play edge with this. Ooh. With this current lobby, who are just sending it for that center, sending it for those priority compounds. The thing is, with this level of players, these level of teams, they could quite easily hold onto these compounds. Once they pick up a priority compound, very difficult to dissuade them from that position. It has to be a very clean crash, and we haven't seen a lot of those recently just because of how skilled these players are at holding.
It is very, very difficult to make those crashes unless you can capitalize or third party on the engagement. Unlikely you'll get away with it unscathed. Nova near to S2G, 2 heavy hitters in the lobby. Frozen takes a lot of damage early. Order cannot find the lineup. Order moves on down, and a sliver of HP gets the flush as well. Frozen and Order in still, but in comes Silas and Hamzy for backup. They swipe each other away. Oh no, he's run himself over with the vehicle, and Hamzy's low on the HP as well. Looks for the flush onto Paraboy, and potentially even needs to go for this res. Alpha 7 are nearby, and Hamzy falls. It is absolute chaos here, Blank.
That rundown, so unfortunate. I think they got out of the vehicle just a little bit late, a little bit early. In fact, there is a momentum base that you can hit and get out quite safely. Fortunately for S2G, a little bit too soon. Everything came crumbling down around them, because in reality of things, that was a good play from S2G, a very quick response.
But down they go. And Alpha 7, we literally just spoke about it, right? Unless you can third party on an engagement, it's going to be difficult to roll up unscathed. That's exactly what Alpha 7 have managed to do here. IHC going to be peppering them from the back now as well. 2 players underground, Order and Frozen for Nova to stay alive near the shooting range. And IHC looking to move through, but Mafioso has got the oversight to slow them down, to give his teammates room to breathe.
Absolutely required here as well, John, to get them back into a position where maybe they can hold on. 3 players, 3 eliminations though. Now having to deal with IHC. That's 1 knock going their way, so perhaps holding on. Nova just 2 players hiding in the bunker here. It's an okay start, 1 elimination, but they've got to go a little bit further than this. And right now, Alpha 7 have got them in pitched warfare. Unlikely they're getting out from underneath this bunker. They are locked in.
Mythic tries to keep them pouring down the stairs. Try to bank it off the wall. Does take a little bit of damage. And doesn't throw any more with the smoke there. Oh, steps back up towards it. And again, backed off. Such a small route of ingress. You can't really push down here. Especially with Frozen on the boxes. With 3 players, it's likely that you do lose this. With 4, you might want to chance it, but even then, it's super risky.
100%. 4 players might have been nice. Not enough with that. Getting the refrags on the 4 would have been a little bit dicey. With the 3 and the capability of the guys coming through from Nova, so unlikely. Great shots coming in from Yuhai. This guy is an adaptive player, a freak when it comes to speed. His reactions, so good.
Spins Godlike Stalwart out on the buggy. picks up the flush. A couple more players still to go, and a northward shift again for the players on that south side. Keeps Severny in it, Inco on the south point of it. As Wolves taking on 4 Angry Men, going back and forth. This is on the east side of Severny in the hills, right on the crash, and 4 Angry Men sweep them aside. You were talking about consistently and staying in that conversation when you were referring to Influence Chem, and they're always there. I feel like 4 Angry Men, they have a similar reputation, but they just haven't stood up as much.
Some unfortunate games for 4 AM. Not quite able to get as far as they'd like, and I think some of that has been due to circles today.
Uh-oh.
Geek Fam moving through. Alter Ego, though, find themselves positioned to maybe hold out the guys from Geek Fam, who are sent away now. Inco was able to move down from Stalbert. Good decision at the start of the game to play up there. With the time they had, swinging across in the parachutes, it's just a perfect choice for them. They've moved into a very central spot, to be honest. Should assist in the rest of the game.
A lot of points being taken away. I say points, sorry, players being taken away from the teams in the top 5. Only Inco remains at full force. And we've seen what they can do if they're left alone for a long time in these circles. Fireflux nade over towards IHC. That is inside Severny, the northern end of it. So with the buildings as cover, that might be a little bit of an opportunity. Look at that, they keep pouring them on through. IHC have lost 2 now. So Fireflux looking to control North Severny.
Good position to hold, actually. Fireflux can keep it held down versus IHC. Unfortunately, taking a knock there onto Solus. Fireflux currently in 10th place, losing that lead to 4 AM. Fortunately, 4 AM is now down to just 2 players right in dead center of Severny.
Alpha 7 pushing in from that western side as well, forcing IHC to make decisions. Solke down for Fireflux. A nade from Alpha 7 over onto Demo as forward position Godless does get res by Ziol. Nades can continue to be thrown out, but Mythic wants to capitalize on the position and will push into the building, wants the challenge. Fades away just a little bit, spotted on the cross. Can he get back behind the wall? Yes, he can. Ziol not able to curtail that rotation. Demo still not res. Alex will start to stick it now with the smoke starting to bloom as Revoke puts a Molotov in to stop any pushes coming on through. Ziol cooking the nade, wanting to launch it over towards Alpha 7. In the meantime, Fireflux back up to fighting form. Geek Fam on the eastern side have managed to find a little bit of compound to play with. Further south, it's the warehouse for Buradam.
Finally find their way into the circle now. Buradam really been struggling over these past matches. Find themselves a position again. Everyone here in the PMGC, there's not a single team that is on horrible points. Moves up though. Geek Fam sends Alter Ego back. That's 2 down already.
And a flush as well. 1 more potato to go and will be found. Snipes is laying into them with a DBS. 1 player now standing in 8 rounds. 8 cartridges still to chunk on out. 1 player for Alter Ego, and he'll start to step up now. Rex will go for 1. Damn rude. Goes low as well. The spray around the side, but the DBS. Oh, it's just too much. The UMP to find the final points of damage, but Geek Fam are getting rolled up on. It's Buradam with Kengzo, and Godlike Stalwart have a DBS of their own. Able to dispatch the players in green. And Scry stays alive. Pika knocked, but resable.
Such an effective weapon there from the guys from Geek Fam. Snipes really putting in the work with DBS. Beautiful stuff. 1-2 punch the entire time. He was extremely accurate with it. Waited for his moment marvelously, but now Stalwart on a piece of the action. Molotov doesn't go through the window. Won't give them that space that maybe they wanted, but the nades, again, one drops out the side, but it might be enough if it pops right now.
Top row, beautiful stuff. In comes the push as well. Snipes now in a 1 versus 1. He hopped out the window to take the teammate down. 5 cartridges. DBS versus DBS. Godlike Stalwart around the door frame. He pushes through, and Scry to close down the fight. Finally, 4 teams have rolled up into these buildings, and only 1 player has survived it. It's Scry from Godlike Stalwart.
The cacophony of DBS as well, just resounding through that compound. I almost felt like Snipes was going to take it all the way home. And so successful with that DBS in the first place. What a truly marvellous moment if he was able to finish that one out. But now only Scry left, and realistically, it was GeekFam to make everyone pay much more dearly for that position than they had hoped.
Scry now has DRS to deal with. An aid in, that looked pretty perfect, and Delta shows us just how it's done for DRS. The team from Nepal, they started off with the first chicken dinner of the tournament blank back in match 1, but since then they've been fairly middling. However, they are still in 6th place and very much still a part of the conversation now on that east side. Really one of the very few teams with power outside of Severny right now. Inco, they've been hunkered down on the south of Severny and allowing these 3 teams to their north to just fight it on out, to duke back and forth.
Buriram, still with 3 players, moves towards that northern side, 4 AM. Still with a strong spot in the twins there. Obviously only 2 players, but if they can get further along right now with the 4 limbs they have and get a high placement, the amount of players remaining, the amount of teams, it is quite likely we'll see a lot of them fall soon, especially with how clumped up they are over on that western edge. Inco may want to leave or take some good shots over towards anyone that's moving out from that northern side. Fireflux, A7, IHC. Nova also still in the mix with 2 players.
T2K from the south will need to push up north. Vampire will be in their way if they try to move a little bit further east of that. Buriram will shoot down, as well as 4 angry men, but Inco will hold that south point fairly firmly. 4 nades in hand for Inco over there. I think they might have spotted that Alpha 7 got a little bit close. Nova trying to skirt around on the south side. Spotted by Vitali. Lights up Frozen, gets the flash. Order up to the wall. They know he's there. And Order is not going to be able to make it any further. Nova down, eliminated. 11th place, 1 elimination. That's going to drop them beneath Alpha 7. And now it's the Brazilian teams with a chance to realign for the top 3 on the tables.
A very good chance as well. Influence coming up towards that northern side. Inco tucked away on the west. For Alpha 7, this really is an important game for them. 4 eliminations, down to 1 player now. Not really a hope to get their fellow teammate back up again. T2K as well, taking heavy casualties on this side.
3 players left. Active and Reservoir behind the rock. They are in this next zone, so as long as Vampire don't take them down, Buriram is their main threat here from behind. And of course, Buriram will need to be pushing on in to this next circle. The smoke's all starting to fade now. That smoke line really shunted out of control. And Vampire on a solid ridge line here on the east of Severny. Potential here to put in a shift.
Yeah, they could get a huge amount of eliminations over towards that western side. Killer. Very dangerous to that one. Swims over the top of some of those players over towards the north and Influence Kemin. Certainly a terrifying weapon to come up against. Revo though still going. Can't count out Revo either from Alpha 7. This guy is an absolute beast when it comes to solo clutches.
Put it down, 2 players behind T2K still in the queue to get into the next circle. 2 players on the forward, sorry. They have got their backstop in Tiger out to the east, and he's taking shots over towards Rig to get the flush. Knocks over towards Vampire, or certainly damage, if not knocks just yet. And that's going to suppress that position nicely. Vitali for Inco has been knocked in the meantime, but Becker can reposition, wend his way through the streets of Severny to keep them going. Currently, Inco sat at the top of the tables, tied with S2G at this stage. 2 eliminations apiece puts them at 95. And anything more is gravy for Inco to open up that lead. Alpha 7, you talked about Revo not being able to count him out. See how much further he can go. He's currently 11 points behind that 2nd place position on S2G.
I think getting towards the top placement, probably high priority for him right now, but again, he has some time to play around with Severny still being just about in. T2K, Buriram all moving up towards Vampire Esports position. You can see it's so horrifically tough for Buriram. Vampire Esports roasted them there.
Influence Kemin on the north side. DRS moved 2 up to them to maybe even guard them out. Nades from Rules and from Delta starting to pour over towards the beach side. As Influence Kemin have to make that crossing sooner rather than later. Law wanting to move up and get away from the rest of the team. They don't want to all go down here. Killer as well with an excellent sightline to control this crossing. However, DRS have to move themselves. Are they going to invest all this time just to take down Influence Kemin?
They can take down Influence Kemin, means they can control the northern side of the map. I think that's what ideally they're looking for, but I would be very much doubting that Influence Kemin is going to let this one go easily. The DRS currently have the roadside. It's a very smart rotate from them to hold out the boys here. Ooh. But Nay's coming through liberally from the guys from Influence Kemin. One goes down already. Yante immediately has to move in for the assist. In the meantime, Federal gets up towards the roadside. What a play from him.
Delta
a very
close.
limited amount of time as well to make that happen.
Giante with 2 players to deal with now. Delta has to push around the side of the smoke, and Law not able to deal with it. Kayovsky lit up from the back. An Influence Kemin torn apart there. DRS now have that control on the northern side, Blank.
So important for them. DRS, really, really tough fight there for them, especially with the initial knock coming through, and Federal playing that one marvellously. Again, it's that 4v3, it's the man advantage that comes through to bear. But DRS now hold a very, very strong spot inside the circle with 4 players alive as well. It'll be tough to dismount them. 4EM, though, surprisingly still going with just their 2 players.
DRS smokes out. Roll forwards. Delta. Giante leading. Trying to snake back together there. 4AM. With their remaining players, 2 of them to the south. Good Xiao and Ting Chen. Wanting to hold out on the eastern side. T2K have been surviving to their credit under the supervision of Vampire, but they are right on the edge of this next circle. And they still have Tiger to worry about from Buradam. Inko on the inside have just been chilling for so long in Severny.
They haven't had to move. And this is something that Inko's very good at, is taking their time.
Okay.
It's picking their moment, man. They've got to pick their moment. Again, I'll say it one more time, it's that nitro boost. And it is very important that you don't hit that nitro boost too soon. You don't want to be rolling over the finish line. You want to be absolutely blasting past it.
I mean, they won't have to move even in this next circle either if they don't want to. They might want to take a little bit more position, but Solus is going to be wanting for a little bit more than that. He's got plenty in catch. 2 players now for IHC looking to push on through. Alex flushed out, Godless dispatched by Lutz on the sidelines. A nice little third party, and it's just Demo. Ziol's too low to be a part in this fight, but Demo handles business on the inside of the calf and drops from the top rope. The heel was good, and Ziol keeps good Godless alive.
Fireflux just not able to put up any kind of fight there versus IHCs. They swarm up on their position. T2K ripping apart Vampire Esports. They've remained on the south side for a long time, and quite quietly too.
Brilliant nades coming through to dispatch a lion's share of the Vampire position. 3 players down, and Ravenclaw cowed under pressure. Tiger has taken this opportunity for Buradam to move on up and actually take a backstab attempt, but unfortunately the crossing is not going to go well, and 7th place, 2 eliminations, is not going to be enough to lift you off the bottom of the tables in a position that was potentially very, very strong. Vampire have it all come crumbling down. Now, Buradam losing their last as well brings us to 5 teams remaining.
Vampire used to playing edge, don't expect anyone to be at their back, and don't prioritize that position as a threat. Unfortunately for them, it's where they do get taken down from.
T2K, 1 player lit up, 1 in the shack. Jane stays alive for now. It is in the next circle. Inko can still just play in these buildings, however, and with that sightline, with that hard cover, they can provide such a difficult time to everybody else in this lobby.
Inko, I've just waited this one out for the opportune moment. Now they're ready to go. DRS doing some serious damage over towards 4AM. Again, absolute miracle that they've even got this far, to be honest. With that, Vitali takes some long shots over that way. 5 eliminations so far for Inko. This is where they're going to start to blast out, and they knew this compound would be extremely powerful if it remained in for a while. See where the circle goes. Will it still hold them in?
Once they've dispatched IHC, they have a ridgeline in front of them to move in towards, but it's broadside to DRS. DRS really the main threat now against this Inco position. But they don't even have to cross the road. They still have the walls to play with, Blank.
Exactly. That is the most difficult scenario. Inco's once again identified the most based position here on the map, honestly. As long as they could remain in it, they knew that the rest of the game would be fairly simple. Sphorium out, 6 eliminations, still a 5th place with that. Going down to 2 early on is not a bad result whatsoever.
Any double-digit game is good news. And that's exactly what they were able to find here. IHC moving on in, but Vitali spots Godless on the broadside. Ziol as well, trying to move through the smoke, but DRS delivering on the promise of their position. Both of the players from IHC eliminated. 7 eliminations, 4th place. A lot of those points going over towards DRS. T2K surviving. Jane in the shack. Not in the next circle. Will have to shift a little bit forwards, but it's 4 versus 4 with a wild card in T2K.
This is the time for patience though, John, because Inco's exit from this position in Severny quite difficult. Squash spot is Jane from T2K. They want all their attention to be able to be over towards DRS at the end game. But Jane's got perfect cover to play in, and DRS are happy to wait this one out. They drop smokes, in fact, even delay this game out even longer.
Position completely known here. Needs to burst the buggy. Takes too much damage from it. Ankles tagged by the play zone. And out goes T2K. 2 teams remain now in pitched 4 versus 4. Gianti looking for that heal. Becker taken pretty low as well, but does get the heal off himself in the blue zone. That'll be crunched forwards. Delta moves up to the crate, and that could be crucial, Blank.
That's the biggest move in all this, and the smokes are really good. Disorientated Inco a little bit, but getting these 2 players up, very important.
Oh no.
Squash, unfortunately, takes a hit to the zone. Vitali struggling to get across 2, and DRS might have just played this one out perfectly. Nenebete down, just Becker remaining. A horrid push for them going forward. I don't even think they can get the player back up on his feet. And DRS actually going for aggression now.
Vitali still active, but they get lit up by Delta, and DRS extend their hand and put the chokehold on the circle. DRS from the northeast side push on through. And the first match was theirs. Now, in match number 10, they're able to do the same.
DRS from Nepal, a really good result there, and from the back of some very good decisions. Taking that fight up towards Influence Kevin when there was a lot going on around the map, but understanding that that northern side was going to be so important for buying them time for that end game, considering where Inco was playing in Severny. They knew that, look, we have the wall for us. We're just going to take pot shots at everyone out towards that side of the map on the east. But DRS don't give them that chance. They smoke out. They get a player up towards that crate. It was fortuitous it was there in the moment. But they make all the right moves at all the right moments. I've got to be very, very proud of DRS from Nepal here, because that was a marvelous game. Very, very well played out. And that should see them further towards the top of the rankings now. Actually, very far towards the top of the rankings, considering where they were. I think it was about 70 points at the start of this game.
Talking about seeing yourself to the top, I mean, Inco, they started towards the top, right? They are absolutely going to have extended a really nice lead now towards the end of today with an Erangel match that potentially they could have taken home, but either way, it's a good result. It's double digits, and that's what we want to see. I think they might have even broken 20 on that game.
I think they might have broken 20 on that game. I think Inco did very, very well. And again, it's a lot of these smart decisions coming out from these teams that are getting the chicken dinners so far. Not only DRS taking that position towards that northern side, but also Inco deciding to wait down towards the south, allow a lot of that action to conclude up towards the north side of Severny, and from there, just kind of take those shots at everyone else that really didn't have that cover to play around with. So it was very smart play from both these teams, but at the end of the day, I think DRS just absolutely had Inco in the chokehold. It was not one that Inco wanted to find themselves in. I thought they thought that would be an easy finish for them, But again, that's DRS just identifying the faults of that gameplay. It only lasts for so long, it's only good for so long. As soon as Zone 9 hits, their life becomes so much harder. I think they had to have a player move out much earlier towards that ridge side, under the cover of DRS finishing up a lot of these engagements. Although Inco did get a lot of success, a lot of result out of that position, it was eventually going to become a bit of a moot point. So getting players up early on would have really assisted them, because if you have those 2 anchor points early, getting those other players towards your position with smokes easily thrown from that would have been the key play. And I think we mentioned it, Inco was just going to sit around for a while. It's what they do, and I think they make that smart decision of where to play, when to play it, but I do think they need to figure out this a little bit more proactive gameplay.
They made 1 rotation.
Yeah.
That whole game. It was into South Taverny.
Exactly.
And that was it. That was their entire game.
They identify a very good spot. That's the
true.
thing. Every single game they identify a very good spot. But the proactivity of the late game, really, there's something that needs to change in that regard. Because, again, we're seeing this case of Inco being blessed a little bit by these circles. And it's hard to say, right? It's hard to say if they're being blessed or not. But at this point in time, when you see them make that singular rotation, it happened throughout group stage as well, which is what it makes me hesitant to say it here in PMGC, because I don't want to have to say that Inco's run has been based on luck, but a lot of the time it has. I will say this is a very intelligent team. I think that's one thing they have, but proactivity, aggression, it's not really in the tool set right now.
What's unfortunate as well is that T2K, they dropped in Taverny. They went south, and Inco in that time frame snooped on in and actually were able to take that away from T2K. T2K obviously ending up coming 3rd, sure, but that position in 2nd would have been so much sweeter.
It's ballsy maneuvers from Inco that continue to work out for them. So, I don't know. I want to see more ballsy maneuvers towards the end game, though.
Well, that's exactly what DRS delivered on, right? They were able to do so much work, taking care of IHC on that side of the circle. A little bit of a risk, but with all 4 of them alive, they stayed in the fight, they made it work, and they took home match 10.
Once again, a phenomenal match, and it seems to be the match of the teams from Nepal. Look at DRS Gaming and T2K both having phenomenal performances, 25 and 14 points.
Yeah, I mean, DRS, we needed to see a little bit of a follow-up performance after their first strong game yesterday, right, Seven? That was a little bit of critique we had for DRS Gaming when it came down to it. But here, strong performance, and especially controlling team on the Easter. We wanted to see from DRS, from any team pretty much, but DRS here, they just gave no breathing space to teams around them, which in a position like that, in that type of terrain, you always love to see.
Yeah, and I love the way they were able to kind of third-party certain situations too, especially with, I think it was somebody from Godlike Stalwart, where they were able to actually beat him. Yeah, one player standing, they were like, you know what, let's actually clear that. The time that they took to clear and just make sure that they worked their way up and put themselves in a great situation, you love to see that. And then we see IHC Esports. This was a team that we were keeping an eye on early on. They end up with 15 points. Inco Gaming going with what Blank was saying. I feel like, yeah, they were blessed. They were super blessed in that circle. And I wish they would have decided to rotate a little bit earlier. I felt like they took a little bit way too long. Or if maybe they would have just worked on a 2-2 split. Especially because Vampire had that ridgeline. It was really strong. We said it. This is the position of Vampire are going to play where they can gatekeep all the teams leaving Taverny position. The moment you know that team is in a little bit of a bad spot taking that fight versus T2K specifically, that is your time where you can transition, get access to that ridgeline, and then maybe you can just take the fight to go for that chicken dinner. Crossing that road is the hardest part. They had one opportunity.
and they didn't quite pull the trigger on that play.
And Nico already has so much intel too on where some of the teams might have been, and they figure, you know what, let's send it there, but they send it in way too late.
Yes, and especially since, coming back to Vampire really quickly, they had one of the positions that was in the very late game as well. They still couldn't capitalize on towards that. So incredibly disappointing in that specific game. Maybe come back to DIS really quickly, because I really wanted to highlight that play. They came in through the east side and they pretty much fought their way through that. Pretty much during the whole game. They pretty much were fighting constantly, right?
Yeah, I mean, as you stated also, Seven, right, they were able to get himself that position where one of the last players of Stalwart, godlike Stalwart were playing, get access to that compound, and especially that position enables you to get a lot of information. So the moment they get access to that position, they know pretty much what cards they're going to be having to play with for the remainder of that game until the very last second. And as we said, don't give them any breathing space. Get himself a chicken dinner. That was the one play that just set them up for success in the first place.
Yep. Setting yourself up for success is something you can also do with this beautiful device I have at my hands, which is the Sony Xperia Mark 1. Sony Xperia 1 Mark 4. My goodness, it is a complicated game. Actually, it's not that complicated. Either way, Sony Xperia 1 Mark 4 and Sony Xperia Stream, which you can see right here. Keep your eyes peeled. Were co-developed in collaboration with professional esports players. You can play PUBG Mobile with Xperia Stream's tone cooling system. Once again, you can see it right in the middle of your screen. And multiple ports for intensive gaming and streaming. So make sure you check that out. Actually, I'll take it. Give it to you. Also, check out our sponsor, Prime Gaming. With Prime Gaming, you will be able to have free games if you sign up for it, and also have free in-game content, for example, for PUBG Mobile. So make sure to check that out. Sign up. You will find the links either on social media or in the chat. Either way, if you have checked out all of that, Sony Xperia and Prime Gaming, there is another thing I want to get your attention on towards, and that is the PMGC survey. Check out the PMG survey link in the chat and on social media to let us know your feedback and suggestions about the show. Maybe positive, maybe negative, it doesn't matter. We need all of your feedback, so make sure you sign up, and you may get a chance to win some prizes as well. So it's not without anything you get either. You might be rewarded for it. So thank you all in advance for sharing your feedback via the PMGC viewer survey. Last but not least, I want to get your eyes peeled on the newest update, which is out since yesterday, actually. I was already talking yesterday about, you know, us in the break opening up the app and checking out the update ourselves, and you can do so too. In case you haven't opened the app since yesterday, make sure to download the update and check out Warrior Trial and awaken your fighting spirit. We saw it in the opening scene. It's pretty cool. Before we head into a deeper analysis of the last game, we will be going into a short break. Stay tuned though for more PMGC action.
The time has come, so see we are fate. Pain and scars of past mistakes. We stay strong and refuse to break. You know the world is yours to take, and we will be the one. Time to take a stand. The world is in our hands, and you can feel the weight. Circles closing in. Time to carry on, and we will be the
And welcome back to PMGC 2022. We will be heading into match number 5 in just a couple of minutes. But before that, we should look at the overall rankings. Not only that, we should maybe take some moments to discuss that last game, which was DRS and obviously T2K as well, that performed fabulously for their region.
Yeah, the battle able to show strong in that previous game, and I'm really hyped to see the overall rankings, how much that potentially has changed right now, because we reached already the halfway point of the tournament before this previous match, and now more than ever, Seven, it's going to be so much harder to really have a big impact on the rankings if you're towards the bottom. So if you're towards the bottom of the rankings, it may be a little bit too late to make changes.
If you were going to make changes, they should have happened at the beginning of today.
By what?
They did make some changes, though, to be fair, but it didn't end up working out for them. Inco Gaming, wow, maintaining their first place. And the reason why I'm saying wow is because DRS now making the jump to that second place with 98 points. STG falling down, and Alpha 7 overtaking Nova.
Yeah, Alpha 7 able to get himself just a little bit higher right there, remaining in that 4th position while Nova dropping down, but that's fine. You know, Nova they're just nading themselves. They're having fun. But no, at the end of the day, it's cool to see the competition being so close between all of these teams. You're looking even for Angry Men. They could get themselves a pop-off game and they'll be roomed right up there, potentially even that top 3 position. So it's still so close, up in the air. Who will take it? I have no idea.
100%, and actually a big surprise for me is going to be T2K.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that they are actually maintaining the placement there in the first page. As we go towards the second page here, IHC, we see them with 74 points. If we go down, Fireflux, after we saw the good performance out of them earlier on, they have completely disappeared. And then Wolf Esports, this was a team that I was just expecting so much more. I expected them to be in the first page at this stage, and they're currently not.
Yeah, unfortunately for the PL team of Wolves Esports, not going to be able to get himself too much done.
Gosh.
I'm a little bit disappointed by Buriram, actually. They were, I'm not talking about the team below Stalwart, no. I'm talking about Buriram. They were my dark horse pick initially going into this, and I do not see their performance on the league stage. They're just struggling to get in that rotation path. They struggle to take fights. And even if they do have a good position, which doesn't happen that often, they don't tend to hold it that strongly. So it's a rough time for them.
Unfortunately, they don't. We have 2 more matches remaining for the day, and we have already crossed the halftime mark. Miramar and Erangel will be the upcoming 2 maps. Looking at the top Miramar performers, we have Nova sitting in first place.
Oh, that's a lot of points. That's pretty good. I don't know why my voice went like that. I have no, you take it, Seven.
But I'm glad Nova's currently there because they have had 2 bad performances in comparison to what they were able to do at the beginning of the day. I know we were kind of joking about how Paraboy ended up nading two of his teammates and how they were just kind of laughing it off. And after this past game, they really didn't perform that well either. I feel like if they can maybe put another good performance here, it's going to push them up to that third place, and that's exactly what they're going to want to be.
And we keep saying, right, when you're talking about Miramar and teams that we expect to do well, we keep on saying all the time, Nova Esports, they're finally up there, they're performing well, they might get themselves another strong game here.
Let's look at the teams to watch and look. Actually, we do have one Nova pick as well. Talking about Nova right now. 7. You expect Nova to perform well in Miramar now? I mean, they are the top performers, so, you know, it's kind of a given. But either way, care to explain because they haven't really been popping off in the last game?
I think pretty much exactly what I said before and exactly what that graphic showed is exactly what I wanted to say and the reason why I'm picking them. I'm also picking Inco Gaming because I do want them to maintain that first place finish, and I'm picking Wolves as well because of what I was saying too. This team needs to do something. They showed so much potential and nothing's going on.
Airdrop, you know? I mean,
on purpose.
Right now, it's not Wolves Esports, like PUBG Esports. Not gonna lie, that's what we're seeing. Yeah.
Max.
Okay. I thought it was good.
Yeah, that was good. Actually, I wanted to talk about your picks, but maybe just talk about one really quickly. Actually, I hear that we are going over to the casters, maybe a couple of last words. Last prediction for you, you have set one team to watch?
Vampire keep changing stuff.
Vampire keeps changing stuff. We're going over to the commentary desk, and it is John Allen and Plank to cast for you guys at home. So, once again, take it away.
Thank you very much, Alex and the rest of the desk. We are going into Miramar for the penultimate match of today. A couple of substitutions on the cards. We're talking about changes that Vampire can make. This is what they're going to go for. 2 stops in for Schweppes.
I think it's a kind of an interesting substitution. I think Schweppes is one of the better players on that squad, but 2 stops also incredibly powerful player. I don't know if it's too little too late now for Vampire. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. Perhaps they can blast out, but again, I think this is more looking for a high placing finish now for the guys from Vampire as opposed to a podium finish. Keep this one strong, keep the spirits high. This is all about for Thailand at the moment. But over to Miramar once again. So what kind of game we do see here. Geek Fam still keeping it strong so far. Really good to see. Yuhai put an absolute clinic recently today as well versus IHC earlier. Versus a lot of teams in the lobby. Really taking his team to the limit at the moment. See how far they can push this one into Miramar.
Heading over to the desert for the second time today. We'll be flying from Puerto Paraíso all the way up towards Ruins, a direct southeast to northwest cut on Miramar for our 11th match of the tournament of the series. Teams should find it fairly simple to access most of the map here, Blank. It's not really going to isolate too much away. Late positions over towards places like Cruz del Valle, towards Tierra Bronca, also over to Valle de Mar for teams like 4 AM, and Los Higos as well, a little bit further south, but everywhere else really going to be very accessible now.
Absolutely, I think there's going to be a fair few positions around the map which should be accessible for these teams. A very fair playing path here on Miramar towards El Pozo. DRS obviously out nice and early. An Eastern team most of the time. This has been throughout most of PMGCs we've seen DRS take up this kind of approach as well. It's nice to see this continue for them. Budadam in their vicinity, just not able to get through onto a lot of these positions they'd like to take. Many teams around their areas shutting them down nice and early.
Impala for Buradam. East side, Alpha 7 out a little bit later, potentially heading up towards La Cobreria and the Crater Fields. A south circle will bring them back down south. Alpha 7 had the wind knocked out of their sails just a little bit so far today. Only 2 more chances to prove that it's still there, that they were just tacking into the wind. Influence Kemin though, they've been keeping that pace up just a little bit further. 85 to 83, Alpha 7 to Influence Kemin respectively. But Inco stretching out ahead. 12 points ahead of DRS after DRS's chicken dinner. Inco still sit firmly atop, and they are the first team to break that 100-point barrier.
Still doing some really good work for Inco. A little bit blessed throughout today in terms of circles. They've translated that into points though, that's the main thing. doesn't necessarily always mean you get points even if you get the circle. Does not work that way. We saw that from T2K up in Severny anyway. They dropped in that spot, weren't able to get the points available to them. Down to just Jane in the end, taking himself out. Again, third place, not bad for them. 81 points in 7th. A real opportunity to move up towards that upper echelons. 4th place, definitely accessible. Like to see a 4 AM game here, though. Still putting up those numbers, but again, a little bit more needed. 4 AMs at 4, they look really good, but losing players early at the moment, not ideal for them. Nova, I think this could be another big game for them, John, honestly, here on Miramar. There has been some oopsie daisies through the last couple for them. And I think Nova can definitely turn this one into a win.
Nova down in, I say down, they are in 5th right now. Maybe should say up in 5th. It's certainly very much still in that conversation, which is where they wanted to be. We questioned their presence and their power in this lobby, in this final, from yesterday's performance, but we knew that they've always had it in them. 30 knocks for Matic over in the last chance qualifier. It's just such a shame that HVVP didn't make it. A very powerful team, but when the chips were down, when the cards were being counted, it just didn't go their way. And that's sometimes just how it goes here. The PMGC found the top 16 teams in the world and has brought them all together here. And at the moment, Inco sits atop that pile, the Brazilian squad.
It's a cruel finish as PMGC. Like I said, John, things don't necessarily always go your way. You have to work with what you're given. Looking at 4 AM on our screen at the moment. Currently down towards the eastern side of Minas del Valle. Just passing up past Los Higos and a couple of players underneath Empire Esports in Los Leones. Potential for them to get a good game here, considering the circle down towards that southwest. Fireflux also maybe looking for a big game here.
You'd hope anyway. 65 points right now for Fireflux. 11th place on the tables. It is very volatile still on these tables, and in an 18 game set, it can all change at the drop of a hat. So you do need to keep your wits about you. Seize any opportunity that comes your way, should it be presented. Wolves moving quite early on this one, able to get central towards Chumacera. Valuable position. You're talking about it with Fireflux holding that area as well. They will be getting some neighbors fairly soon. 4 Angry Men, they left south from Los Leones. They are coming in towards Minas del Valle now, but the hills to the south of Chumacera could prove to have value, and the value that they are looking for on 4 Angry Men to try and catch up to Nova. Now a 9-point difference between them and 4 Angry Men.
It's a good spot to play actually for 4 AM. Really nice high ground to play around with. Getting in this spot early on is always the name of the game. Not necessarily a position that you can head in towards later on. This is one of the positions that you bank on, so I like this play from 4 AM, splitting Svan, Kudziao, Ching Chen and Co. on a 2-2 split, allowing them to regroup together wherever the circle goes, but always on high ground and giving support to one another from afar. It's a very smart play. Let's see if this one works out, though. That's always the question. Inco barreling their way in from that northeast side. Getting caught up between a few teams, though, in the process.
Still quite a little bit of space around them. Miramar obviously being so large, there's a lot of rotational paths there. To their east side, there's T2K. To their west, they have to deal with the Wolves, who made this rotation a little bit earlier than they did. Vampire potentially coming across T2K as they head west from Los Leones. Ravenclaw very, very close by, and it looks like they might be looking for this engagement. 2 players moving forwards. 2 stops wanting to swing out wide. His first entry for the squad so far in this tournament, looking to elevate them from the 39-point bottom table performance that we've had from them so far. T2K, 2 players are there. The Vampire aren't going to push for them either way. Not going to take too much damage from it either. They will maintain for the time being. Keep the course on the heading. T2K, 81 points in 7th place. I feel like this is a team we haven't really talked about too much, but there is a lot of power there behind them.
I think T2K have been steady away for the majority of this tournament. We haven't been able to talk about them too much, John, but honestly, regardless of that fact, they're still making stuff happen. 81 points is one hell of a result. It just hasn't been any of those pop-offs. It's mostly about just getting towards that end game, picking up those points where they can, and then going from there. Influence Kevin, another team on that same kind of hype, trucking away on those points. Alpha 7 were able to overtake them just a little bit up towards 85 now, head them by 2. IHC, shots over towards Alter Ego.
Alter Ego skirting around on the headland there. Will be able to get to safety for the time being. 4 of their players still alive. And playing on the southwest side near Villa de Mar, as Alpha 7 going to be moving in from the north edge.
Everyone really banking on a lot of spots around the map at the moment. Trying to figure out what kind of spots will be ideal here, or trying to take at least whatever is suitable. Monte Nuevo in this one though, very hard ship towards the northwest. 4 AM really put out by this one. As our DRS down towards that south side. Influence Kemin got a long way to go. Can't even see them on the screen for you guys, but they're all the way over towards Puerto Paraíso at the moment. Inco, again, shifted to 5th gear. We'll get a move on up towards Monte Nuevo's side. 4 AM equally. Just trying to get down off that mountain as fast as possible and back on the road. You can see them zipping, flying over the top of these ridges.
A lot of teams making rapid movements now. This is a very hard shift, Blank. This zone 3 will put the cat amongst the proverbial pigeons as Nova moving in from that east edge. Might come across Inco if they move any further south, but everybody on that east side will be up to bat, I'm sure, in the coming set of rotations. 4 angry men rolling on up. Actually, in the meantime, over towards Nenebete. Goes 1 for 1 on the trade. Becker moves through. Nenebete flushed away. 4 angry men moving as a unit. Squash able to do some damage. And now up the stairs they go. First down, but again, they trade it off. And 4 angry men are winning this out by the sheer fact that they're sticking together. Becker, low HP close by, will need to get a heal off if he wants a chance in this engagement. 2 versus 1 right now. Has got a backup now coming through in the form of Vitali. But they are splitting this fight nicely. And in comes order from Nova as well to slow the players on the inside. Vitali down and out, and Inco full early 16th place, 0 points. The door is open for teams to try and catch up now.
4 AM though, suffering to similar antics, losing players early. But Inco going out is not great news for them whatsoever. Gives a chance for DRS, S2G, A7 to potentially catch up.
Pretty much everyone all the way down to 7th place in T2K. 81 points. Reachable for players in that bracket, should they have the circles align. Inco, 110 right now, which sits 29 points ahead of T2K. We've seen those chicken dinners happen before. Nades from Nova, continuing to bombard on the 4 angry men's position that they fought so hard for. And Order will not let them rest. Another one sent on over. Not going to land any damage, but certainly going to be scary as a prospect. Shots actually coming through from T2K.
4M at least do get a resupply on the guys from Inco there. Should give them enough meds, enough supplies to restabilize. 3 players, not ideal, but not the worst thing to happen to you in the world. And with, I think that was at least 3 eliminations going their way, yes. It's decent news for them. Circle setting us up a little bit more. Vest2G dead set in the middle. Might be looking for another big game. Obviously, they dominated on our earlier Miramar of the day. Looking to make this one number 2.
Buradam from the south side. Max had them as a dark horse pick. We really respected their prowess in the games that we've seen from them so far. They deserve to qualify here. But they have fallen just short of that mark, that barrier that they set for themselves to try and jump on up. Hopefully, they can resurge. There's still a couple more matches for them to be able to do so, to climb up those tables all the further. And this time they will move into the south of S2G, who are looking to close that gap themselves against Inco.
I think if you look at Buriram, it really does feel like the wings were torn off and they were falling from up on high during this PMGC. Hope for something a little bit more from them. Didn't see it. And again, still don't see it at the end of the day. Kengzo was so confident coming into this PMGC2. Just feel like they weren't able to really find that same type of momentum that they were showing us over that group stage. Again, central position now though for them. First time in a long, long while that we've seen Buriram be able to pick up a position like this and work with it.
Alter Ego take a knock. Hopefully they can get back towards that one, get that res. Gonna be tricky though. That is fairly out and open. A vehicle is really the only cover, the vehicle that was dropped out from. The smoke blooms under pressure from Alpha 7. Carrillo's low, so will be forced to heal off there. Can't really afford to go for this peak, but Alter Ego seemingly really want to invest the resources to get this one back. IHC don't have other ideas. They are going to control the ground around them.
IHC, really big lineup at the moment with Alex further back, Demo down towards the southwest. Still have to keep eyes over towards Fireflux and DRS, but DRS look like they are moving up towards Fireflux's position. Rules gets dangerously close. It's on the ridge side. You look at Wolves though, they've got a nice little split for themselves towards the center of the map. With that ditch right in the middle that Buriram currently hold, they're not going to be taking too many fights with anyone anytime soon, but it will give them a lot of time to just live towards the end of the match here.
Fireflux now needing to hold off against this push, but they split up a little bit. Now facing off against 4, Killer will waste no time in opening up the bidding. Solke immediately dealt with, and look at that, Solus just sends away. Not really too much else to do in that scenario. They know that they're going to have to move further forwards north for Fireflux, so why not get ahead of it? You've already lost your teammate, and now DRS are hot on your heels. You need to make the most of every second you have.
Yeah, DRS are just an encroaching team. Once you give them any kind of space available to them, like vines, they're just going to creep on forward, take them all that space towards themselves and constrict you. I think for any one team in their vicinity, just has to leave, get out of dodge. My name P, surprisingly, down towards that south side of DRS. Not regroup with the rest of his team for Buriram. It will be a long run to get towards them, and he is heading dangerously close to DRS in this moment. The circle at stage 4 will be hitting very hard.
Nova eastern side. Frozen at the back on the east side. Influence Kemin looking to shunt in just a little bit further south of that. They are really struggling. 3 players are alive. Federal knocked almost down, but not out of it. Kayovski's handling business in the meantime. T2K not ready for it, it seems, but Kayovski's finally dispatched. And in a difficult position for Influence Kemin to get the res, but they're going to try nonetheless. Both players up and into the buggy. Swinging down low. Federal on the back is the moving turret. Not going to be able to get the knock on the approach. Has to swap weapons to the UMP, and not enough bullets are available there. Jane, one of the few last to fall, and now it's just Rig for T2K to try and stay alive. Kayovski did go down in the meantime, but there is retribution now on the cards. A nade from Federal could be all it takes. Rig forced around by the blue. Law is playing off Federal as well. A little bit lower on the HP, so waiting for the players to get a little bit closer. Now they're going to try and trade it off. Rig pushing on in with the blue zone moving. They have to go for the fight. Rig to the tree, finds one, looks for a second. T2K holding out around the tree. Federal, oh, just able to sneak it through, but the blue zone's there. It's going to be cruel. It is not going to be easy for them. And now Nova have to fight off against 4 angry men. They've been close by for a while now, and Jimmy is able to get an opening knock, but Chingchen able to look for more as a trade happens across the way. Order down, backs off the hill. Jimmy and Paraboy looking to try and re-envelop Order into the fold.
Smoke's going out, providing Ching Chen with a little bit of base of operations here. Moves down, tries to spot the player behind the wall, gives it the pre-spray there, but Won't find anything much more. Order, I think, has now regrouped. Players from Nova up front, providing that backstop. Svan, the back there, the veteran from 4AM, looking to put more damage through towards Nova's side.
Oh, Jimmy catches an ankle. Not going to do too much, but certainly opens up the possibilities here. Frozen is going to break out wide, but Jimmy gets a lovely angle through the window, and it's another one to go down for 4 Angry Men to leave them out. 14th place, 5 eliminations. Jimmy is resable, but they'll have to crawl forwards. The blue zone not going to be able to heal out on that one, and you can see Paraboy lobs him over the shoulder. The lift to the circle keeps him alive.
Wonderful stuff there from Nova. Really, really good understanding of the map and the terrain. It's the only way that happened so cleanly, and they knew they had to finish out that fight quick, considering how close they are to the circle starting to envelop. Yuhai heard this engagement, made the operative decision to head down this way and maybe hold out a team that's just come out from the back of a pretty hefty engagement themselves in Nova.
With the time that they've been given, Nova are going to be able to regroup quite effectively. Yanti, oh no, finds Solus lying in wait for whatever reason for Fireflux. And DRS are down now, so S2G, the only team that can look to really push realistically in this game. Nova on the east, sure, they might be able to make it. Alpha 7 actually as well with a shot over on that western side. But to be honest, S2G's position is so powerful. Look at the high ground that they have. It's just so difficult to deal with for any team nearby.
S2G, said it before, very strong here on Miramar. Great at finding these positions around the map. Fireflux, lose one more in the process. There's another going down. Some great long shots there. Over towards on board of Alter Ego.
Alter Ego will have to push a little bit closer to the next zone as well. Fireflux fall on the south side. Alpha 7 to the north of Alter Ego. And where do Alter Ego go now? Because S2G are going to spot everything they do as soon as they want to move. Alpha 7 there to catch them if they move north. IHC crunching them in on that south side. It is brutal for them on the southwest. Nova squeak in on the northeast side in the meantime.
Good stuff from them. Difficult run for Nova, but they've found themselves a position to play from. Oh, great news. Snipes already moving further towards the center. Wolves locked in combat right now.
Vampire trading off, remember, does go down. Ravenclaw knocked, but safe for now. For the time being, Pick Feet close by, spotted over the hillside. Fluke tries to go for the spray, but he hits the deck and fades the shots there. Vampire playing together, playing solid. Beautiful though, finds a little bit of an opening, tags it on, and finds a second knock onto Vampire. Fluke tries to control the ridgeline, but it's just not going their way. Two stops, not going to be able to do anything as there's a second player from Wolves to move through. And what a push coming in. Beautiful, beautiful over that ridge. 5 eliminations for the Wolves, and Vampire cannot stand up to the test.
Clean engagement from Wolves there. Vampire looked like they were doing so much better already with 2 stops in the fold. They just get crumbled by Wolves on 3 different angles. Wolves just play through the pressure. 7 eliminations already on this game. Looking to end their Miramar strongly. S2G still playing out the game slowly. Now looking over towards IHC. Incredible spot for them. Very difficult to play against this position from S2G. The circle moves further down towards the southwest. It's almost a guaranteed S2G win.
Will be difficult to wrest it from their control. But how far can they go? They sit 15 points behind lobby leaders Inco. A chicken dinner would see them there, and the eliminations would see them even further. IHC trying to roll over the top now into Alpha 7 sightlines. Mafioso and Carrillo lighten teams up left and right. Will have the forward position in Carrillo to be able to regroup towards as well as they control these teams on the south. Alter Ego, this is the difficult push that we were talking about before. Fnatic lobbing that nade up towards Alex to try and isolate an angle, but Alex sends one back and it's good for 2. And not only that, it's good for the 9th place finish of Alter Ego.
Circle centers up, still doesn't matter. Even the barest ridge side of this spot from S2G still in. It will give them major control over the majority of this match. Stalwart, looking to pump some more numbers. Down in 15th place, really Not the PMGC they were looking for, not the PMGC we expected from them either. Nova, though, taking massive amounts of damage. This is always going to be a difficult push, and they want to go for something drastic.
But they are here now, which is really quite great news. If Geek Fam fall out on the push, Jimmy might survive for quite a while yet on the side of Nova. S2G with the high ground, though. Need to start to put the pressure in. Only one elimination so far. Kengzo wants to put a nade up towards that ridge line, cooks it up. Doesn't find the knock. And looking to suppress it as well. Didn't really find too much damage there either. Buradam trying to move away from them, but really can't do that. Sky Only somehow manages to lead out into the field, but actually gets backed off by Revo from Alpha 7 from the north side. A little bit maybe overzealous on the rotation. Top from Godlike Stalwart, spots Sky Only rocking up to his shack, and actually he's not going to waste any time in just going straight out into the field. Sky Only under pressure from all angles, but Top, you can't afford to be out in the open like that, not when everybody's looking your way. Sky Only has a nade in hand, but there's one coming through. Oh wait, no, hang on a minute, that was from himself. Okay, I thought that was from Top, but no, it does go up in flames, and it is actually Pika to get the point.
Stalwart looking very dominant on this northern side. To push even further down. Buradam, great chance in this game. Really given an opportunity here, John, and done next to nothing with it. Mine MP being away from the rest of the team. Now Kengzo going down to some great shots coming through from S2G. Now starting to really leverage this position of theirs.
Nature of Godlike Stalwart towards Alpha 7, who have themselves been quite the terror on this northwestern side. Moving over the ridgelines, Top wants to go for a spray, but Pika has already fallen and doesn't really have the cover on that flank that he needs to be the force on this 2-2 split. Mythic over the side of that ridgeline around the tree. A lovely nade to the back, over onto Mafioso for Top, and he's still holding strong for now. Doesn't really have so much mobility with the sightlines that S2G hold, but Alpha 7 are going to think twice now about pushing around this sideline. A nade over the top doesn't really go far enough, and Mafioso can get rezzed here. Mythic close, crawling in towards Top on the UMP. And hits the deck in the smoke, wants to go for the heal now. Carrillo has the nade in hand and wants to pull the pin. Smoke actually just being redeployed in front of Mythic, and they can keep this ridgeline. Molotov in hand, Top launches it towards the back lines, but Mythic is close by. Top fades it away. Ooh, he's playing it super sneaky. I think he's been spotted. Mythic tagged.
Stressful scenario now for Alpha 7. Mythic in a real tough spot. Stalwart looking to just keep them on that side. S2G have to break away now. Have they done enough to clear enough space out from this south side to give them an easy exit? Silas, one of the best players of the team at the moment, sends out wide. Should have spotted this player quickly. Goes to the final from Buradam. Tries to finish it off. Will do. As Buradam United down. And S2G with a clean sweep. The southwest side. Moving up towards this crate. This is a perfect opportunity for them now.
The Wolves have one of the few positions that can really slow them down, but the zone will push them off it soon enough. The question is, what can they do before that happens? Can they get an opening towards S2G? Alpha 7 gets spotted out by Razy. Mythic taken super, super low and starts his movements forwards in the buggy and stays alive for the time being. Just that sliver of HP keeps him in and actually allows Alpha 7 to have 3 players moving central. They've already given up on Mafioso. Wolves have to move from that position, and they will move up north and swing out to sweep against Geek Fam as Memory swings out wide on the ridgeline, and Pit Feet leapfrogs over the top of him to put more damage through. 1-2, 1-2, and through. Memory pulls them back to mortality.
Great stuff there. The memento is all Geek Fam were at the end of the day. They sift past them. Looking over towards Nova, still in the match in stage 7. Only 5 teams remaining, so again, a decent result for them. Alpha 7 push this one a little bit further. S2G do not want to allow another one of these games to slip, considering they had such a good start.
The direction of the shack for Jimmy, I mean, I said it before, is going to allow him to survive for a long, long time. Geek Fam did not push up into it, and now Wolves are fairly decimated. They've managed to achieve 10 eliminations, though, in the meantime, so a phenomenal result for them towards the top. Now, S2G looking to just continue this pressure as they push in from the south. Alpha 7 have got some solid spots to try and defend from, though, as Silas moves up close and personal to Revo and Mythic. Has got a nade in hand. Will know that those vehicles are there. Should be able to place it nicely. Mythic will receive the brunt of the damage, but can start to heal that up very, very quickly. The rest of S2G will have sightlines, and they'll know that there's a player by this rock now. Bandages only, and only the one for Mythic. Those stims not going to last too long, and he's no helmet either.
Yo!
Throwing those bandages over from Revo, actually going for a second deployment as well. Such a crucial position, and Carrillo steps up for Alpha 7 to move Silas back. Slow S2G, but they've already taken down one player from Wolves, only Pick Feet remaining.
Looked like a good grenade over towards Alpha 7, but a bit too short here from Stalwart. S2G taking a lot of casualties at the moment, a lot of damage going their way. Still have a really strong spot on the top of the high ground, and I think maybe Silas' position was a bit overzealous there. Gets forward, and maybe he's able to be that player that is the cobra in the grass. But Hamzy G's going to go for it, and this is a mistake. This is the biggest mistake we've seen all day.
Gets cut down in the process. Alpha 7, though, 3 eliminations this late in the game. It wouldn't be a big chicken dinner, but it would be a great way to give them confidence to come back in and keep this momentum going. S2G likely now down to 2 players on this south side. No team at full force. Pick Feet playing in the shack. I think he might just be able to stay in this next circle. Will do so. Has to hop out the window if he doesn't want to take blue. Oh, no, wait, he's already on the outside. I thought he was on the inside, but no. We'll be able to move forwards on foot. Godlike Stalwart, 3 players on the northern edge. And trying to challenge out Alpha 7.
Razy and Kelsey now have to really work hand in hand. If S2G want even a chance in hell getting up towards that top 2. Stalwart tossing the smokes out, creating the train. Good shots from Alpha 7 though, and Stalwart's picked to pieces.
Mythic pulling them apart there on the push. Top already down, action low. Scry. The only one really healthy at this stage for Godlike Stalwart. Ooh, action so close to going down there. Managed to get the first aid off just in time before it tickles too much. Mythic close. Loves crawling around in these smokes. Nades over the back and a Molotov to slow down that ridgeline. Will pop the nade further back and Revo suppressed. Carrillo up the top, going to be pivotal in this engagement. Mythic needs to land a shot as well. It's traded 1-for-1. Scry with the blue zone coming through. Goes for the flush instead, and now Carrillo can look to stand up. Spots Scry and takes down Godlike Stalwart. But that is an excellent go time for S2G themselves. Klausy and Razy, the last 2 players. Find Revo at the back, and S2G look at a step up tall. Carrillo over the ridgeline. But with an assist coming in from Godlike Stalwart on the north side, they pull it back together, and with that, they strike out for the top of the table.
A couple of mistakes at the end there. You can see the relief as well. They thought it might have cost them, but Razy and Kelsey bring it through at the end. Some real clutch movers there. Necessary to keep them in it. I think Hamzy G going for that res, though, had to be the boldest move we've seen all day. Just rolling down into the UAS.
Sometimes you just got to make that sort of play, you know. Sometimes it just happens like that. Talking to Alpha 7 about that finish as well. Both of those teams will be very happy with how that one played out.
Obviously, Alpha 7 needed that game to pump their numbers back up again just a little bit. Your S2G, who just missed out on that chicken dinner on Miramar last time around. But this time, they're able to pull it all the way through. Really, really good stuff from S2G. Played that map out very nicely, which is a real boon for them tomorrow. If they're going to dominate on that map 2 times in a row, and they can continue to do that tomorrow too, wonderful stuff. That's going to give them a real boon coming in tomorrow, knowing that, you know, by the end of the day, if they're still lacking some points, if they want to get towards that #1 spot, take home the grand title for Turkey, you know, there's always Miramar still available and ready to give them those points that they need.
How cool would that be to have a defending champion team at next year's PMGC? But they've still got a whole match and an extra day to play through if they want to maintain that spot at the top. They were 15 points behind Inco at the start of this game. I think they had 8 or 9 eliminations there on top of the chicken dinner, so they will have cleared that hurdle. it is now definitely within their wheelhouse to keep this one turning.
Absolutely. S2G has looked like a good powerhouse during this tournament so far. These past 2 days, it's been nice to see. You know, they've been consistent. They have that firepower behind them. You love to see it. It's the kind of thing that is going to keep this team running into tomorrow. And I don't think they're going to run out of gas tomorrow either.
No, seemingly they've been winding up, and they have been ramping up over the course of the matches that we've seen from them, and it's a brilliant way to be able to operate in this tournament. However, it is, I would say, always easier to have a goal than it is to maintain a lead. So in that respect, maybe they could falter, and maybe that could give Inco the push that they need. Yeah, being ahead is sometimes like a double-edged sword, right? It feels good because you have that buffer between you and some of the other teams, but you don't necessarily have that pressure on you, which is going to push you forward to really hit those big numbers towards the end of the day. I think that maybe S2G would love to be in second place, because it seems like on the chase they are somewhere else, man. They're like a dog with a car racing down the road, and they're looking for that registration plate, or in this case, the PMGC trophy. It's quite the thing to be looking for.
Don't know why it's on the back of a car, but
it's got to be somewhere, doesn't it?
It's got to be somewhere.
You've got to put it somewhere at the moment. I think
that's where it is.
Or it was on the stage yesterday. It's not there anymore.
There is a car round Jakarta.
It was just there. Someone moved it. They moved it for that martial arts display earlier.
True, which was very cool.
Yeah.
You missed it. Check it out.
Definitely.
Here we are.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, anyway. It's late.
Okay. Yes, it is. But yeah, that was a really, really great performance. I would say from Alpha 7 as well, right? Because we talked about S2G. Alpha 7 controlled so much ground there. It was unfortunate that the third party came in from Godlike Stalwart when it did.
Yeah.
But this is a team that, remember, we were saying had slipped.
I think that the game could have been so much easier for S2G if they hadn't sent Silas out that far. I think with the high ground that they held, that game was practically impossible to lose with the 4-man on the top side. Silas is kind of playing it just a little bit too cheeky, in my opinion, taking up that position. It gives you an opportunity to get more of those elimination points. If that's what they were going for, they wanted to pump up as many points as possible. So going into tomorrow, they had a really good points lead. Obviously, we still have one match remaining over on Erangel, but fair play if that's the case. Again, though, you losing that opportunity at the chicken dinner off the back of that, and even Hamzy G going for the US play, really boggled my mind. I was very happy that they still got the chicken dinner in the end, because everything up until that point, I was like, this is good, this is good, this is good. What are you doing? What are you doing? This is good, this is good, this is good. That's kind of like the thought process. It was really from 100 to 0 back up to 100 again, all down to Razy and Calci, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, they did manage to capitalize, but yeah, I think I would say that with Alpha 7's performance there as well, I would say they are back in this very much so. They did have a lot to play with at the end of the first day. Towards the end of the second day, they have now managed to regain some of that momentum. Hopefully they can push through for this final match and put themselves back in that top bracket and in contention for the title.
Absolutely. I think that would be a fantastic thing to see at the end of the day. I think there are some other teams down below as well that I'd like to start seeing perform even better. T2K, for instance, we were talking about them saying that, look, it's a team that, you know, really has kind of slipped underneath the radar, but they keep putting up some decent points. It's not like they're out of the picture yet. GeekFam also, another team that does have these moments of greatness, but it is just them going out a little bit too early. I think that does kind of come off the back of what the team is and how they play, which is hyper-aggressive. They're all over the place. They're a very quick team. They're just darting around a lot of times. Doesn't necessarily bring you the greatest success, just because they don't feel very tactical. They just feel like it's quite whimsical, but with just a lot of skill behind them, which is fair enough. I do like watching them. But I think some more of that thought process needs to come into play for GeekFam right now.
I think in general this lobby has been such high-class performance in terms of decision-making.
All different kinds of manners as well, which is really, really nice to see. We've got like the teams that just quick on their feet. We've got the teams that have some great game sense. We've got teams that are just hyper-tactical. I mean, I'm looking at DRS, for instance. It is phenomenal to watch, phenomenal to see here at the PMGC.
Absolutely. They have been such a treat to watch all of these engagements coming through and to watch this lobby develop. I think the one thing I would like to see is, even if they can't make it through off the bottom of the tables too hard, is Vampire do well in a game, because we know that they have it in them.
That's the frustrating thing, right?
And I feel like it's so close. It's been there nearly a couple of times, but it wasn't to be. This time around, it was S2G with their bid for the top of the tables.
S2G coming in clutch in match number 5, ladies and gentlemen, here at the PMGC Grand Finals. 24 points for them. They are back on the leaderboard. And just like S2G, in terms of being back, Alpha 7.
Yep.
Number 2.
77.
And with 7 eliminations too. 19 points total.
Whoa.
I mean, this is what I was hoping to see out of them earlier, but I'm glad that they're finally deciding to pick it up right now before the day ends. You love to see it.
I found it really funny during that game. You really just have that pinpoint moment where Alpha 7 are just trying to play edge the entire game. They're like, it's really rough, the terrain's not really to our advantage, and at some point you're just like, screw this.
Yep.
We're just going to send it in the circle. If it works, it works. If it doesn't matter. And in that sense, you know what? Hey, a second place for a game like that, I'll say that is a big win for Alpha 7. That we did have a few questions. Do they still have it? That's a good point.
They definitely still have it, and I mean, this might be the bounce back, and this might be the stretch that they can put themselves forward, moving into tomorrow as well. By the way, Wolf Esports, godlike stalwart for them to be up there too. Teams that definitely need the points if they even want to get to reach top 5 tomorrow. That's what you love to see. And now we have S2G Esports moving to first place, 119 points. Finally getting that elusive chicken dinner, since earlier they weren't able to do it, but they were able to put up a lot of eliminations.
Crazy performance coming in from S2G. And you were just talking about A7, right? Staying back a little bit more, being patient, not overcommitting especially. I really love that play, and you already touched it as well. Maybe that is their point of, breaking point in terms of coming back now. But maybe coming back to another team that we saw in the top 4 here in terms of points. That was Nova. 10 points out of that really bad position. That's exactly what they need, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the really tough part of that game for them was crossing that road. Once again, they have those splits, right? The splits is what they just do really well. They could cross that road super easily. The moment they make that cross happen, they pick up a few eliminations here and there. That's why I have the impression we saw a lot more of them today compared to yesterday, is even their bad games, they get a few points here and there. No, and it still keeps them in that race for that top position, which is what you want to see for them to keep on pulling off until tomorrow, because that keeps them in that potential race.
Yeah, and since we're talking about Nova, you know what? I kind of want to stay within the Chinese region, and I want to talk about Wolves a little bit more, because we were seeing how they were playing. We were seeing the splits too. I personally, I know you didn't like their splits either, and I felt like they didn't have to lose a player. They ended up losing a player against Vampire Esports, and it just wasn't necessary. They decided to stay away from each other for far too long. And here we go with the overall ranking. 119 points for S2G Esports, now in first place. Inco Gaming with 110 points, and that is what I was saying. With Alpha 7, it's good that they decided to bounce back right now, because they put themselves within third place.
Yeah, a lot of teams going to be joining the 100-point club right now as S2G Inco Gaming, Alpha 7, and also the team of DRS Gaming. But yeah, got to be careful. Some teams can still catch up to that one. I said it multiple times during the broadcast, 7. It is so close between so many teams here that we still have no clue who is going to be coming out. You don't have a very clear favorite. Every team can still make it up there. But T2K, no, I would still like to see this team remain on the top page, but they've been slipping because some teams on the bottom page have slowly been eking their way forward in the rankings.
Yeah, with T2K, I mean, they were able to pop off a little bit yesterday towards the end, right?
Sandesh, yeah, too.
Yeah. But I just don't, I don't see that it factor like we're able to see when you look at Nova, when you look at Alpha 7 and S2G now being able to finally get that chicken dinner off their checklist. And then you have Wolves.
Hey.
Going all the way up to 9th place.
And godlike stalwart. I had a little bit I was going to do, but I'm not going to do any more because they had a decent performance. So I get to see from godlike stalwart. There's still some fight in them right now. With the very nice points of 69 ran on their side. Thing is, I want to see the follow-up. Okay, hey, you set that one up, 7. That's on you. That's not me.
Talking about Wolves right now, 9th place. I was so excited in that match because it looked like, first of all, Vampire really started off strong, had 5 eliminations early in the game, and they got taken down by Wolves in a very convincing fashion. And that is when I saw your eyes just light up, 7, because I thought, now's the time for Wolves. You just talked about them as well. So seeing them in 9th place. 81 points. They're just on the breaking points for the first page. Is that something where you see them as well ending the day? First page over a ranking?
I think that if they tighten up their splits a little bit, yes. Because we were very critical about that one. Like the split, I understand it. If you want to compare Wolves to Nova Esport, and I think this is a great comparison. Nova Esport, their splits make sense. They got a lot of control in phase 2 to phase 3. Instantly, when they have this circle that forces them to regroup, they do in the matter of maybe 10 to 20 seconds. Regroup. If a team fights you, they have the 4 players available at hand to take that fight. Though Wolves, to stay split too long, and as you say, lose a
Yes.
player when they could remain as four-man team.
I felt like it could have been cleaner. I felt like they were relying too much on the terrain, and that's why they decided to keep that split a lot longer than we expected to, than we wanted to. But if they can tighten up, like you said, the splits, if they can tighten up their rotations too and how they're able to just scout, I think this team can definitely be in the first page.
Last match of day number 2 of the PMGC Grand Finals is coming up, and let's take a quick look at the these teams in there. Actually, we did see Nova, but especially Wolves, because I was so surprised by how they started that last game that I would have expected at least one of you guys to put them in there.
Nah, we need to see better splits.
Yeah, the splits.
Yeah,
that's the one.
All about the splits.
Change it up, and then we'll start putting your teams to
like the splits make sense. That's the issue. The splits, like when we look at them on the phase 2, phase 3, it's like okay, that's good. Just speed up the regrouping process.
Yeah,
that's the one small, because it's a small thing, but it's a pretty important thing on to do splits correctly. If you take fights and you just split away, you're not going to win it. You're taking a 1v4.
You said it perfect. You just look at how Nova does those splits, and then just pretty much mimic that.
Nova, your splits. No, actually, that didn't work as I wanted.
Whether the splits will be working or not, we will find out in game number 6, which should be the last game of the PMGC Grand Finals, day number 2. And who better to do with than John Allen and Blank? Take it away.
Thank you very much. We're going to get into Erangel now for, as he said, the last game of day number 2 here, with a new top dog on the top as well. S2G wrested control from Inco with that last game.
S2 good, looking extremely powerful over in these games of PMGC so far. Honestly, can't wait to see more out of them. I just think that they're really finding their momentum, finding that rhythm during these games. A lot better together as well. I think they're one of the few teams we see a lot of times take these collective movements. I think we're seeing a lot of this play of splits at the moment from a lot of these teams. S2G doesn't really buy into that. They're very much a squad-based team, which I really like. They play off one another very, very well. Looks like they're actually going to drop out quite early here. Head far downwards towards that south side. 4 AM obviously out early with Alpha 7 towards North George. Alpha 7 continuing with its adjustment, sending Mythic up towards that north side of Severny. Korea a bit further up towards Zaki. Again, one that I really, really like. Gives them more options available to themselves.
T2K dropping into Severny. Inco breaking out further. Buradam already on the ground, probably heading out towards that east side. You imagine they cross either to Rosok or near Yasnaya. Nova split across Gatka. Silas is there as well. We get ourselves another northern circle, Blank, as it pops all the way up to the top here. Law out in the open. Kengzo and My Name P. You know what? They're going to leave him to it. Or are they? They're turning around. Are they going back? No, I don't think they are. They just want to get out of dodge, get to a position early.
Influence Kevin obviously heading over towards Yasnaya now, taking a stop off at the gas station, why not? Refill, refuel, all good to go. Influence Kevin, I think they've done a good job so far during this tournament, looking for a little bit more now. Stalwart heading towards Novo is a bit of a long run for them. Obviously not what we kind of expected from Stalwart overall. Just purely from this tournament. I mean, they have some of the most well-known players in the world in top and action. An extremely deadly duo. Scry, very, very strong too as a long-range specialist for the team. Just did not expect to see this team where they currently are. It's a little bit unfortunate. Hoping they can bring a bit more to the table tomorrow. Inco though, again, circle their way.
They're going to have a big old another shot at the top of the tables here, but S2G might be able to hold out the teams on that western side if they want to rotate up towards this coastline. The bridges near Georgia Pole will be treacherous with Alpha 7 and 4 angry men on patrol. So those teams out on the west, that's Nova, Fireflux, Vampire, Geek Fam, and the Wolves as well, who might look to break west to rotate up north, are going to have a tough time of rotating in to get further and deeper into this game. Geek Fam grabbing some of that loot, snaffling it up near the ferry pier. Inco on the northern side, quite far away from them, but not, I wouldn't say central on this circle. Interesting maneuver from T2K. They have moved 2 players down from Severny towards the gas station that holds the bridge near Yasnaya. It's a really, really strong spot.
Yeah, blocking off the rotation from Influence Kevin, even spotting out rotations coming through from Alter Ego as well. This is a decent play for themselves. Again, though, a very similar circle that everyone's played before a few times now in this tournament. Everyone should know kind of rotations that they'd like to make. I think 4 AM were much more successful this kind of circle when they moved out very early. And it looks like Ching Chen's already going to make that movement himself. Gets in the vehicle, sends away. I think when they waited a little bit longer last time, that's what led to a few of their players going down. I think they realized that as 4 players, they are very strong, very capable indeed. However, all still to bear here, because I think that 4 AM, first 10 minutes, bit scary, man.
It's pretty scary for everybody involved in this lobby, these first 10 minutes. I feel like the style that we've seen from this lobby has been dropping and going for a split a little bit early from quite a lot of teams, getting a lot of information, whereas in other lobbies we've seen, you know, drop in that location, stay as a unit. Sure, you might scout out that your one rotational path, but in general, you're going to be looking at that specific area of it, instead of what we're seeing here, which I think is general, more general awareness and selecting your route based on the scouting that you do, which is kind of, I guess, the other way around of doing it.
Yeah, well, I think this is like high skill level play, right? This is where a lot of teams towards those lower brackets of tournaments, that's a case of you have your set route, you have your ideas of what might go wrong on the way of that set route, and you plan around for that. But when you get to this caliber level, you have to make decisions on the fly. You have to figure out that this rotation might not work because of this and this reason, or with this new circle setting, in fact, this rotation is going to benefit us in the long run. We might not make it very often, but we've played so many circles at this point in time at such a high level. We know typically that we can make this adjustment right now and go for it, which is what we've seen a lot with Inco. That's what I like about them. When they're locked out of the circle, though, it doesn't necessarily favor them. I think this is what has made them quite successful here on Erangel, is just the amount of these northern circles we've actually seen. And the amount of times they're able to get a quick drop-off on that side. They get to the ground running very quickly with these north to south plane paths too. And again, I think this is now a really good opportunity for them to bump themselves back up at the first place. Because I think for Inco, yes, there might be a little bit circle blessed this tournament, in fact, even in the group stage, but what you can't really say about them is that they don't work with this circle. They're absolutely good at finding that prio spot. Again, we mentioned earlier we'd like to see some more proactivity from them in that end game. Less about just finding the perfect positions in the circle and going from there. But again, this is a really good chance for them.
S2G moving to the north side of the river fairly early on, so they will have that foothold nicely secured. Nova moving up from their Gatka split, looking to try and cross that river out to the west. Nobody in Cube or holding firmly right now. IHC have their outpost north of the river, but they are not entrenched just yet. And Nova should find a fairly easy area to hold.
Wolves down towards that south side. DRS going to be down towards Milter. Breathtaking on that eastern edge as well. I think our main teams that we're now really focusing in on at the moment, Nova, S2G, obviously Inco, Alpha 7 trying to bring things back. Influence Kevin still have a chance as well. But these are our top teams. DRS 2 sneaking their way back in towards that top side of the lobby. And I mean sneaking. I think they're a very stealthy team and they're good at that type of gameplay. It's what I like to see from DRS. Seen them do it a few times before, and it works out very well. They're one of the few teams that has been successful with an edge play style. A lot of other teams have tried it, and it has not worked out for them. I think you need to be a special type of team to make this one work in this lobby.
4 angry men. They backed Inco off location. And now they can start to exert control on the southeast side of Severny, close to T2K, who will be their southern neighbours. Nova, high ground to the southeast side of shooting range, as they'll be able to claim possession of a valuable asset in the location that they've been able to achieve there. Alter Ego a little bit further down the hill, and they are very, very central. Next circle, and this blank is a very, very important shift. It goes northwest. It encompasses shooting range in a central location and slap bang on top of Nova's central, strong, high ground area. Inco on the eastern side of things, moving very, very fast through the south of Severny. 4 angry men are a little bit ahead of them on the curve, and Alpha 7 are sweeping in on the northern side. IHC pushing up that western edge and looking to move up and into territory that they can find. Inco, though, drawn a little bit short controlling this compound. This is the compound they tried to push into earlier, but 4 angry men denied them access. They will now be able to hold on into it. They're on the northeast side and maybe a little bit further out than they might usually like, but they will be fine for now. They will be able to take control of it.
Bit of a difficult shift for a lot of these teams, heading up towards shooting range. Severny still in play. Inco has to move a bit further across. Alpha 7 moving early on towards that north side. Maybe a little bit hesitant about this one, actually. Worried about the play that they made. Again, very central still, though. Can move further down towards the south, and they currently hold that ridge side, which is great news for them. Nova able to flip their way in. Works out beautifully well for them. For him over towards the northern side. And Nova has caused a lot of problems for him over the past couple of games. S2G currently got their 2-2. Rozok, as well as 2 players up towards Severny side. Perhaps S2G looking for maybe some players passing through, figuring out these rotations, but I do think that S2G needs some support, some players to come to their aid. Now it's just 2 players versus the guys from Geek Fam.
U-High up towards the stairs now for Geek Fam, as Micah able to roll in for the backup with snipes as well. Dan Rude on the off angle, playing in the second building. Kelsey and Ray-Z, work cut out for them. This is what it takes to be at the top of the tables here at the PMGC, though, and Kelsey isn't going to let them go down without a fight. Kelsey finds one with a drop shot, and he swings for a second. It's huge, but Ray-Z now left high and dry on the inside as S2G are split. The rest of the players from the team will have to come in a little bit faster if they want to try and save this one. The reses need to come through for Geek Fam if they don't want to go down here to Ray-Z as he drops for a second time around. A nade in through the door, and it's brutal. 3 players now sprawled at the feet of S2G, and there's the backup that they were looking for. This is a #1 team from Turkey. They are fighting for the top spot, and they are giving it one hell of a go. Micah last to stand and will fall down. S2G with 3, still in the thick of it.
What a crazy play coming there through from S2G with 2 players holding down the fort with only 1 casualty as well. Such a surprising turn of results there. This is why S2G is currently on top. T2K on that top side looking to convert some more points. Another northern shift on the circle. Inco happy with this one, as are Wolves. Influence came in also in a good position. Alpha 7 here as well. A lot of the usual names, the usual suspects.
DRS, 2 of them dispatched. Breathtaking blast them away. 4 angry men now in the thick of it against the Wolves, who have had a bit of a resurgence today themselves. strong performances, high elimination games that we've seen from this squad. 4 AM want to try and channel that power. Memory on the ridgeline, taking the vehicle out himself. Doesn't want to go up in flames with it. Remember, going to be knocked and flushed for the Wolves. 4 Angry Men retain control now in the hillsides to the southeast of shooting range. They'll stay up in the shack.
The player did hit the deck, but quickly res back up again. Fireflux moving through on this edge side again. DRS did suffer. Look for a cheeky way in. Doesn't always work out. That stealth can be broken, it seems, by none other than Buriram. Fireflux, on the other hand, with a battering ram approach, sends directly into the circle, loses one on the approach. That's to IHC. And they'll just send further in. Happy to play the rest of this game out with just 3 players. The last game of the day.
Fireflux tumbling down the hillside, and Soulless right into the crosshairs are beautiful. 2 players left from the Wolves, but they will not go down just yet. Unfortunately, though, T2K have an answer. They've played from Severny before, and they've got punished for leaving it early. This time around, the position that they've managed to take, very nice for them. T2K with a lot of power here in this circle. They don't have any eliminations just yet, but I'm sure they're just around the corner if they play their cards right. Nade from Lutz finds beautiful, and it's traded off. Alpha 7, though, hang on a minute. They've moved in from the northwest.
Sticking to the guns in shooting range. And that's what we like to see. T2K trying to take this a little bit further now. One player went down, quickly res back. Fireflux taking some serious casualties at the moment. It's an awkward position to play. This is always an awkward position to play. This is very much last resort. You send in, it's more than likely you're going to go down. I think most of the times I see this circle and I see teams playing in that position, it's always teams like Alpha 7 that T2K continue to put the pressure in. As soon as you have another team in that area as well, like Wolves and Fireflux currently are, it's basically game over because neither you can leave. And to win out on this position currently the Fireflux is playing, you need the ability to play space. And with Wolves being on that side, there just isn't any.
Well, you say Wolves, it really is fairly diminished in power there for them. Memory and Beautiful, the 2 operatives for the squad. Playing as a duo, though. Still plenty of opportunity. What have you seen, Blank?
I've seen Inco. Next circle, dead center.
Oh.
That's very Inco-like.
Funny that.
Yeah. I mean, I did say at the beginning of the game, you get given the circles.
You did.
You've got to run with them. So if Inco can translate here, that's all that matters.
IHC find a player from Vampire. I said I wanted to see something from them. It's not going to be this game, Blank. We'll have to wait until tomorrow, see if they can readjust. They have got the night to do so tomorrow morning as well here in Jakarta. Hopefully they get up on the right side of the bed because they are going to need one hell of a performance if they want a chance for the top. I don't think it's possible at this stage for them. 45 points in 2 days.
Yeah.
They would need to have such a turnaround, the likes of which I don't think we've ever seen.
I mean, at this point in time, I don't think they know which side is the wrong side of the bed. They've made a lot of adjustments. Nothing seems to be working. They've just got to swing the legs out, pray for the best. Alter Ego down towards that southwest side. Nova very close to them. Nova getting taken out 4v4 versus Alter Ego earlier in this tournament. And again, Alter Ego with their chicken dinner earlier on today. Good to see them in 14th place. Still good to see them get some points on the board, though.
Top does get knocked, but Pika runs him down. Fireflux out of it. 13th place to finish their day. Potential to go even lower if Alter Ego and Buriram have a game. Alter Ego actually with a challenge from Nova for their position towards the south, both of whom are going to have to move further in and near to 4 Angry Men. I don't think Nova really want to go for this engagement fully, but they might not have a choice in this scenario. Alpha 7 on the northwestern side being harried and hampered by Demo from IHC. 3 players active for the roster, but only one of them really is the player they're going to be worried about. Can't really go for this res for Revo as Alex moves up to the wall as well. Mafioso already down, and Revo, yeah, he's backed off that res. Drops a smoke. And Revo playing 1 versus 3 as a backstop against IHC. Has got backup with sightlines from the other players of Alpha 7, but Not really too much to do there. Revo launching these nades. He needs a good knock. That's brilliantly through, but not gonna find the knock just yet onto Alex. Managed to get that heal off, and hang on a minute, we tune back on over with Alter Ego as they're taking the fight against Nova. They managed to find 2 knocks. Frozen and Paraboy, though, standing strong. 1 and 2 for Paraboy. This is Nova, but he gets shut down. Potato, the last player standing in a 1 versus 1. It's going to be Frozen to take the challenge. The shots are coming through from across the way, and it's a third party as well. Alter Ego, 4 alive, need to get the reses to stay in, but Nova fall to their blade.
Another time, another result, Alter Ego, the kryptonite for Nova. You wonder if they can even get these reses off with the circle pushing them in, but once again, it's Nova taking a tumble to the masked men of Alter Ego. Alpha 7 similarly also taking heavy casualties. Cannot catch a break today, John.
Alter Ego just trying to move forwards. You can't really do too much on the reses here, so solo play. Wolves careening down the hill. They were a duo for a while, but Memory now left alone. Svan will not let them get this res, you can be sure of that. IHC eliminated in the meantime. Alpha 7 falling. Leaves the number of teams that can hit that top spot to end the day very, very small, with Inco already down 3 players. They're very central, so should be able to get these reses if they play their cards right. S2G want to hold off against that. They are playing on the eastern side. Buradam, their main problem right now. 4 players alive for Buradam. 2 of them, oh sorry, 1 of them all the way up northern side. Influence Kemen also playing from Severny. Will have to push down south.
Some serious hesitancy here from any team that was going to try and move on to Inco. Worried that there's a separate team over in those houses to the west of them. 4 AM, currently having a cracker game so far. 3 eliminations, but great spot in the circle. Controlling a lot of teams. Svan tries to run down Potato here.
Kengzo around the side, and actually Silas is found. Buradam sweep S2G away. A chance for Inco to end their day high and be able to take that spot back. Currently 12 points behind with the eliminations added on for S2G. And the placement points will start to add up as well. So they're going to need about 15 points on this game. Maybe a little bit more if they're lucky. Nenebete and the rest of the squad are back to full fighting force. They were down to just the 1 player earlier, but Influence Kemen looking to try and play spoiler. Unfortunately, it's just not going to go their way. Players falling left and right around them. They're picking up these points. Lil Boy finds Nenebete, and Becca goes super, super low. Will get taken down, but these reses can come through unless T2K deal with Wolves early and move in to try and go for this third party. Rig, shots over towards Memory, already knocked and Beautiful, still going somehow. I thought they were going to be done for near shooting range, but no, they are going to keep on trucking. Buradam on the east, they took care of S2G, current top dogs, and now they're going to turn their attention to everybody else.
Raz straight through the middle. Beautiful looking to take on the entirety of Buradam. Finally looking to step up just a little bit here. 6 eliminations so far, seeing them pretty on 65 at the moment. A little bit behind Fireflux and S2E, STE in 12th and 13th place. The Stalwart still in the game, central spot. T2K though, rocking up on Inco as 4, and they're split at the moment. This could be great for them.
They've already managed to get 1 flush. Vitali, you do not get this one back. Just Squash now remaining as Becca fell earlier. Nenebete, Resable. T2K not wanting to cross the road just yet. Don't want to reinvest. Instead, they're going to establish themselves. Godlike Stalwart further south of them. There's a lot of 4-player teams that they need to worry about.
Let's see. Still taking shots up towards that northern side. I think a lot of teams aren't really putting a lot of precedent on those compounds anymore. The amount of central shifts we do see towards this end game, towards the late game in stage 6, stage 7, stage 8, it's likely at some point it will head back down over towards Stalwart, barring some crazy shift, but that's it. Down towards 4 AM, Buradam and Stalwart. Inco will have to leave, so will T2K. Still a decent result for Inco. Towards that top 5 once again.
Godlike Stalwart really with a chance to get themselves in the game. Inco still a little bit lacking to take that top spot back from S2G to end their day. But either way, they will be right in that conversation for tomorrow, Blank. It's going to be real tight at the top.
Yep.
It's all but done here. T2K rolling on around now, want to take this fight. They paused it for a while. They allowed Inco to get back to full HP, but now they have shots through the windows from across the road and nades pouring in on the close range from the duo that they sent through. Rig on the back with 2 nades in pocket. Legend launching them in. Hopefully looking for the golden arm there. Wants to put another in the windows. Nenebete playing on that ground floor. Top floor position as well. Looks like Godlike Stalwart might have some angles onto the outside here. So T2K do need to be a little bit careful. They can't really afford to push too hard, but unless they're going to commit, there's already a knock onto their back line, and they do need to slow things down just that little bit. Godlike Stalwart making this really tricky.
T2K wants to leave this position, but Inco knows just the same. They can stall this out for a long while, potentially even get a 4th place off the back of this one. Nenebete has to pull out something big, but the drop shot isn't quite there.
How on earth did he manage to hold that one out? The push is good. Nenebete able to play around perfectly. And Squash looks for a second. T2K faltering. A 3rd goes down, and it's just Jane. It was all in the palm of their hand, and it slipped away. Inco playing as smoke. So difficult to catch. You just can't contain it. They rack up points. They move further in and deeper towards the top. They will try and fling themselves up to try and overtake S2G, but Squash going down leaves just Nenebete, a powerful player, sure. But what can he do from here? With nades pouring over the top, you've got to imagine this is going to be close to it for him.
Jane looking for that revenge. That last bit of redemption he can give for the rest of his team. Already picked up Squash, so should have sightlines down towards Nenebete. That's Legend going down to the play zone, and Jane will have to move out from that outpost soon. Nenebete drops a lot of smoke, so we'll keep him in cover for a while, but Jane's got nothing left. It's not spraying the right direction, and somehow, some way, Inco gives him the Uno Reverso.
4 teams alive, rather, 13 players. And Inco have picked up a whole bunch of points for their position. Nenebete, a star from the Brazilian region, giving them such a platform to play from. But now has it all to do against 3 full squads. Needs to play them off against each other masterfully. It's the only way this happens. The circle does go a little bit his way, but Buradam are rolling straight on in and out into the open fields. They might just get cut down here, and with any luck, Nenebete will be able to pick up 1 or 2 of them as well. Nenebete, he turns it on, and Tiger falls as well. He's going to get shot out by the rest of Buradam, but he has cover from the range, and there's no way that they can push him with Godlike Stalwart right above him.
Only 1 first aid kit, but Nenebete's held his own, and 7 eliminations. Inco going much further. This is an incredible turnout for Nenebete. Once again, this is what he was always known for. These endgame pushes as a solo player. Like you said, have to play each team off one another. Pretend he's not there. Act like the mosquito in the mist.
Made long from 4 Angry Men, but Sky Only is not playing on the rock, nor the burnt out buggy. Nenebete will have to move from his stronghold that he's managed to establish so far. Doesn't have too much time to play with. Action, shots over towards Svan. Tags 1 and a lot of damage found. Unfortunately, he's not going to get the knock for them, but will pause on everything else. Nenebete now having to move. There is no other option. 4 teams remain. Maybe a miracle can happen, but you've got to imagine it's just not really very likely, even for a player like Nenebete. Managed to get a bit of a resupply going. Dropping it through. Smokes are there. Has got first aids back on board with the resupply. Does not have much to operate with. 2 smokes do bloom, and he moves on up the roadside a little bit closer to Godlike Stalwart.
And nades as well, he keeps on throwing them. You say anything about Nenebete, I say that he's determined. This is very good stuff. The fact that he carries on going, takes a bit more damage. Well, first aid kit that one up, I think that's the last one left for him.
No, he's got 2 more behind actually there. He managed to get that resupply.
Might just be able to get in the circle here, you know, John.
The player that rocked up does need to shimmy a little bit further. You can see he's being ticked pretty heavily. There is a vehicle there that he can use as cover. Godlike Stalwart will have to be careful. 4 Angry Men have shots out that way, and finally Kengzo puts a stop to Nenebete's run. With 3 teams remaining now, we are into double-digit placement points. Godlike Stalwart, 4 Angry Men, and Buradam, who needed a strong performance. You said you wanted it. Max said he wanted it. This is a team that has shown up before. With 2 players, can they do it again?
Kengzo was just so good, but Stalwart rocking up on top of 4AM, who have an absolute stalwart hold over on this side. 1 casualty down, and it looks like Buradam's going to go for the third party, the massive third party, the Molotov. Everybody's burning. There's so many nades. Now just Good Xiao left remaining. 1 from Stalwart, 1 from 4AM, and Buradam's looking to close this out.
They might be able to just move through with a duo. Top launches another nade, wants to pinch away the points if he can. Chingchen going low with the bleed out. Good Xiao so low to it, but Skyoli is close. Wants to put the Molotovs in, but I think that might have dropped short. Down go 4 Angry Men, and now 2 versus 1. Godlike Stalwart picked up a load of those points, but 10 eliminations for Buradam. A chicken dinner at this juncture could put them back in the running. If they can keep it together, 1 player now left. Top looking for the res onto action. In comes the roll down for Kengzo. Crashes into the vehicle, launches a teammate high, and Kengzo's good for 1. Top now, 1 versus 2 into the upside down vehicle.
He's in
they
it.
spray around it. Kengzo, does he spot it? He does! And it is Buradam to light it up for the last game of day 2.
Top trying to pull out the cheekiest move we've seen all tournament as he's upside down like a bat in there, but Buradam did not bat an eye themselves to just take him down instantaneously. What a third party coming through from them. Excellently played. They bided their time so well during that game and struck at the opportune moment. 4AM, they were really living on the wire for such a long time there. Again though, a strange storyline comes out from this. Buradam's super happy with this. Inco, I really think they could have took that chicken dinner. Again, that proactivity, it was there, but in the weirdest of fashions, John. If you look towards that end game, they were all 4 in one side of the building. And then, in the weirdest turns of events, they go 2-2 in the late game. This is the complete opposite of how they should have played this out. They should have been 2-2 towards those first 15 minutes and then recoalesce towards the end. The fact that they did that allowed T2K to come in, take down 2 of their players, and from there it was really awkward. And with the way that they dealt with a lot of T2K, you feel like if they were in a 4-man roster all in one building, they would have easily punched back against T2K and maybe even got themselves a chicken dinner, which would have sent themselves very, very comfortably into tomorrow.
They could have had a chance, maybe, but it was not to be this time around. Instead, Buradam take it home. We're going to head back to the analyst desk.
Seen Buradam actually taking home a win in what almost seemed like a lost game in the midst of it. They lost 2 players on a very interesting rotate against Nenebete, and then they somehow bring it back with that incredible push from Kengzo. Any words, Max?
I was this close, Alex, this close to giving up, but this is finally the games that I wanted. They had such a good breach towards the mid-game too, onto the eastern side. I forgot on which team that actually ended up being, but that was a position that just gave them so much comfort, so much just extra protection over on the eastern edge. And then that third party, Kengzo, full send, he's like, this is our one opportunity, because otherwise it's a 2v4, v4, they're not going to win it. That third party was key for them to steal away that chicken dinner.
And I'm glad that they didn't second guess themselves. I'm glad that they didn't think about it for too long. They just kind of went for it. And this is what we've been expecting out of this team. I mean, I feel like we expected this team to be in the first stage yesterday. And it was a big shock for us to be able to see them before this match in 15th place. Hopefully this is going to be the turning point for them. Remember, if for some reason you didn't get a chance to watch the group stages, they did come out first out of their group. And for their performance that we've been seeing so far, it just wasn't it.
In their group full of veterans when it comes to PMGC 2, like this has been there year after year after year. I was a little bit surprised, but you know what? They got themselves the chicken dinner. It's going to help them climb up in the rankings and put them potentially even in the race if they keep it up. But
are we going to stretch it there? You know what? With that performance, they did have over 10 eliminations. I think they might actually put themselves into contention to at least a top 5.
Let's look at some of the highlights. And honestly, I can't wait for us to just get to Kengzo in that end game. His this confidence to take the vehicle, pull up to the ridgeline, not even wait for his teammate. That's the crazy part. Not even wait for his teammate and just get out and shoot everyone. Absolutely absurd. That's the breach that I was originally talking about. That is where I thought it was going to fall apart. And that 4 AM with a similar situation, just different team, also having lots of trouble.
Wow, Kings, so those peaks above it. And no, this is not Stranger Things, okay? No upside down allowed, apparently, for godlike Stalwart. And they do get himself shut down by the end there by Kingzo with the MG3. Wow. And not much you can really do against an MG3 at that kind of range. But hey, Stalwart, no, still get himself some second places.
I love that he tried, though. I love that he tried the upside down.
It must
I love
be
that he
so
tried to be
confusing.
creative.
Like, your phone's like, your gyro, you're like, whoa, yeah, what's going on? I don't know.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Yeah. That's the second time we do that.
Oh, man.
Coming back to a team that both of you actually you were talking about maybe performing a little bit better today. You just got like Stalwart. Finally, they did have not only a good circle, but also they made a lot out of it. Just in that very late game scenario, it didn't quite work out. Either way, they still stay in the race as well.
Yeah, I think that with these two last performances, they put himself in a decent position to end this second day of play. The thing is, we need to see. I know I'm saying this quite a bit for quite a few teams, like for Buridam, and it's the case also for God like Stalwart. Okay, we need to see more tomorrow. We cannot see this be their one flash in the pan for these grand finals, unfortunately. We need to see just... I would like to see a God like Stalwart chicken dinner, which we have not seen yet. And seeing their aggressive nature we saw in these last few matches now, I think it could happen, but we'll see if they can try and transfer this kind of hype we had on these last two matches in tomorrow's 6 games.
I'm so glad you mentioned their aggression because we have seen a change in that. We were talking about how they were a little bit passive. They were second-guessing themselves yesterday, and they just weren't the godlike Stalwart that we're used to seeing. Today, we were actually getting flash, especially these last 2 matches. And like you guys were saying, they finally stepped it up, and they stepped it up at the right time. And with those 2 back-to-back good performances, I think it's going to leave a lot to be desired to see what they're going to be doing tomorrow in the first game.
Talking about what they're going to do tomorrow, one team I really want to highlight that completely shine throughout this day once again is 4 AM. Sure, they didn't have that massive game that maybe some of us were hoping for, but they are so consistent time and time again. Just like last game. Again, you see them always in the midst of it and always racking up points.
I mean, the last game, right, we had so many teams that are trying to fight for that high ground position on the west. You had yourself your Nova that ended up going down to Alter Ego. Then there's so much space that was created. They're like, we want to take that position, clear all the teams over to the west, and if you do so, gather information. And in a position where you have not a lot of good hiding spots, you know exactly where almost every single opposing team are going to be standing at that point. And that's what enabled them to get a good rotation until Stalwart just got really aggressive, as we said, apparently, to then just full sent it, and it worked out, and the third party just made it a little bit weird to deal with.
Yeah, and for me, I'm actually going to kind of stay away from 4 Angry Men, all right, just for a second, because I want to talk about Inco Gaming. I want to talk about what Blank was saying, and I felt like it was just spot on, and something that you were talking about as well, that split at the end of the game. It made absolutely no sense, and I think it kind of goes back a little bit to what we were saying earlier, too, of were they just getting blessed with circles and just taking full advantage whenever they were blessed with circles?
Yeah. Actually, that's interesting because we were talking about them. What can they do if the circle's not coming their way? Here, the circle was kind of going away from them, and it's not the best execution on that side because they had, as you said, 4 players on that side. They did do split. After, I gotta say, full respect to Squash and Inhibite, they completely out than my expectations, almost kind of, because my expectations were they're just going to lose all their players, while teams like T2K are going to be breaching on their location. I think also, there's another team that came on their location eventually, but they held strong as a duo, which is very impressive, but you got to do the duos, those splits at the right time, and in that case, that was not the right time.
Especially not at that late of the game.
20 minutes? Yeah.
Yeah, and I do love when Inhibite showcase. And I mean, he showcased that today was his day, right? Yesterday, we didn't really get a chance to even talk about them. We're just talking mostly about Vitaly. Today, we actually get a chance to talk about it. And by the way, the molly that he threw into the smoke and then went up the stairs and set up the other player perfectly to just run into it, and then it made it an easy elimination for them. Those are the little things that showcase that this team can possibly end up winning the Grand Finals of PMGC, but I'm just not sold on them, and I'm not just sold on it because of little mistakes like they just showcased in the last match.
let's look at some of the match rankings from game number 6. And to no surprise, we will see one team up there with plenty of points being racked up, and that is, of course, Buriram United. 27 total points in just game number 6 for today, and they needed that. My goodness, did they need that.
Yeah, I do wonder on the overall rankings, though, where that's going to be potentially leaving them. That's going to be a pretty interesting one, though. Nova, a little bit lower there. They encountered Alter Ego, and their ego has been a little bit shattered after that fight, I do believe, but it's going to be a-okay. They're still looking in a comfortable position in the rankings as of right now, but unfortunately, one thing that did come to realization to me after today's matches is the Fireflux, outside of that one big win yesterday, that one good game today that didn't result even in a win, that's it. They're just a flash in a pan team. They're just that one-shot performance, and other than that, just absolute silence, sounding like crickets.
There you go. And I'm with you with Fireflux. I mean, we were talking about it. We were talking about, I mean, you at one point had them on top 5, and with the way they're currently playing, I just don't see that happening. Hopefully, stuff will change for tomorrow, but I don't even think it's going to be enough with the way they just haven't been consistent at all. I mean, for Angry Man, you saw them there as well. And now as we go to the overall ranking, Inco Gaming, 125 points, maintaining that first place. This is what I was talking about. I wanted to see how they were going to be able to bounce back.
Just behind them, 123 points is S2G, who also picked up 4 points in that last game. Alpha 7 and 109 points. DRS, who also only picked up a single point in the last game on 102. And then there's Nova, which was really interesting in the last game as well, right, Max?
Yeah, very interesting for Nova, of course, still going to be remaining in that top 5 position. Got to say, Powerboy definitely did see that comeback happening, and it did look really good for today. But I do want to paint a very interesting picture here. Top 3 teams, all Western teams. You guys have Inco Gaming and also Alpha 7 from Brazil, also, of course, S2G from Turkey. In the past, it's been always dominated by Asian teams. This, I think, is the first time we've seen in a PMGC so many Western teams at the top dominating this event.
It's a different time. It's a different era. And I do hate, though, on the first page that we saw Influence came and just go down so much. Currently in 8th place, there was a team that was showing promises, and right now they're just currently in a super bad stretch.
100%. One more team I wanted to talk about, because we were talking about it at the very start of the broadcast for today. Vampire. They picked up no points in their last match. They are still dead last. We did see some changes, but it wasn't enough, was it?
Clearly not.
Yeah.
Unfortunately to be brutal right there, but yeah, I unfortunately our expectations after PMWI were really high, and I think that right now PMGC is a completely different stage. Know some of the best teams out there in the world. Well, PMWI also had some of the best teams in the world, but we're talking PMGC Grand Finals, okay? It's a kind of a different beast. And they've just not been able to adapt to the competition, and it just really shows in these last 12 games now.
Yeah, they really haven't, and I think that's why it showed even from group stages, right? They had to qualify through last chance, and on top of that, so far, we haven't really seen any of the changes. I mean, they said they changed stuff, but I didn't really see any changes.
Small change, itty-bitty changes.
Maybe tomorrow?
Like that.
Any final thoughts, especially going into tomorrow, which is day number 3? It's completely surreal, actually, that we are having a PMGC Grand Final winner already tomorrow. Final thoughts about tomorrow?
Really happy to see so many teams still so close towards the top. Anyone can take it. It's anyone's game.
Do Brazil!
Do Brazil.
Good point.
And with that, I want to say goodbye. Thank you to everyone at home watching. It's been an absolute pleasure. We will see each other tomorrow at PMGC Grand Finals, day number 3.